Fam, what's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Can you guys see me down here at the bottom? I don't want to cover up the big graphic, but welcome to National Signing Day. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to try to get the best frame set up for you guys because I know you guys want to see the names that are in. So I think the best option, I'm going to have my boy Tai Hayes join me in just a second. So I'm going to play around with this just to make sure that the graphic is in tight. So what's good? I appreciate you guys. I am in a lockdown facility in Santa Fe, New Mexico, as we do signing day. I'm here with my family, and then I will be en route to Pasadena. So it doesn't stop. The grind doesn't stop for Coach Saban and, of course, the Alabama Crimson Tide. So let me kind of set the stage for signing day today and how it'll work on this particular video, that it's going to go the entire day until we have all of these check marks completed. So long story short, and I've said this a bunch of times inside the comment box, the check mark means that the player has officially signed. And that is, first people to get that out is the University of Alabama. So their Twitter account sits that out, and then I'm going to organize that throughout the entire day until we have all these check marks that are taken care of. Clearly, the things that we are watching today, Edric Houston, who is a 5-star edge rusher, defensive lineman that is currently committed to Ohio State. But, there's been a lot of talk that he might flip to Alabama, which would be crazy. As you know, Evan Stewart hit the transfer portal yesterday. He's a big-time wide receiver target. I don't know. There hasn't been anybody that said when his time frame is, but I'm sure Alabama would love to have him as well. Another guy you have to watch is Kevin Riley, who is out of Tuscaloosa County High School. He's a running back and currently committed to Miami. So when you think about flipness or kind of the Christmas, then those are some guys to watch for sure. And we just got Casey Poe. He's in as well. So a lot of these guys have signed. And signing day has certainly changed because it used to be in February. It was like the first Wednesday of February. And that was like the dedicated day. Now, I think, unfortunately, signing day is kind of a little bit lost in the shuffle. I think that ESPN only has like a 2-hour window or something like that, which is unfortunate because these kids certainly deserve all the notoriety for sure. And LDM, I see you inside the comment box saying that Riley and Bach both have potential. Yeah, so Jaden Baugh is another guy that we're watching. He is announcing his decision. That is Jaden Baugh, another running back. He is going to announce his decision at 5 p.m. Central Time. We will also get Coach Saban today at 4 p.m. Central Time as well. And how this is going to work, since it's going to be an all-day show, it's going to basically just be the graphic, and then I'll be on every hour. So 9 a.m. I'll be on, then 10 a.m. and then 11 a.m. and kind of go over the news and notes and everything that is happening in the world of signing day. So I think that's the best format of the show, and I'm going to have some guests on as well. I got Tai Hayes, my boy. He will be joining me at 9 a.m. Central Time to start off the show. I got Coach Smook. And then, of course, everybody's going to be watching Edric Houston, who is set to announce at 12 p.m. Central Time. So a couple announcements to watch if you want to go ahead and write those down. And then, you could jump in, jump back. I mean, you can have this, minimized just to keep, kind of order with it. But I think that, 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. are going to be some good times to come back. Mitchell, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. He's saying, I know Kyle is a big fan of Amari Jefferson, but all these recruiting services have him 26 wide receivers higher than him. Rico Scott is ranked about 70th. We need an elite guy. That's a really good point. I mean, the thing that has stood out about Amari Jefferson is I'm big on a wide receiver that is, has a little bit of weight to him. I know there's, Devontae Smith, who was like 170, and Coach Saban has always recruited his wide receivers kind of like a basketball team. I think Amari Jefferson, I think he's like floating around 205 pounds, which is pretty impressive. So if you kind of put the tea leaves together, you always want to have a guy to replace the guy. So Kendrick Law is that guy who's about 205 pounds, maybe even 210. So maybe Amari Jefferson is a guy who could replace him on the back end. So I guess we'll have to see. But I appreciate you guys joining the show. And thank you very much for hitting the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. And again, this morning we will be joined by Tai Hayes, and we'll kind of go around the table a little bit and follow him. He's of Around the Table Sports on YouTube. He's definitely a really good up-and-comer. But here's the graphic so far, and here is what we have, and I will go full screen to that. As you can see, and we're starting off on the top left, you have Julian Sain, your quarterback, who's a 5-star, and he is an early enrollee. So I put in EE, that means early enrollee as well. Alabama is going to have several of those guys that are enrolled early, which is amazing. Actually, these guys are already here practicing for the Rose Bowl with the team. As you saw, Jalen Milroe said that, he likes to have another brother in the room, and that's a quarterback who's another 5-star. Ryan Williams. Okay, so he is a committed prospect. He's just under Julian Sain over here to the left, but he is not signing up until February 9th. And a lot of people continue. That's going to be something that people ask about every single day up until he signs. Is he going to flip? Is he really going to decide, that he's going to sign with Alabama? We have no idea until it's actually in. But as of right now, he is committed to the Alabama Crimson Tide. He is just going to sign on February 9th. Jalen Mbakwe, I think he's signing at 10 a.m. Central Time. Caleb Odom is in. He is also early enrollee. And I love the fact about Caleb Odom, the fact that he, this is a tight end that I think can really stretch the field and be a mismatch problem, and a guy to eventually replace Amari Niblack. Xavier Brown in at the corner position. Casey Poe just in for Alabama. We're moving to that second section of the screen. Sterling Dixon in, Caden Jones in, two really talented linebackers, along with Justin Okoronkwo, who is from our friendly neighbor to the north in Canada. You have Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., the legacy. He is an early enrollee as well, had 2 interceptions in the Mississippi Alabama All-Star game. And then you have, Jay Lindsey. I don't know if you guys have seen Jay Lindsey's highlight tape. I'm going to put some highlights as we go forward about some of these guys. But I'm telling you, Jay Lindsey, when I saw Jay Lindsey's highlights, I was really, really impressed with what he had. He's yeah, you're right, LDM. Thank you very much. Okoronkwo is from Germany. Thank you very much for the correction. I appreciate that. But Jay Lindsey is a tight end that I really liked. He's kind of like a blend between an all-purpose tight end that I had a little bit more athleticism, and I hate that, and I don't think anybody does, but we sometimes sleep on like Robbie Oots. Because Robbie Oots is certainly, I love him as an H-back, 260 pounds. And last Sugar Bowl, Alabama was able to get the ball to him. And he's such a versatile piece to this offense. So got love for the tight ends for sure. And I think we have Rico Scott, who has just joined as well. So he is the next signee, and we will continue to update this graphic. And as Terius is saying inside the comment box, yeah, J.C. Latham definitely gone. Going to the NFL. You've seen NFL drafts, mock drafts that have him going in the first round. The amazing thing is Alabama, from what I've seen, they had 5 guys going in the first round with 4 on the defensive side. So the 4 that I saw were Dallas Turner, Chris Broswell, Kool-Aid, Terrion Arnold and Chris Broswell. They made themselves so much money this year, 100%. And then on the offensive side, the lone guy was J.C. Latham. So those are the guys going to the NFL draft. The important thing to know about this particular Rose Bowl and then after is a lot of these guys have a COVID year. So that's what we keep talking about is the COVID year for a lot of these guys. So what's up, Sean? I see you inside the comment box, man. Maybe I'll open up the call line. I know your working schedule, man, but I'd love to have you on the show to kind of recap this class if you can, man. So hit me up. But these guys have a COVID year. So I don't know, like Jermaine Burton. Let me get your take inside the comment box. Post an elephant emoji inside the comment box right now if you think Jermaine Burton is going to the NFL. All right. What's up, Wesley Weeks? I see you inside the comment box, man. Who's our starting 5 if you had to project? And I am taking that for next year, right? Man, that's a great question. Okay, so we have let's go over the offensive line as it happens right now, and we're going to have Tai Hayes join us any minute from around the sports table as well. Let's see. All right, Noah's saying that he thinks Jermaine Burton is coming back. So does For Leisure. To the NFL. I'm sorry. The emoji, the elephant emoji means that Jermaine Burton is going to the NFL. Post it. I do. I think he's going to go to the NFL 100%. What about you, Sean? Let me know inside the comment box. So when you look to Alabama's offensive line for next year, that's interesting because you have Caden Proctor. He's only a freshman. You have Tyler Booker. He's coming back. He was only a sophomore. So everybody thinks that Burton is leaving. LDM, that's a tough one for me. I don't know how I feel about him coming back or leaving. That's a tough one for me. I see Ty. What's up, Ty? Give me a thumbs up, man, if you're ready to go, man, and I'll put you inside the comment box. All right, cool. Appreciate it. All right, let's get Tai Hayes in here, man. Ty, what's up, man?
Man, as you can see, new setting. I woke up this morning, absolutely no internet at the house, so I had to do a pivot. I just got here, so I have to give a quick shout out to Rudy's in Denton, Texas. They
Yeah,
allowed me to come
there's
here.
a little bit of kind of feedback on your side for the audio
Gotcha.
standpoint.
Gotcha. I'll figure it out. I'll move around in here and see where I can't get.
Yeah, real quick, man. I appreciate you joining. I mean, the guys are coming in. Alabama up to I think 8 or 9 signees. We're going to continue to update. This particular graphic throughout the day. I think Ty. We just lost Ty. Does Ty sound okay? Give me a thumbs up inside the comment box. Ty, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, man. I mean, look, this everybody knows that this is going to be a giant day for Alabama already. And right now, they're number 2 in the recruiting rankings, chasing Georgia. But we are watching Edric Houston, who is announcing at 12 p.m. As you know, Evan Stewart went in the transfer portal. That would be another slam dunk for Alabama. Kevin Riley, who's committed to Miami, could potentially flip today to Alabama. Jayden Baugh, another running back. I mean, what's kind of your early assessment of this signing class as it kind of takes shape, and then we can kind of pass the ball back and forth?
Yeah, so just kind of an early assessment. I think it's great. Alabama on the trail, trying to get a lot of work done. Edric Houston is the guy for me that I'm looking at that I really hope they can get something done with. Whenever you look at this, Larry Johnson, absolutely an ace recruiter for Ohio State. But Ohio State just got done missing on a defensive lineman as he chose to go to USC over Ohio State. That was notable to me. And listen, for as much praise as I can levy at the feet of Larry Johnson, and deservedly so, we can do that same thing for Freddie Roach. I mean, Freddie Roach has been phenomenal on the recruiting trail. He's been phenomenal in terms of development. I think Edric Houston is a guy I'm looking at, really hoping they flip. But Kyle, to your point, you're talking about these running backs, Kevin Riley from Miami. You're talking about Baugh, who personally I feel like is a little bit underrated whenever you look at his ability.
Yeah.
He's got such a patience that you typically don't see from the high school level. And then we know the drama of Perry Thompson. Will he, won't he? And man, we haven't even, I mean, you and I at least haven't even had the opportunity to talk about Evan Stewart. And that, I mean, that just shook up the entire transfer portal. This is going to be an incredible day.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, any questions that you have for me when we kind of look at the big board right here, Ty?
I guess my question for you, as we look at this big board, do you think there's anybody that could potentially flip from Alabama today? I know we give so much time talking about who Alabama could flip, but what about the reverse question? Is there anybody that you're looking at?
Yeah, really good question. I think everybody, for the most part, is solid on this board. But I am watching Favor Edward. He's the big 6'8", 290-pound tackle. That is, it was kind of trending towards Alabama. And now I think it might be a 50-50 or so to between Alabama and Florida. Look, he's a 3-star. And of course, like if he goes to Florida, people are going to be like, okay, we didn't need him anyways. No, I don't really agree with that. I think it would be a great addition to this class. Not to say that they don't have offensive linemen already, but when you look to guys who can come in and for that developmental process with that size, I would like to get Favor Edwin. So he's kind of one of the guys that, he's not committed to anybody right now. I don't think that, he's a guy that, is kind of a make or break to this class. Stefan inside the comment box is saying Jameer Grimsley is one to watch, I guess, in terms of a potential flip. But, kind of the Favor Edwins is a guy that was trending earlier in the week. And so kind of watching him, and I think he will announce sometime, this morning. I think it's like 11 or 12. So we'll bring that news as it comes in. And I think it would be a good addition too, because you always want offensive linemen to come in. Offensive lineman is a tough shot. Like some of these guys are really hard to, kind of project how they're going to play at the next level. And just because a guy like from the offensive line doesn't start right away, you have to be able to let these guys develop. For example, like I am so glad that Elijah Pritchett took his name out of the portal. I thought it was way too early. I mean, he's a redshirt freshman, my goodness. And that must have been an interesting conversation with him and Coach Saban, because you go in and man, just because you're not the starter, you're like the next guy up. And I think he's like, can you imagine how much progress he's shown as a player? So glad to see him take his name out of the portal, come back. And Alabama's offensive line next year, I mean, we were talking about it. I think the biggest piece you do have to replace is J.C. Latham. And I'm curious, and there really hasn't been any talk about Alabama going into the transfer portal for a tackle, but everything else should be intact. I mean, even Seth McLaughlin at the center position has a COVID year. So theoretically, he could come back. So let's kind of work our way from the left to the right. Caden Proctor, definitely coming back. He's a freshman. Sophomore, Tyler Booker. He's definitely coming back. Seth, I mean, is he going to come back? I don't know, maybe. And then Jaden Roberts, he's coming back as a guard as well. So 4 out of your 5 offensive linemen could theoretically come back. So your only real issue is figuring out who can be your right tackle for next year. Could that be Pritchett? Could that be somebody else? I don't know. There's some other guys, Ola Celine, Wilcom Formby, who's a monster. So, I mean, and Alabama's offensive line is gigantic. Remember, we talked about that for the beginning of the show. So on the board today, getting guys like Will Sanders, Casey Poe, some of these guys in, Joseph Iania, who's going to be an early enrollee as well, is certainly key. And Alabama hit on their marks, but I would like to see Favor Edwin certainly land up with the Alabama Crimson Tide. I like massive offensive linemen. I like massive offensive linemen that are athletic. Like we probably won't see another Evan Neal again. Remember when he was jumping up on those like 42-inch bags or whatever? I mean, that broke the internet. But I like, those guys that can come in and be super athletic and not be overweight. And I think, Caden Proctor was a guy that, he's had to shed a little bit of weight, but I think it's harder for these guys to add weight than it is to lose weight. I think that's what Jaheim Otis was talking about, the defensive lineman early this summer.
Yeah, and it's interesting you talk about the timing of offensive linemen, because this is something on my channel I talk about all the time. I mean, some of these guys like Casey Poe, for instance, he could have been blocking me on Fridays. You know what I mean? And like, that's not indicative of a top guy. Like if you go out there and on your film, you're manhandling someone like myself who's 5'11", 175 pounds, right? Like high school level, there is no baseline athleticism. So specifically with the offensive line, I'm never shocked when they come in and take time to develop, because the difference in size, speed, strength, technique required to succeed at the next level, it's exponentially different than at high school. I mean, you look at Caden Proctor, for instance, the kid is a true freshman who's going up against people who could have been in a college strength and conditioning room for 5 or even 6 years, depending if they redshirted and had a COVID year. I mean, it is no shock at all whenever offensive linemen take a long time. And I can't agree more with you about Elijah Pritchett. Him taking his name out the transfer portal was absolutely massive for Alabama for that depth and continuity going into next year. But Casey Poe is a guy that I am so happy Alabama sewed up in this class. I think he is a dude, and I think Bama fans are going to be very excited when he gets on campus and really starts making his impact felt.
Yeah, here's the board right now. As you guys know, the check mark, the green check mark indicates that the player has officially signed with the Alabama Crimson Tide. Be on live today, every single hour or as news happens. Big things to watch today at 12 p.m. Set your alarm as Edric Houston, who is currently committed to Ohio State, will make his final decision at 12 p.m. Central Time. And then you also have Kevin Riley, who's right in the backyard of beautiful Tuscaloosa, in Tuscaloosa County High School, which is in Northport, will announce at 1 p.m. So those are some key times that we are watching, along with Jaden Baugh, who is announcing at 5 p.m. And we will bring that to you. And then we also have Coach Saban today. So a lot of moving parts today. These are all, every time I mentioned time, it is Central Time. Okay. So our world is Central Time, even though I'm in Mountain Time, and Ty, you're on Central Time, but Bama is, so we're on the Bama universe. So everything that we do is Central Time when it comes to the show. Okay. So Ty, check this out. Today, you have 2 running backs that are making their final announcement, and you have Kevin Riley and you have Jaden Baugh, right? These 2 guys, Jaden Baugh just decommitted from Arkansas, and then Kevin Riley is still committed to Miami. With that said, what are you thinking from, and by the way, Peyton Woodyard has officially signed. What are you thinking about the running back position in terms of does Alabama need 2 running backs, and which running backs do you think are going to leave out? Because I think or like exit the program because Jason Roydell have a COVID year, so those guys could come back.
Man, I've been of the mindset in a while for Jason Roydell that they are two running backs that once they get to the NFL level, some NFL coach, some NFL GM is going to be over the moon with the draft pick they just got. I mean, ecstatic once they get those guys there. I think Alabama will try and take two running backs, Kyle, and it's just because historically, when we look, that seems to be the Nick Saban MO. If he has the ability to take more than one running back, he'll take more than one running back. And this is a crowded room. But to quote one of my favorite commercials ever made, whenever you ask which running back can we get, ¿por qué no los dos? Why don't we just go out and grab both of them, right? I mean, both of these guys are so skilled. And when we talk about Riley, he is lightning in a bottle. He can get out and get on the move so quick. When we talk about Jaden Baugh, this kid, Kyle, has got a skill set that's super unique. We talk about his physical attributes, but there are certain times you watch a player and you see his film and you're like, oh, so you understand the game of football. It's not just that you're good at the game of football, you understand football. This kid is in high school waiting for blocks to develop. Yep. That's an attribute that may sound boring, but if you really start diving into running back film, look at how many running backs just blow past their offensive linemen because they're like, well, the defense isn't going to catch me, but they'll catch you at the next level, right? And you're going to have to learn that at the next level. Jaden Baugh is outside the top 300, already showing he understands the game of football. And that to me makes him a super intriguing prospect. Plus his size, his style. If Alabama can sign both of them, I know it's a loaded room, but Alabama, I said this yesterday too, Alabama has proved, Kyle, to be a place where you can go for 1 year, go pro. And the interesting thing about Alabama is that they're not going to put a bunch of miles on your legs typically. And what do we know about the NFL? They're going to devalue the running back position, and the argument is always going to be usage. Oh, well, you got overused in college. One of the luxuries of Alabama is you're going to be in a running back by committee, meaning you will get experience, but you will not get used and abused, meaning you have fresh legs for the NFL. Look at Josh Jacobs.
Uh-huh. I think, well, first of all, everybody asking what EE means. So on the bottom right of this graphic, I kind of have a legend, if you will. So the target clearly means target. The check mark means that the player has officially signed. And then EE stands for early enrollment. And basically, if you're, and I get it, there's some people that understand what that is, and there's a lot of people that don't understand what that is. So I'll explain it real quick. So if the player has signed, like, remember the old days where like kids would stay in school till like May, and then you'd get out, and then the player would come in like June and July. That's not the case for like elite athletes anymore. So what happens now in school is these athletes are able to take care of their classes and be able to finish up high school by December and be able to early enroll at the University of Alabama. So currently Alabama has 9 players, 9 right now, that are already on campus practicing with the team in preparation for the Rose Bowl. Now, those particular players cannot play, and they cannot play in terms of the Rose Bowl, but they can participate, stay in the hotel room, be able to go through all the film and whatnot. So can you imagine finishing up your last game in high school, and then now on December 20th, you're in the film room for, like, for example, like Julian saying, right? Like, he's already working out with the quarterbacks. He's already breaking down film with Tommy Reese and Jalen Milroe and all the quarterbacks within that room. So those guys are early enrollees, and Alabama, I think, has 9 of them. I want to talk about Ryan Williams one more time, and maybe I should make a graphic that just kind of highlights it, but he's going to sign on February 9th. Now, a lot of things continue to be fluid with Ryan Williams' commitment, but he said that he's solid to Alabama. And look, Auburn is trying the full court press on every single thing. So he's one of the guys that will not sign today, but he will sign on February 9th. I think he said it's his birthday or something like that. And by the way, he was just named, what was it, the Max Preps Player of the Year. I mean, the guy has won like every single award, but that's kind of how the early enrollment works. And I think it's amazing to see these guys get in, because are they really freshmen by the time that they've been able to, by the time that August or September hits? Because think about this, okay? Let's just stick with let's go to Jalen Mbakwe, who's also an early enrollee freshman at the corner position. Okay, he comes in December. You get to go to bowl prep. You get to practice with the team. And in January and February, that's when the 4th quarter program starts. So the guys start to work out with Dave Ballou and the strength coach. Okay, so that's 2 more months. Now you're up to 3 months. Then you have spring ball in March and April. So can you imagine how advanced these guys are by that time? June and July is kind of on their own, or they go to different facilities to work out, and then in August they're back for fall camp. So man, it's almost like 6 months. So they're way ahead of these like normal freshmen. And Caleb Downs was the early enrollee. So was Justice Haynes. So was Caden Proctor. So you see all these guys being able to get all those months that is kind of in play. And Ty, what do you think about these early enrollees that are coming to Alabama?
I don't think that we can truly emphasize the value of early enrolling. And Kyle, it gets us into an uncomfortable conversation that we had not long ago. I mean, you just saw let's take a transfer portal guy, for instance, Malik Murphy. His team, the Texas Longhorns, are on the way to the college football playoffs, but he hits the transfer portal. Why? It's the same theory as these kids early enrolling. Because if he wants to be quarterback one, he has got to have those spring reps. You're not going to come in during fall camp and really try and push, right? Like, it's just not putting yourself in a place that's conducive to success. Much the same can be talked about for these early enrollee kids. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They are getting ahead of the curve. I contend this. If Keon Keeley and Yonze Pierre would have early enrolled, I think they would have seen the field some this year. But that's the difference between like learning in the fire and actually having learning period to where you get to the fire, you know what to do, as opposed to just like being thrown out there. I think the early, like Julian Sayin being there is huge. Caleb Odom being there is huge. I mean, I just cannot emphasize what a big win that is. Truly, early enrollee period is unbelievably big.
Yeah, I think so. That's why I want to kind of point out the early enrollee, because it's such a it's been happening, I guess, the last like 6 or 7 years. But what was interesting is when I first got here to Tuscaloosa, the early enrollees, there was like 6 or 7, something like that, and then it was like 13, then it was like 18. You know what I'm saying? So it continues to get bigger every single year. So yesterday, Ty, as you know, LT Overton joins his class. He's yet to sign. We're watching some other transfer portal targets in terms of Evan Stewart. Someone inside the comment box said, Stewart to Colorado. Look, anything's possible with Coach Prime now. So, I mean, that until I see like a final prediction, Coach Prime is in play for all of these guys. I could see that making sense, right? Evan Stewart going to Colorado. I mean, hooking up with them. It doesn't sound crazy to me, but
and Prime's got connections to North Texas. We got to remember that. I mean, he is really well thought of. I'm right here in Denton, Texas. Once again, shout out to Rudy's for allowing me to be here with all of you this morning. But I mean, he's from a hop, skip, and a jump from where I'm currently sitting, where he lived and prospered. I remember in high school, whenever we'd go play Salina, we'd drive right past Prime's house every year, right past it. And so, yeah, he is very well thought of here. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Now, that being said, I like Bama's chances better. But Kyle, I think you hit the nail on the head once again. You can't count out Coach Prime. Look at what he's done.
Hey, Ty, I think you just froze up on us. Is this true, Jeff, that they're saying Seton to flip to Oregon on ESPN?
There's some smoke.
Are you serious?
There's smoke.
What? So so to rewind on these, and now we're talking National Signing Day headlines. And again, we're waiting, every hour we will be live or as news happens. Let's consider this as news happens right now. So Jordan Seton, 5-star, who was I think like the original thought was it was between Alabama, Ohio State, and Tennessee, and that Tennessee had told Jordan Seton, look, whatever offer you get, NIL, we will like triple it. And then out of wherever left field, Colorado comes in, and Jordan Seton then ends up committing to to Colorado. Now people are saying on signing day that he could be able to flip to Oregon. Look, Oregon has they have so much money in terms of NIL. Look at the quarterbacks they just landed. They just landed 2 quarterbacks, Dylan Gabriel being one of them. So, I mean, Ty, does this, I guess this doesn't shock you. Nothing's going to shock us today, right, on signing day?
No, nothing's going to shock me. And Dan Lanning is a monster on this recruiting trail, guys. Like, it's so wild to me. We think about Oregon just had Mario Cristobal, and we know what a good recruiter Mario Cristobal is. Have they fallen out any on the trail? No. They got a first-year head coach in Dan Lanning who is recruiting at the same level Mario Cristobal was, which is unbelievable. But ladies and gentlemen, I do want to give a little bit of an update. Steve Wiltfong has dropped a Fong bomb. Yes, in the recruiting industry, you can be so good at what you do that we have an adjective for whenever you insert a prediction.
Yep.
Edric Houston has now been fonged to the Alabama Crimson Tide. So hopefully we get a big flip today. Love these trench updates, man. Jordan Seaton, Edric Houston, love the trench updates.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Whitfung, there's some of these guys that are, they are so dialed in. They're at the highest level, breaking these type of, commitments before they are, commitments or signees. And I mean, to hear that there's been a prediction or a forecast for Edric Houston to flip for Ohio State to Bama. I mean, what do you think's happening at, I guess, Georgia, at Ohio State? I mean, and that's another thing that we continue to talk about is it's amazing that Coach Saban continues to have, this sort of success and into the kind of the consistency, but you don't necessarily see that type of fallout here at Bama. And of course, you look, I think there was like 17 guys that hit the portal last year. I think a lot of those guys were honestly kind of processed, to be honest. And what I mean by that was like passed up. But I mean, man, losing a guy like Edric Houston on signing day to Alabama, I mean, what could potentially that mean? And of course, he is announcing his final decision at 12 p.m. If he goes live on Instagram or whatever, we'll be sure to bring that over here. But I mean, Whitfong doesn't miss often. So what does this mean to you, man, in terms of kind of the, the impact of what it could mean if Edric Houston 5-star commits to Bama?
Well, first off, I want to thank Adam in the chat. He says Tai is going to be a star. I hope he stays. Thank you, Adam. And I know you're talking about Ty Simpson, but I just had to take this opportunity to embellish. But in all seriousness, Kyle, I don't want to say this because I don't like talking about rumors, right? And this is going to be my opinion. This is me reading the tea leaves. I have no information on this, so I want to get that very clear. This is Tai Hayes reading tea leaves.
Okay.
When I first came on here, I told you about a defensive lineman that committed to USC over Ohio State. That guy was trending to Ohio State until he wasn't. And now Edric Houston flipping, and I understand Edric Houston, Bama, Freddie Roach. Like Freddie Roach can flip anybody. It's a reason why Saban sends him on the trail to anybody and everybody. But it also does make me ask the question, what's going on with Ohio State? Could we see Larry Johnson retire? I mean, if Larry Johnson is to retire, that guy is such an ace recruiter and coach for the Buckeyes along that defensive front. This is definitely something to watch. Watch Ohio State right now. And Kyle, to your point, whenever we talk about the greatness of Nick Saban, the winning, all of that will certainly be at the forefront. But his ability to adapt and stay on top has been unrivaled in my opinion, because yes, we can talk about previous coaches that have had reigns. College football has gone through so much rapid changes in the last decade, and Nick Saban has stayed at the forefront of all of them. And I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that or heard anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really amazing and really remarkable to see. I mean, all the new elements that continue to happen in the world of college football, and Coach Saban, still doing that at this type of level. Robin is like, man, I feel old. Just look, things are changing rapidly in this world of the Wild Wild West. And look, I think Chip Kelly came out and said yesterday that there has to be some sort of parameter set on NIL, because he's like, players are going to be transferring. This is what he said yesterday. Players are going to be transferring at halftime if they're losing. Well, this is happening. Like, these deals that are coming in are wild. Matthew was asking, who do you think is going to flip to Bama? As Ty was just saying, when you look to kind of the tea leaves and what people are saying, it looks like Edric Houston could be a guy who is a 5-star that flips from Ohio State today to Alabama. So we're watching that at 12 p.m. And then also Kevin Riley, who is committed to Miami. He's a running back, and it looks like he could commit to Alabama as well. So that would be 2 flips on signing day. And then I would be calling this a flip as well if Jaden Boff commits to Alabama, because he was just committed to Arkansas for a little bit of time. And if he's able to make that announcement as well. Now, Perry Thompson is another one. Perry Thompson will make his decision I will get that time. I'm going to find out that time. So Perry Thompson, does anybody inside chat know what time Perry Thompson is making his decision? So let me set the stage real quick. So you have Perry Thompson, who is an elite wide receiver down in Southern Alabama, or LA, Lower Alabama, as I like to say, that tweeted that it's been pretty much like all Auburn. Coach Saban did an in-home visit with him. So did Hugh Freeze. This was like 2 weeks ago. And then, he tweeted out a graphic that said on signing day it had Alabama and Auburn. LDM's been solid today. LDM, well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. You've been absolutely crushing it. Thanks for joining. So 10 a.m. Okay, so we're about 30 minutes out of Perry Thompson making his decision. All right, let me ask chat, okay, Ty, because chat knows. We know that, right? Like they know. Give me an emoji of an elephant if you think that Perry Thompson sticks with Alabama, and give me a tiger emoji if you think that he sticks with Auburn. Okay, does that make sense? So emoji flips to Alabama, or tiger if he sticks with Auburn. I mean, Steven's saying no chance that he comes to Bama. Matthew's saying an elephant. I mean, look, these in-state wars continue to take place, and a lot of it is because Hugh Freeze now has a lot of backing behind him, and that's Woodyard, coming in with all the type of money that you'd want. It looks like we're getting some elephants inside the comment box. Perry Thompson too, and we'll add that up to the headlines as well. But Perry Thompson, man, coming to Alabama would be a gigantic get for this class. Ty, let's talk about some of these in-state guys. I mean, Ryan Williams and Perry Thompson. This is some stuff that is major news in terms of the wide receiver weapons that the state. Alabama has some absolute players. Like this state, I get it. Like Georgia gets a lot of hype, and rightfully so. The players out of Georgia are amazing, but man, Alabama has some absolute players as well.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, you look at the top 3 wide receivers in the state of Alabama, and you'd be hard pressed to say they're not the best 3 receivers in the nation. When you're talking Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson, Ryan Williams, I mean, that's ridiculous for one state. And then if Jalen Mbakwe wanted to be a wide receiver, he'd be right up in there as well. The state of Alabama is absolutely slammed loaded. I did want to give a quick shout out real quick, Kyle. Joshua Ray in the comments, he says, what about Hampton? Aaron Hampton is another name to watch as a potential flip for Alabama, currently committed to the Texas Longhorns. They're recruiting him as a defensive back. The situation with Alabama is, I understand it, is a little bit more fluid. We are recruiting him as anything. Athlete, right? Offense, defense. We will see where the cards lay, and that fluidity may be big for Alabama. So another potential flip to watch out for is Aaron Hampton.
Aaron Hampton. All right. Thanks, Ty. I appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys being inside the comment box. We got 1,100 people watching the show. Definitely hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. So today I am joined by Tai Hayes, and we're going to have Coach Smook on today, maybe some other guests as well. Todd, I'd love to have you, kind of pop in and pop out throughout the day. But if you don't know Tai Hayes, he has Around the Sports Table on YouTube. Definitely go follow his content, subscribe to his channel. We continue to, he's actually, Ty, you're actually going to be subbing in for me on Thursday and Friday, right?
Yes, sir.
And so Ty will be, and I hope you get your internet restored or whatever it was going on.
I got someone already planned to come out at 3:00 today to come and fix it. So yeah, it's all.
Yeah, so Ty will be subbing in tomorrow on Thursday and on Friday. So definitely hit him up, right here on the channel. And the other thing that I was going to ask about is just Ty is also a part of Bleacher Report. So the Bleacher Report sports app, download it, and Ty has some really good coverage there as well. Ty, what are you thinking about Evan Stewart? When you look to kind of transfer portal targets, this guy was a target before he went to Texas A&M. You've seen the fallout at Texas A&M. You imagine, okay, Alabama doesn't get Perry Thompson, but could you imagine the slam dunk if Alabama was able to get Evan Stewart? What's your take on that?
I think, Kyle, Evan Stewart is one of the more skilled wide receivers I've gotten to see live. For those of you that know, for those of you that don't, I'm in North Texas. Evan Stewart was from right down the street, and I got to watch him at several of these events. And this was a different type of cat, right? I mean, this was the type of cat that would tell the defensive back the type of route he would run and still demolish the defensive back. I mean, he was wildly talented. I think if Alabama gets him, they might have sneakily one of the best wide receiving rooms in the nation. Because personally, Kyle, I already feel like this Alabama wide receiver room doesn't get the respect it deserves just because the offense kind of tried to find itself throughout the year and it's just now found itself. But when you really dive into the stats of these wide receivers, I mean, when you look at usage relative to yards, Alabama's stats are insane at the wide receiver position. For instance, Xavier Worthy at Texas is just shy of 1,000 yards. He has 71 receptions. When I look at the leading wide receiver for Bama, they're at like 33 receptions and they're at like 800 yards. Mm-hmm. Right. So just showing that usage is just wild. This Bama offense is continuing to find itself, and next year it's going to be dangerous. If there's Evan Stewart, Ryan Williams, Isaiah Bond, Jalen Hale.
Oh wow. My God. Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh, Matthew's also asking about Tristan Jernigan. So Tristan, that's another name. So Tristan Jernigan committed to Texas A&M. Do we have a time on Tristan Jernigan, chat? Can we get that as well? So Tristan Jernigan, and he's the guy who was tickling the ivories. And what I mean by that, he was playing the piano at Coach Saban's house, and Miss Terry was clearly blown away. And we uploaded that to YouTube Shorts. I think that was Tristan Jernigan's mom who posted that. What an amazing clip, right? So, he was on the keyboard. But long story short, Tristan Jernigan is a linebacker that is committed to Texas A&M that I think could also be on Flip Watch. So when you're talking about flips, my goodness, think about all these guys that could be flipped. I don't know how we're going to manage this graphic. What we might do is just slide up the headlines and then keep all the names coming in, because man, like all these check marks. And if you're new to the show, if you're just joining in, we're going to be live every hour on the hour. So 9 a.m., then 10 a.m., and then 11 a.m., or as news happens. So you can, if you have to go to a meeting, or you have to go have lunch, or you have to go pick up your kid or whatever as life, or you have to go to the gym, don't worry, we'll be streaming all day. And then what we'll do is we'll continue to update this graphic until all the check marks are in. So a green check mark means the player has sent his paperwork into the University of Alabama that he is officially in. As well. Perry Thompson signs at 10 a.m. Central Time. So we will keep you posted on that. Everything that I mentioned here is Central Time. So the Bama universe is Central Time. We go off Nick Saban's official clock. We will keep you posted on that. But when I mention the times, it's always Central Time because we work off Nick Saban's game day clock. What else are you kind of looking at on this big board now where you have, we have a bunch of check marks coming in now, Ty?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You just said we're working on Nick Saban's time, because a great recruiting journalist that I follow on Twitter does unbelievable work, but he covers Oklahoma. He just tweeted out ESD belongs to Nick Saban, and Nick Saban will once again remind you of that reality today. And the comments are just so hilarious. There are Thanos comments saying, "I am inevitable." Palpatine is a Sith Lord, and they're saying Master Saban about to dominate again. So it's just funny kind of gauging other college football fan bases, and even they are having this conversation where it's just like, okay, yeah, Saban's gonna win the day, but what are we gonna get outside of the Nick Saban show? Isn't that a testament to the greatness, Kyle, of Nick Saban? I mean, it's not even winning the games. It's not even adapting. It's on a day like this, you have blue blood programs, and there people are talking about, hey, you already know what Bama is going to do. Like that, to me, cannot be understated, what Nick Saban has built. And you hit the nail on the head again. We're on Nick Saban time.
Yeah, we're absolutely. So Nick Saban time is Central Time. So when you guys are asking about the times, it's Central Time. Okay, so we're looking for a signing time on Tristan Jernigan, if you guys have that as well. So we have Perry Thompson coming up at 10, and then we have Tristan Jernigan. Those are the two times that I'm looking for. I put a ticker at the bottom that kind of shows the guys that are coming in. So Perry Thompson at 10 a.m., Edric Houston, I need to update Edric Houston's name, at 12 p.m., and then Kevin Riley at 1 p.m. Now, things are looking pretty positive, for Edric Houston and for Kevin Riley. I don't know about Perry Thompson. I don't really make predictions. That's not really my place. But I don't know, man. These Auburn has, Hugh Freeze has something going on. And people are always like, why do you refer to him as the boogeyman? Because he is. He's got things going. He's played, look, anybody that can play Nick Saban close, 3 out of 5 times is scary to me. And that last game against Auburn, that was scary. I mean, that was everyone was on the edge of their seats. He has all the NIL money, and clearly, he's going to get guys. I wonder what quarterback that he's going to get. Ty, when you look to the transfer portal, I mean, what quarterbacks have kind of stood out. And the reason I ask you about the quarterback position in terms of the transfer portal is because Alabama has a loaded room of quarterbacks. People are always going to talk about the Alabama quarterback room, and think about the Alabama quarterback room now. Can you imagine being kind of wedged in the quarterback room? Jeff, Mbakwe signs at 10 a.m. as well, and he's a 100% solid commitment. But with the quarterback, so you have Jalen Milroe, right? Returning Heisman favorite, about to go on an absolute tear in the playoffs. Finished 6th in the Heisman. Now the odds-on favorite to win the Heisman next year. And then you just got in Julian Sain, the number 1 quarterback, the 5-star, who's going to be an early enrollee. And then you also have guys that are also in that quarterback room. You have Ty Simpson, right? You also have Dylan Lonergan, who's an absolute ball. You have Eli Holstein, who we haven't even really had to see opportunities of. I mean, so Alabama has a really solid room of quarterbacks, and I don't know if guys are going to transfer out. I would imagine that somebody does from this room. I think it's going to happen. I don't have any inside scoop on that. If I did, I'll bring that here. But to me, the writing's on the wall. But Ty, before I ask you about the Alabama quarterback room, which transfer portal quarterback has really, kind of made waves to you? I mean, for me, like it's all about this NIL money. I mean, Dylan Gabriel going from Oklahoma out to Oregon. Clearly, it's about money. You have Kyle McCord, who was going to go to Nebraska. Now he ended up at Syracuse. That was a weird one. And then you also have Dylan Raiola, who just flipped from Georgia going to Nebraska. What do you think about, kind of the moving parts of the quarterback position, specifically at the transfer portal level?
Man, if I was Hugh Freeze, I would full court press a quarterback like Cam Ward. Because the thing with Hugh Freeze is he typically has a quarterback that has a little bit of a mobility to them. And right now in the transfer portal, I just don't think you have an abundance of guys that have that mobility with them. Now, that being said, if you did want to go with more of a pocket guy, Le Champion down in the comments has a great one. Malik Murphy, that guy has got a cannon. And somebody is going to get an unbelievable quarterback with him. When you talk to the Texas people, they speak so highly of him. Right? Like they speak so highly of him, not only in terms of his athletic ability, but him as a person, his character. They just say he is an ace human being. And so I really hope he ends up somewhere positive and he gets to showcase what he does. As far as Alabama is concerned, I think it's probable someone hits the transfer portal. I don't know who, but that just kind of seems to be the nature of where we are in college football. And to be honest, I can't necessarily say that I blame them. I mean, when you look at all the talented quarterbacks Alabama has in that room, there's a lot of guys that could contribute. And I mean, contribute soon elsewhere. But that being said, there's a lot of guys that if they wait their turn, they could have their opportunity at being the next Alabama quarterback that wins a national championship. So it's one of those things where you have to play the patient game and you have to embrace the process. Luckily, I think Alabama has been phenomenal at getting guys that do just that. Julian Sayin, for instance, someone in one of the group chats I'm in, they made a good point. They asked the question, did he even really entertain other visits once he committed to Bama? I mean, I know he had the one where he went to Miami and basically laughed at them for saying oh, look at our nightlife. That type of mentality is rare, and that's what Alabama has got at the quarterback position. So Bama's quarterback room is incredible. The national stage is a little bit interesting, right? Because you got Florida State, Miami, Auburn, all pushing for some transfer portal quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the quarterback position is clearly, something to watch. And Ace been there before. I said that Walter Nolan has been committed to Ole Miss, and somebody inside the comment box asked, "Why aren't we talking about Walter Nolan?" Well, that was a big get for Ole Miss, and I think Lane Kiffin is he's been doing a pretty good job in the transfer portal as well. I mean, right? I mean, Kiffin's been he's been doing his thing. I know he has probably I don't know how much money each of these programs has in terms of the NIL type stuff, but getting Walter Nolan is certainly going to bolster up that defense, and something that Ole Miss had to do. I mean, you look at Ole Miss, what they were able to do this year, losing games to just Georgia and Alabama. I mean, he clearly is on the right track. I think he's outgrown Ole Miss. I say that, then he just signs an extension to 2028. So I mean, doesn't that line up with Coach Saban's contract? I think that lines up with Coach Saban's contract. So I love it. He's so smart. He's like, I'll just be here until maybe the GOAT, steps aside one day. Because I think there's a large majority of people that would still love for Lane to be the head football coach here at Alabama. Okay, so Tristan Jernigan, is going to announce his decision on the 22nd. So he is not signing today. That is the 22nd. So that is in a couple more days, and we will keep you posted as that happens. But as you can see, I put a ticker at the bottom of the screen. Perry Thompson at 10 a.m. Central Time. Edric Houston at 12 p.m. Central Time. And as everybody is saying, including Tai Hayes, Steve Fong of 24/7 has just picked Edric Houston to flip from Ohio State to Alabama. Kevin Riley at 1 p.m. Kevin Riley is currently committed to Miami. There's a couple other guys that we are watching today. Avery Hampton is as well. Do we have a time on? Did we get a time on Hampton? Ty, we got a lot of moving parts here. I just want to make sure this is organized.
I'll look it up right now.
Is there a time? LDM, help us out with Avery Hampton. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. I don't know. I mean, this getting Perry Thompson would be monumental as well. I don't know if I see it, And look, the photos that he tweets out. I mean, he had a little bit bigger smile with Hugh Freeze, but I think you add him to this mix of wide receivers. You come on in and you play, and these are the ride out mentality is back. John is saying Perry Thompson going to Auburn. I feel that way as well. And look, they're going to get theirs. Alabama's going to get theirs. I would hate it if Ryan Williams goes to Auburn as well, because that would be terrible. But I think Alabama will be able to pull it out by the time Ryan Williams signed, which will be on February 9th. So we are, those are the things that we're watching. And kind of also, Ty, another thing that I wanted to ask you about as we continue to talk about signing day and kind of all the moving parts that are going with it. Georgia currently still, I think, #1 in this recruiting class, but there's been so much fallout at Georgia. It's been crazy. And now that Georgia, is, among one of the elites in college football, they're always going to get that notoriety of every time someone hits the portal. But a lot of names, I mean, you're having like former 5-stars that have hit the portal and going other places. Same with USC. My goodness, the names going out of there in Ohio State. I mean, what's kind of your take? Let's start with Georgia.
I think that Georgia is one to watch, and I think there's a path for Alabama to pass Georgia. And the team that will assist is actually Ohio State. Because if Edric Houston flips from Ohio State, that's yet another 5-star for Alabama, giving them 4 5-stars. Then you could have a potential where they sign both Baugh and Kevin Riley. Kevin Riley's a top 100 prospect in the nation right then and there. And then if Evan Stewart adds into this class, I mean, in terms of a totality, it's going to be hard to not have Alabama #1. When we look at Georgia's class, I have to ask myself the question of okay, who are the potential flips? And one thing we do need to understand, they're trying to KJ Bolden real hard right now. And if I'm not mistaken, Wilt Fong said something earlier that he thinks KJ Bolden could flip from FSU to Georgia, which would only help Georgia. When I'm looking at Georgia, I think they feel good about the class they have. They've been able to get 27 guys in this class. They feel like they have the numbers to be able to try and sustain some losses. They already have 7 or 20 guys who have signed letters of intent. They only have 7 who don't. So I don't know if Georgia's just going to have an exodus in their recruiting class, but I do think Bama could still pass them with the assist of Ohio State having the exodus. Ohio State, ladies and gentlemen, watch Columbus right now. Something is happening, and where there's smoke, there's fire.
Why do you think that? I mean, I don't think we were ever able to solve this. Why did and again, Perry Thompson will make his decision at 10 a.m. We're watching his Instagram channel right now, and if he does start to go live on his Instagram, we'll bring that right here to the channel. Why do you think Kyle McCord left? I mean, has anybody completely solved that? And I mean, think about this. You're right. Something certainly happened for him to want to go to Nebraska. No disrespect to our great fans in Lincoln, but I mean, that would have been a much better place to land up than Syracuse, in my opinion.
Yeah, and look, I think one of the things with Kyle McCord that's interesting, from the little knowledge I have on Ohio State, that coaching staff, from my understanding, Kyle, was split the whole year as to who was the guy. Is it Devin Brown? Is it Kyle McCord? Devin Brown, as I understand it, has a little bit more mobility, which could, in theory, factor into a little bit more fluidity within the Ryan Day offense. But I have no idea. Out of all of the transfers that have happened thus far, that's the most head-scratching to me, is Kyle McCord out of Ohio State. Because Kyle, just like a few years ago when we talked about Lincoln Riley just leaving Oklahoma in the dead of the night, players and coaches, there are certain schools out there where you just don't see that happen to them, right? Some of those see a starting quarterback in the middle of the night dip. Like that's not and yeah, you're 100% right. Something's going on there.
Yeah, you're getting I think are you at Rudy's Barbecue? Is that where you're at?
Yeah, I'm at Rudy's Barbecue.
Okay, so Rudy's Barbecue, and I asked that because like I don't think that it goes past Texas. Is there a Rudy's Barbecue in like Louisiana, for example, or Miss? I don't think so, right? Because the barbecue, and I asked that because I'm now I'm in New Mexico visiting family, and Rudy's Barbecue it exists here in Albuquerque, and there's actually one in El Paso as well, going past Las Cruces. But I've never ever seen one, when I've been traveling through Louisiana or Mississippi. But I like the barbecue, to be honest. I mean, it's a pretty good barbecue, and I'm now that we have let's see if we can get this Perry Thompson, and if Perry Thompson is live, I'll be able to bring that to you guys right here on the on our channel. So just give me 1 second. Here we go. One second, fam.
Yeah, it was kind of a hectic morning. I was calling hotels.
All right, here's Perry Thompson. They gotta turn the phone, but this is the best we have for Perry Thompson. This is all live. So here's Perry Thompson. I'm gonna minimize us, and hopefully somebody rotates the screen.
Oh, I'm on live. What is it? Oh, I gotta show you a video, bro.
Oh, there we go.
All right, there you go. All right, Sam, if you're just joining us, and if you can hear me, this is Perry Thompson, his Instagram account. Go follow him. He's about to decide today between Alabama and Auburn. This is news as it's happening, and definitely go support these young men, whether you're an Auburn fan or Alabama fan, because the more Instagram followers that they have, the better the NIL deals that they can have. So this is his NIL channel, and you're watching news as it happens.
I'm on his live. I'm on his live. Chill. Oh, yeah. I don't know. 1,000 times. That's what I'm saying.
Call me crazy, but I think it was just like there was a little je ne sais quoi whenever they had this phone turned, right? It just added a little spice to this whole signing day, having that camera turned. It made us really work for it. A little disappointed they fixed it.
Yeah, I know, right? I like it. I like it. Goes well with all the drama, and you guys can hear us in the background. It's me, Tai Hayes, and Kyle Henderson. No, let me see.
Yeah. I was wondering what was going. You told to be on it. I was there. Yo, I'm gonna show you. Hey, we're gonna do a request. I want to do a request. What? Mm-hmm. What'd you say? What'd you say? Brady, what'd you say? What'd he say? I don't know what he said. Huh? I'm a type go Lions. Oh man. That's your Arnez takeover. What'd you say? You know what I'm saying? You look at me family anymore. Oh my god. Go. What'd you say? Bro, look, I thought it was starting. Perry, I'm on Perry's. You know, you gotta rack the views up. So, you want to show y'all? He said, no. Make me seem like I'm a fan, bro. Make me seem like I'm a fan. Okay, look, people don't know that, bro. Make me seem like I'm just going live. Cause I'm a fan. Oh, they heard me. 2,676. Cause they said I'm a fan. You know, Seth and like Jason said I'm a fan, bro. He said stop moving. Hey, D.Y. To Marcus. To Marcus in here, bro. He said stop moving the phone, bro. Ew. Oh my god, bro. Hell. Yeah, bullshit. Womp womp. Bullshit, bro. Stop, bro. Stop. I'm gonna show you on live.
Oh, here we go. We're back to the power angle.
Come, bro. Everybody on my head in the comments, bro. Oh god. They said get the right angles and shit.
Let me get you.
They said go back to the other
Sit in the
angle.
front. Sit in the front. That camera go.
Bullshit.
Yeah, give it a go.
Can I see it? I'm on live. I'm on this live. Cause they on my head, bro. It said flip the camera. God. Oh God, they jaking on me, bro.
We got about 4 minutes here. There's plenty of seats up here.
Oh,
If anybody
in the
want to
comments.
sit down, there's plenty of seats up
Look
here.
at it. They tanking on me. They said get the views right. And they're like, I'm shaking. 3,000. They said it's so freezing. He's shaking. They said I'm shaking the phone. Chill, bro. Oh no. They jaking on me, bro. They told me to get an interview. Bro, they said cameraman reveal. They said cameraman reveal.
All right, well, it's 10 o'clock. We'll go ahead and get started. First off, welcome to Foley High School from my administration and principal, Ms. Jessica Webb, and all our administrative staff. I want to say thank you for being here. It's an opportunity for us to recognize our student athletes that are signing today on the early signing period, and we want to make sure that we get an opportunity to be recognized, and we're excited for their endeavors, their future endeavors at the college of their choices. First off, we'll start off with Logan Jolenbeck. Logan is a career 80% grade blocker for us. He had 146 knockdowns over his career with 27 pancakes, and he had 1.5 sacks allowed in 40 games, which is outstanding. He's a 4-time All-County, 2-time All-Coastal, 2-time All-State, which is a really, really high accolade for an offensive lineman, and we're really proud of the way he's developed. We're proud of the young man he's become. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Logan Jolenbeck.
For the next 4 years, I'll be signing with South Alabama.
We want to say congratulations to Logan signing with the University of South Alabama for the next 4 years. We look forward to all the great things he's going to do there in the future. So congratulations, Logan. Next up, we have Perry Thompson. Over his career, we got 3 different levels of career stats for passing. He's 6 or 7 for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. As a rusher, he has 27 rushes for 112 yards and 1 touchdown. And receiving, he had 219 catches for 2,785 yards over his career, with 24 touchdowns total in his career. He's a 3-time All-State, 2-time All-Coastal, 2-time All-State, and numerous county and local awards that were too many to name. But we're excited for Perry and his future. Perry is right now about to make his decision. I'm going to pass the mic over to him.
Just start off, I want to thank everybody coming out, family. Thanks my coaches all 4 years. Helping me get to this point in my life. Just want to thank everybody. And for the next 3 to 4 years, I'm taking my talents to Thank you.
We're excited for Perry.
All right. You guys saw Perry Thompson ends up sticking with his commitment. It was kind of a troll for the long time. We'll go ahead and bring in Coach Smook as well. Coach Smook, what's up, man? Appreciate you joining in. Coach,
What's
I think
going
you're
on,
muted.
fellas? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're doing well, man. You're coming in well. All right, there's our full screen board right there. I'll get that full screen. But long story short, Perry Thompson commits and signs eventually with Auburn. I think we all saw that coming, but I mean, it was kind of a troll leading up. And you know what the tail sign to me was? This is crazy, but honestly, I felt like the photo that was tweeted out between him and Saban and him and Hugh Freeze basically told us every single thing about him in terms of like where he was going to go. Now, of course, we wish him the best at Auburn, and that's, that was his decision and going forward. But I think, when you look to, kind of that photo, I think Saban did everything that they could. I mean, I like the fact that he made a last in-home visit, but is this a huge miss for Alabama? I don't think so, but it would be nice to have a five-star elite talent like Perry Thompson. Smook, what's your thought without hating on the kid?
I've always been a fan of this kid. Just not the energy he brings. With all the extra. We saw a lot of that coming in with like the guys like Ajayi Hall in the past, and I just that's the kind of vibe I was getting from him. But on the field, the talent is there. I mean, the kid is second to none. But you compare him into what we do have coming in: Ryan Williams, Jameer Grimsley. Rico Scott, guys like that, man. It's kind of like you don't miss by not having Perry Thompson. But Auburn got a dog at wide receiver. I don't care what y'all say about his social media presence or however he handled his business leading up to this signing. The kid is a dog, can high point the football, deep threat, strong and aggressive on the pass, can get you the yards after catch. I mean, just a ball player. And I mean, playing in Hugh Freeze offense, he might be that first one that actually go there and do something. Hugh Freeze knows how to get wide receivers in position. If he can get a solid quarterback, Perry Thompson going to have a good career over there at Auburn.
Ty, what's your thoughts, man? I mean, Perry Thompson. I mean, look, a lot of things is going to happen in terms of the flips, and that's why I kind of kept even the camera on Perry Thompson up until he finally started signing paperwork, because we've seen crazy things happen to where they take off one shirt, then they take off another. I mean, this is just kind of the world of it. But not a huge loss for Alabama, but I'm sure they would have loved to have him, and that's the way it goes sometimes. But overall, I think still Alabama's going to land up at the number one spot in the recruiting rankings, and you look at Alabama's depth chart, and I wonder if this was kind of a play into Perry Thompson in terms of you look to the wide receivers that are coming back for Alabama. We don't know the future of Jermaine Burton. Obviously, I think a lot of us feel he's going to go to the NFL. You look to the fact that Malik Benson's coming back. You look to the fact that Evan Stewart now in the transfer portal. You look to the fact that you have three sophomores, Kendrick Block, Kobe Prentice, and Isaiah Bond coming back, right? You have Jalen Hell, who completely balled out. You have a couple guys that have been signed in, Brian Williams as well. So maybe it was kind of a, you look at the depth chart. So, what do you think on that, Ty?
Yeah, and I remember the last time we were on here, we were talking about the wide receivers that Alabama was already in the process of signing in this recruiting class. And when we look at it like that, I mean, the wide receivers they've been able to acquire in this recruiting class are fantastic. And pushing for Evan Stewart. Listen, you'd love to have a Perry Thompson, but at the end of the day, Auburn's going to get theirs as well, right? And they have a competitive NIL program. Hugh Freeze is there. He's given them something to be excited for. And whenever we have all those things come together, it's going to lend itself to success in recruiting. So Perry Thompson, huge win for the Auburn Tigers. It's going to be interesting to see the long-term effects he has in terms of positivity for that team. But for Alabama, I think transitioning, looking at an Evan Stewart, that's going to be where we go. But if we just look at the recruiting class they have, I mean, when you talk about Ryan Williams, when you talk about Jefferson, when you talk about these guys, it's just wild to see the talent currently there.
Smook, what's your take? I know you're new, just joining in here at these at the top of the hour. Todd, do you want to take a break and then come back as we have Edric Houston? How you feeling, man? You feeling good? And you want to take off? You want to chill with Smook for a little bit? What's your take?
Yeah,
man?
I'm good to chill here just because having no internet really threw a wrench in my plan. I was planning to run a live stream on my channel too, and I just kind of don't know how all that's going to go now that I'm kind of out of the house and in a barbecue joint.
All right. Well then, since Smook just got on, I'm gonna step away for a minute. You guys want to fly the plane for a minute?
Let's do it.
All right, man. I'll catch you guys back. We're gonna keep updating the graphic, and you got Coach Smook and Tai Hayes.
Yeah. Well, looking
What's
at
up,
this,
man?
nothing much, man. I called every hotel in Denton. I had one place quote me $200 to come in and use one of their conference rooms. Granted, rooms there for the night were $110. And so I was like, so it'd be cheaper for me just to get a room? And they were like, yeah. So I called Rudy's and they were like, oh, well, you can come up here. So shout out to Rudy's Barbecue. If y'all are ever in Denton, Texas, or anywhere with a Rudy's Barbecue, be sure to step in because they saved me in a pickle today. And now I'm here.
Yes, look, and glad to have you, man. I'm glad to be here because I was just looking at all the things that's been developing as far as recruiting, signing day, early signing day. This has become like a primary day in as far as college football in the calendar year, and to have so much focus on recruits in the midst of all the college football playoff chaos, all the ranking chaos, all the debates. This day literally captures the attention of all of college football and the way it's grown over the years, man. It's changed so much in the past 10 years, man. It's almost unrecognizable to see how these players, these high school kids can affect and the whole emotion of a fan base, whole emotions of opposing fan base. It's awesome to see it, but I'm here for it, man. I love to see it, brother. I love to see it.
I'll tell y'all what. I said this earlier in the show. Something is going on at Ohio State right now. As we are currently sitting here, Jeremiah McClellan, top-rated wide receiver, he has flipped from Ohio State to Oregon. I'm also hearing smoke about Jeremiah Smith. I received some text messages this morning that there are people really pushing for Jeremiah Smith. Connor Stallions is down in the chat. He's probably the one relaying all the information.
Yeah, baby.
And look, he's doing it flawlessly.
Connor Stallions showing up in true fashion, baby.
I love that. Fashion. I love that. Every time he comes around, he cracks me up.
Yes.
This guy is so funny, man. His comments are going to send me all day today. Glad everybody is in here. And Connor Stallions joins us, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only.
Yeah, man. But to see your point, man, something is going on, not only in Ohio State, man, but Georgia is losing a lot of guys that, in my mind, and a lot of Georgia fans' mind, who's can be objective or however you want to call it. They're losing a lot of guys who were set to kind of step into the one role, the 1A role next season to get those 1A looks. Kind of like some of the questions we were asking when Pritchett chose to make the announcement that he was going into the portal, and then you saw how quickly he came back. And I think I shared a lot of the same thoughts. A lot of panelists, especially the panelists on this side, about a lot of us projected him to be next in line to at least get a look at the right tackle spot as the next year or whatever position. But why he was in the portal, and I'm looking at a lot of the guys at Georgia that's entering. I'm wondering what's happening over there. Is it really people chasing money, like a lot of fans like to try to allude to so quickly, or is it guys really just going into a program with blinded or misguided goals or misguided projections, meaning there's one coach saying one thing, but then when the season starts and things are hitting everything's hitting the fire, you have to go with what and you don't see a lot of freshmen ready for those moments at programs like Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, so I wonder if that's what's a little bit going on in all the programs, or is it guys really just chasing the NIL? I'm not sure, man, but
if chat, if you will allow me to get a little bit psychological, a little bit philosophical here, I think there is something to this, right? Because whenever you talk about a lot of the guys that we're referencing, right? Because we're talking about Ohio State, we're talking about Alabama, we're talking about Georgia. I mean, you look at the guys they're recruiting, these are blue chip guys. Even the 3-stars that Georgia, Ohio State, Bama get, these people know how to evaluate. So a 3-star that Nick Saban says, I want that guy, that's not a typical 3-star, right? Josh Jacobs was a 3-star that Nick Saban said, get me him. That guy should have been a 5-star. Let's keep it all a buck, right? Josh Jacobs, if y'all go back right now and watch his highlight film from high school, it is ridiculous how talented he was. There was no excuse for him to be a 2-star, a 3-star. Here's why I bring that up, Smook. Because of the caliber of athlete Alabama is getting. I mean, you're talking about some of the top 100, top 200, top 300 players in all of high school football. These guys in the social media age, not only are they accustomed to being the best in their town, just because like naturally that's kind of always what's happened, but now you think about the effects on social media. And social media kind of has everybody thinking that they're hyper important. Well, now just imagine you're the number 3 guy in the nation at your position in the social media era. Now all of a sudden, like everything is inflated exponentially so. And I wonder if there's like, and once again, I'm not a doctor, so this is just Tai being an idiot, but I wonder if there's like some psychological thing where it's like there's so much ego and pride built up, right? It's like, oh, well, now I've come to a place where I'm a guy amongst a bunch of dudes, where before my whole life, I've only ever been a dude, and social media has reinforced that I am a dude. And now all of a sudden I'm one of many. I can imagine that's a tough transition to make. And I can imagine social media hasn't made it any easier. And the only reason I bring up social media is it does seem to be like a parallel, right? Like correlation doesn't equal causation. But as time has gone on, we've seen this more and more. And I think the transfer portal obviously allows for it. But I wonder if like there is something to some of the effects of like social media and what it can create, right? I mean,
Right.
You look at you and I, Smook, we try and utilize it positively, but even then, I mean, we're sitting here talking about recruits. You know what I
Right.
mean? We're talking about how talented Ryan Williams is. We're talking about how talented Julian Sayin is. Like all of this is a part of what I'm talking about. So it's just an interesting conversation to have. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
that's just me being dumb. I apologize.
No, I mean, and that's why I like to hear things I like to dive into when we talk about, because a lot of people just look at these kids' talent and what they do on the field, but I'm privileged enough to be able to be from a lot of the areas where not a lot of I can't speak for a lot of other fan bases, but where Alabama has been getting a lot of its bread and butter from. I'm privileged to have connects to guys like you, guys like Dan James, guys like Sean from Huntsville. I mean, and other names that, are floating around when it comes to Alabama football. But then to have guys like, Rodarius Morgan coming out of Central Phoenix City. That I graduated from Central Phoenix City. Isaiah Faga, I know his family, not him personally, but his family, coming from their area, military family, things of that nature. To be able to be connected and to see some of the, like, I see Coach Sean in the chat. Shout out to Coach Sean in the chat, man. One of the coaches here on Bama YouTube. We call ourselves the coaches of Bama YouTube. But Will Sanders just signed our update. Okay, bet. We did just get that Brookwood, the interior offensive lineman out of Brookwood, Alabama. Will Sanders. I guess he just signed. We getting the graphic up here, going to get some updates on his signing, see if any extra news coming around him. But yeah, man, just being connected, having some type of serious connection and be able to read past the narratives. You can get a more in-depth look at the type of player, the type of character that this young man is and what he's raised around. Because even though they're at the same school, they're from two different sides of the town. One side is not as tough as the other. So you're going to have different mentalities and different reasons of why you're coming to Alabama. And the fact that Coach Saban can still connect and his staff can still connect with both sides of the track, the silver spoon and the out the mud kids. Like, that's what I'm seeing with this Alabama staff that continues to just give me confidence every year around this time of year. When we're talking about going to get key guys, we start getting into learning who they are, where they come from, the areas they come from. Not everybody want to be a product of their environment, and not everybody wants to take the easy way out. So that's why you got quality 3-stars, not guys riding off their name like Dre Kirkpatrick, but guys that want to come and continue, not just continue the legacy, but to put a stamp on on what he can do as a Kirkpatrick. You know, it's good to have quality guys like Ionoda who just commit because they want to work hard. You know, I'm excited about this class, Ty. This is one of those classes that, you know, if they stick around for 2 years together, no transfer portal news, and I mean, you talking about 1B players, starters, readies by year 2. You know, 1B, like I said, first group 1B, those type of players, it's going to be deep out there 24, 25.
I got a question for everybody watching. So I need to see chat go just absolutely insane right now. We love every player that is committed to this Tide class because I think, Smook, you hit the nail on the head, man. Like, this is the mentality is different. But, ladies and gentlemen, I want to know which player that has already signed. So which of these players that have a green check, Connor Stallions is still sending me Smook. This guy he knows how to tickle me to my core. Like, everything he says is funny to me, and I don't know why. But he's just like a comedic genius to me, and I just don't get why. But for everybody in chat, if you see a guy with a green check mark, I want to know if the guy you're most excited that has already signed with Alabama. I'm going to go out on a limb, Smook, before I pass it to you. I know a lot of people are expecting me to say Julian Sayin, and I am that close. But there's a name I don't feel like has gotten the press that he deserves. And that's why I'm going to go with a different one. Justin Okoronkwo, this inside linebacker from Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, throw out the stars by his name. The young man just started playing the game of football and is going to be a problem child. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. The same group he's with produces Division I players. Like, Justin Okoronkwo has all the ability. The only thing he lacks is experience, and he is going to get some of the best coaching in all of college football. So Justin Okoronkwo is going to be mine. We see a lot of people saying Odom, Will Sanders, Dre Kirkpatrick, Smook. Who are you going to pick?
Before I even make my pick, I was looking at this guy's film probably
Nuts,
3 weeks
isn't it?
ago. And it's people be like, he's playing overseas, this, that, and the third. Sometimes athletic ability and pure talent is just what it is, no matter who you put it up against. And I feel like that kid, if he would have got a year in 7A Georgia football, 6A, 7A Alabama football, went out west and played prep school ball in Cali, or went to Texas and played any classification, he still would have had just as of a productive year. Maybe not that sizable amount of numbers because you're going to be on the field with other D1 guys, but he is that guy. And to be 6'3", 215, no, you know he's not in the program. What's that?
He runs a 4.4.
That's what I'm saying. And he hasn't been put in, you know, he hasn't been privy to the extensive outside developmental training and weight room concepts and dieting and all that stuff. Wait till he gets to Bama. And he's not going to be a rush project. He's going to be one of those guys that's able to get on special teams early. He's going to get out there and probably be a rotational guy his second year. And third year, I mean, it's just one of them things, man. You know, especially if he gets at that inside line, at that Mike linebacker spot, he might be what we expected Toa to come in and be from Tennessee. That's the way I see him play. He plays like Tennessee Toa, the way he just is all over the field, the speed, his way to dissect the ball, his see ball, get ball mentality. I love it, man. So I definitely agree with you. Get him up to about 235, 240. When he's ready to see the field like
he's gonna be a special team demon, Smook, like demon.
He put me in the mind of Keith Holcomb and Dylan Lee, like the way he just plays, not necessarily his skill, but the way he plays, the mentality, the fire he plays with. But if I had to go with somebody that I'm excited about, man, and you know, you said a lot of the big name guys, but I'm gonna have to go. I usually don't jump on the defensive side. But Dre Kirkpatrick coming in, man, is just something special to me. And this is, you know, past on the field stuff. This is like just to know that you're coming into a situation. We saw Bo Nix going to Auburn, and I think he handled his time at Auburn about as good as you could get from a 17, because he did go in early. So he was 17 when he was stepped on campus. You know, age 17 through 20. You deal with that type of pressure to come in and deal with that. I think he handled it just as good as you would expect. I think Drake Kirkpatrick comes in with a different mindset, though, because of the staff that he has surrounding him and the players around him. He's not going to be forced into a starting role and have to produce and do all these things. If you go look at senior didn't start his first year at Bama. He got on the field his sophomore year and just looked like he had been starting forever. And I think that's what his mindset is. I'm excited about him. I'm excited to see the development. You see he has a 3-star rating, but overall, man, this kid is easily, could be 4-star, close to 5. I mean, to me, he looks better than Kool-Aid did coming out of high school, and
Tough.
I mean, just as a corner, Kool-Aid had the offensive side, the punt return stuff.
Yeah.
But corner, the way this guy plays the ball, the way he's in phase, I mean, and I think it's the size that doesn't get him a lot of the looks, but he's going to put on the right amount of weight. He's got the height, the speed. I just can't wait to see his development, man.
Well, you look at his stats from the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game. I mean, that kid, you want to talk about Alabama commits shutting down a game, right? You went from the state championship game where Jalen Mbakwe and Ryan Williams put on an absolute – I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. All 8 touchdowns in the game were scored by those two.
Yep.
All of them. Everything was done by those two. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Like, genuinely, I don't think I've ever heard of that. And then we go into the Alabama-Mississippi State All-Star game where Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., if I'm not mistaken, didn't he have an interception? He caused a fumble, multiple pass breakups. He recovered a fumble, and he blocked a kick. I mean, he did it all. He is, once again, ladies and gentlemen, I've said this before, when you see a 3-star next to a guy that Nick Saban has vetted, it's not a 3-star. It's not. Nick Saban and staff, they have their own rankings, right? So what is a 3-star to any of these services, that might be a 5-star in Nick Saban's eyes. Like, they do their own rankings, and that's why he hits at such a high rate. I understand, yes, Alabama will lose people to the transfer portal. Name me a team that doesn't. Look at the guys that Alabama puts into the league. Smook, did you know this? This is wild to me. Did you know that Alabama, this NFL season alone, has broken the record for active players in the league, the most active players in the league, more than once? Like with A.J. McCarron getting signed to Cincinnati, they broke it again after they'd already broken it earlier this season. That's a test of what we're talking about here, the recruiting, all of that.
And that's why I'm quick to say, jump in the debate about dynasties. Kirby Smart is on the right track, but you can't even compare what any coach is doing right now, currently coaching in college football, to what Nick Saban has been doing for the past 16, 17 years now. It's never been done at this rate, man. And to continue to where the game of football has changed so many times in the past 20 years. If you think back to how guys were suiting up in 2000 and how guys are suiting up in the 2020, and then you go back and you don't see much difference from 90 to 2000 or 80 to 90. You know what I'm saying? But or 80 to 2000. You don't see much change. You saw the equipment start to look better, but other than that, football was really steady for 20 years. This past 20 years, it's been the most change in advancement, technology. Everything has played a factor in it. And you have one coach that continues to either be at the top or he's in the conversation is why he's not at the top. And that's just a testament. And it all starts and begins in mentality. But really, when it's talking about personnel and what you're putting out as a product, it starts in recruiting. To be able to see what guys have in them. And you've seen guys come to Alabama and end up leaving because they just got behind the power curve. Alvin Kamara came to Alabama, couldn't get the look, goes to Tennessee, boom. He's in the NFL, one of your top running backs for probably 3 or 4 seasons in a row at one point. Who else can I say that about that came to Alabama? Jalen Hurts had to come to Alabama, led us to a national championship, all that good stuff. SEC Player of the Year, all of those great things. Left Alabama, went to Oklahoma, blew up even more, goes to the NFL, one of your top quarterbacks in NFL MVP talks right now. So
Drew Sanders. I mean, he hasn't made his NFL debut yet, but he was phenomenal
at Arkansas. I mean, everything. Even you go back and look at guys like anything that comes from Alabama is a high commodity. Ajayi Hall, when he hit the portal, you saw how quick Texas and those guys, Billingsley, they jumped on those guys. Drew Sanders, like you just said, even Demoy Kennedy out there, Colorado. It hurts me to see him out there, Colorado, and not getting the looks that he could have been getting and working hard to get on the field this year for. I mean, it hurts to see it, but you just look at the product that Alabama is able to recruit and say, hey, we give you an opportunity here that you're not going to be able to see anywhere else. And they can live by that, because even coming there and not having the type of success you thought you would have, you can leave there with that stamp or with that Alabama time on your resume, and people are going to respect that just because you went to Alabama and you were a highly touted recruit at Alabama. So it just speaks volumes to what Coach Saban does, man.
It's part of the reason why whenever there's an Alabama player who hits the portal, they're not usually in the portal for very long, right? And if they are in the portal for very long, it's because they're being picky. It's because they are taking their time. They are taking their visits. I'm not saying that's always the case, right? Obviously, there are exceptions. But typically, if there's a player for Alabama that hits the portal and he's there for a while, it's because he's being picky. He's looking at the places that are calling out to him because, Smook, to your point, there's a perception from outside coaches. They know what Nick Saban has done. They want those players.
Right. Y'all going to have to they dumping ice buckets. I think they trying to get all the ice ready that we gonna be dumping on Saban here in a few weeks after this natty. So and y'all be careful dumping ice on Coach Saban. He get a little bit older. We don't need that a repeat of was the 09 year when
confetti, ladies and gentlemen. Fill it with confetti.
We want
Little Debbie cookies if you must.
Look, if you must, because they almost, I think that was Dante Hightower and those guys, they almost gave Saban a concussion, man, like that 1 year. And he looked back like, y'all need to calm down. So but yeah, man, I'm excited, man. I'm excited. We're looking at just looking even at this, if we was to even talk about more people that I'm excited to see sign today. You talked about Jalen Mbakwe, man. We had a few fans talking about how he played in the All-Star game, and it's an All-Star game, guys. Some kids, that kid was beat up from a season of playing a position he should not have had to play, and still took his team to state.
You mean everything?
Everything.
I mean, didn't the kid play quarterback, running back, wide receiver, defensive back, safety? I mean, he played genuinely everything. He
played quarterback all year this year. I don't think he had any like serious targets as a receiver. I know he played in the secondary. That he's coming to Alabama to play corner, but that All-Star game, don't read into it, man. That's anything. He's probably he and Ryan Williams and Dre Kirkpatrick and Beeman. Those guys are so ready to be. They were so ready to be at Bama, man. You could see it, man. They know that they committed. There was no reason to try to put anything else on film. That was a very entertaining game to watch. I got to see a lot of the highlights and clips. So Mbakwe is definitely one guy. I feel like if with all the possible guys leaving for the draft this year, and you know, we're starting to hear things about Arnold. You know, we know Key and Kool-Aid, Malachi. I mean, guys are going to go. There's going to be a lot of opportunities open up in that secondary. Mbakwe might find himself in a position where one injury down, he could be in Kool-Aid's position from, you know, Kool-Aid's freshman year. So I could see it, man. Even and like I said, that's barring a lot of the names that I'm hearing leaving and transferring. You know, I think we have one or two that I'm hearing, but in the secondary. But other than that, man, Mbakwe, I feel like can come in and make an immediate impact. He's one, you could tell he's more fundamentally sound and just has the time and the reps at playing everywhere that he can easily slide into a Coach Saban style defense and really be a boundary guy, a fourth or third guy off of the bench. As far as the rotation is, third or fourth guy in the rotation in the boundary, and be nasty, man.
Well, that, and I mean, you look, if Mbakwe, this is a guy that's going to be repping against Ryan Williams. He's going to be repping against Amari Jefferson. He's going to be repping against Isaiah Bond. He's going to be repping against Rico Scott. I mean, he is going to have a lot of talented wide receivers, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't find the tweet, and I didn't want to sit here in front of all of you and just scroll through my phone waiting. But there was a tweet that Kyle and I were talking about. God, it might have been 2 weeks ago now. Time has just gone so fast, where we were talking about the wide receiver production of this Alabama class, and all three of these guys have well over like 1,300 yards,
Yeah.
multiple touchdowns. I mean, it's wild the production they have. Absolutely insane. If it wasn't such a stacked wide receiver class this year, you can bet your sweet Bippy that Amari Jefferson and Rico Scott would have been top-rated wide receivers because they're that good. This is just a stacked wide receiver class. Stacked.
And that's what I was saying when people were asking about Evan Stewart. Yes, of course you press for Evan Stewart. Oh, and Perry Thompson, you know, it was good to watch him, you know, do what he did and make the decision he did. I enjoy watching kids enjoy those moments. I mean, you got the attention on you. Make the best of it, man. Remember this. You want to be remembered by it, you know, and be prepared to deal with what comes after that, because that's what hurts these kids, man. What comes after, you know, you think you're making the best decision for yourself, and you really can't face. It's hard to face that fire and really stick with that if you don't have the right support system. So, but man, I just the guy Rico Scott, man, that kid is. He's not getting a lot of talk, and rightfully so. Ryan Williams is that dude. Ryan Williams is that dude. Caleb Odom is a dude. But Rico Scott, man, go watch his film. And I made the comparison. I said he's a more polished Kevin Norwood, a faster Kevin Norwood. And if you go back and you look at some of the catches that Kevin Norwood made while he was at Alabama, if he played in today's day and age, as far as what Alabama does in the passing scheme, Kevin Norwood could have been a 1B guy. He was always our second or third option, you know, a lot of times the fourth option. But Rico Scott can attack that ball. He can stretch the field. He's actually, to me, a more stockier version of what I believe Malik Benson is going to be able to display if he decides to come back next year. Which I believe, coming back with this group of receivers, Malik Benson will have an opportunity to be the wide receiver one, the go-to guy like Burton developed into this season. But Rico Scott is going to be one of those guys. It's going to be hard to keep him. Ryan Williams, my guy, not Jalen Hale, but the other kid. Dang, what's his name right now at Bama? It's not Rich.
Preston?
Not Preston. I think Preston might be out, man. I hate it.
Talented kid. If he does choose to transfer, someone is going to get a potential star. That kid's very talented.
Not potential star, but this Preston was up to be in where Kendrick Law and Kobe Prentice current positions are as far as rotation wise, but injuries, you know, got to take your time and get back to health. It's one of those things you just. It just happens at Alabama. It happens at Georgia. It happens at Ohio State. It happens at, you know, lately it hasn't been happening, but Clemson, like all these schools that are continuously in the mix for those title contentions, that are always in the top 5, top 10 of rankings when it comes to recruiting. It's hard to go to a school like that and have an opportunity and get injured and then make it back up, because young guys are ready nowadays. You got Ryan Williams. He's going to be proof. Reclassify to a year ahead and still be rated as your top player in your position. That's that.
Corey in the comments said Benson, Preston, Cole Adams, I think are gone for sure. Cole Adams is one I would look to stay just because he came into Alabama with an injury and he wasn't fully healthy when he got there. And so I don't think he's like disenfranchised. He understands. He's a very talented player, though. Like that's a kid that could be a difference maker. I'd love for him to stay. But that being said, there's not a player on this roster, Smook, I'd be happy about transferring out. In a perfect world, I'd like to sign the guys we have, the guys that are going to go to the NFL, watch them be successful come draft day, successful come Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, and then keep what we have on this roster along with these new guys. But that's why, you know, you and I have talked about this. I'm not someone who wants Alabama to be hyperactive in the transfer portal. If you tell me we end this out, and I've said this about 3 weeks ago, I've had the same take for 3 weeks. If Bama ends out this class with 2 transfers, LT Overton and Evan Stewart, I'm over the moon. I don't need anything else. In fact, if they just ended it with LT Overton, I'm good. I'm good. Right. Like I'm sitting pretty.
Jaron Hamilton is the guy. Is the other
very talented, very
number
talented,
16, and I think he's one of those guys that's okay with sitting for another year. and being a rotational guy, wait for an opportunity, because he and Jalen Hill are going to be possibly your guys that buy Ryan Williams, Rico Scott, all these up and coming guys, buy them that extra space to make their young mistakes, grow, still have opportunities to be out there, implement, like Isaiah Bonds, Kendrick Law, and Kobe Prentice that did last year. They weren't perfect guys as freshmen. You know, these true sophomores, that group of true sophomores they had their growing pains. We all know what happened with Barnes at Texas. You know, that wide open pass down the middle when Bryce created some more time for the play. And I mean, just had him streaking, perfect pass, and he just misjudged it, left his feet too early. Young mistake, not trusting his speed, not trusting the quarterback. Those things happen. So you need guys like Jaron Hamilton and Jalen Hill who are going to be solid juniors for you, that are going to be able to step in and make those leadership.
Jalen Hale's just going to be a sophomore. That's the scary thing about him. He's a true freshman.
I keep forgetting that.
I'm telling you, I don't think Bama really understands what they have yet. And obviously, I'm not talking about the coaches. I mean us, right? Like, I mean us. The coaches know. That's why he was a true freshman. I mean, you look. Someone asked about what happened to his numbers. He may have not gotten the numbers, but you look, he was still playing. Like, he was a guy that Nick Saban and his staff called on. He's going to be a problem for defensive backs, man. Like, truly. I think that he is a sneaky good wide receiver. I think next year he's going to boom.
I'm scared for college football, because if we could some way maintain, let's say 70% of what we've been recruiting since the 22 class or the 21 class. Well, no, so 2022, 23 class. 23 class, really. Last year's class, really, with Justice Haynes and those guys. If we could maintain like 70% of that class of what we have with the veterans we have, and make it through this next off season without losing majority of this class, my God, man, I'm talking about this is going to be next year's off season with Julian saying, if Ty Simpson decides to say, and this is after Milroe leaves and the guys next year leave, saying Simpson QB competition, possibly saying Lonergan or the kid that might commit for the 25 class. We don't want to jump on that too early. The quarterback coming in the 25 class. This is going to be, that year is going to be another year kind of like this season. You're going to have your growth pains, but because of the college football playoff and the change of the format, you get to relax a little bit and watch true competition, watch development, and enjoy the process, because all the talent on the field is literally going to play itself out. See,
I'm so sorry. I was muted. Yeah. They're chopping brisket, and it's making me really hungry, to be honest with you. But I didn't want to, have y'all's ears experience that, get y'all all hungry, and then you leave this stream. That's not what we need. We need you.
That's not what we try to have happen.
No, I agree, man. And there's a reason why I've looked at this Alabama wide receiver room for a long time now, and I think it is supremely underrated. I mean, Kyle and I were talking about this. Xavier Worthy, for instance, for Texas, unbelievably talented wide receiver. Bama was after him whenever he was in his high school process. Super, super talented guy. He's just shy of 1,000 yards, on like 71, 72 receptions. So really good season. And he did that while being injured for them for some of this season. I bring that to your attention because he has Steve Sarkisian as his offensive mind. So we know they're going to air it out. He's got Quinn Ewers there, a returning quarterback. So we're talking about a former 4- or 5-star wide receiver who had continuity at the offensive play caller, who had continuity at the quarterback position. When we look at the Bama wide receiver numbers, like off the top of my head, let's talk about Jermaine Burton, for instance. Let me pull up his stats real quick. He's got 35 receptions for 777 yards, averaging 22.2 per. Right? That's what I mean. When I look at Xavier Worthy, unbelievable. He has 73 receptions, 969 yards, 13.3. I bring that to your attention because Alabama's offense didn't start really and truly clicking until about that LSU game. And I know we can talk about Ole Miss, and fair point. Ole Miss was great. Tennessee, another one. But the Alabama offense has continued to evolve. And so it's kind of disingenuous for us to talk about like the Alabama wide receiver stats for the entirety of the year because it doesn't give a full encompassing to what really happened. I keep bringing all this up because I think people sleep on how talented this Alabama wide receiver room is because they had a new quarterback. They had a new offensive coordinator. The offensive line had to figure itself out. There was so much new. But when you really dive in, when you watch the film, there's so much talent in this wide receiver room. I mean, Benson is a guy that everywhere else in the nation, he'd be a guy. Like he would be their number one wide receiver, day dog. And he's a guy that didn't get much play this year because of some of those things I'm talking about, Alabama finding itself. And still through all that, Isaiah Bond, Jermaine Burton, super competitive. Bama's wide receiver room, Smook, you're 100% right. If they keep these guys together, it is going to be so much fun for the future. Shout out to Holloman Wiggins.
Hey, Harmon Wiggins is doing his thing as far as the development piece and just getting guys to buy into what Alabama is doing for the wide receiver position. You don't have to. He's not going into these recruiting meetings and sitting down and talking to players and having to say, "Man, 15 years ago we put so and so in." No, he's able to say, "Jerry Jeudy, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Calvin Ridley, Amari Cooper." Jamison Williams, even though we weren't part of Jamison Williams' development, I don't think as far as but we was able to display.
No, we'll claim him.
Well, of course we're claiming him. He about won a natty with us, but we was able to display him. John Mechie. I mean, you could keep naming names, even guys who didn't start at Alabama, but once they got to the league, they had strong stints. Robert Foster went to the league and for 2 seasons, he was a go-to guy at Buffalo. So, I mean, you can't argue with what this team produces. But to your point, even with the wide receiver numbers for this year, you got to think a lot of receivers that's ahead of our guys, they also have like 40 more catches, 20 more catches than our, leading reception guy, which is Isaiah Bonds. But you look at the averages. If Milroe was had the timing he had, like you said, LSU week, some of the things that were being presented to him in week 2 against Texas, Milroe could have easily had 400 yards passing against Texas. He had 2 passing plays get called back for penalties. So you take away, I think 24 yarder, and I think the other one was like a 37 yarder or something like that. That's another 70 some, almost 70 yards that you could add. But he didn't start clicking until LSU week. I think that was week 8 of the season or week 9. So you got 7 other weeks where he was just learning the game, continuing to improve, continue to take what was there, missing a lot of things, but getting the job done to a point where now he's comfortable. That's why you're seeing guys like Malik Benson show up in the last, all the past 2-3 games. Malik Benson has made key catches, been targeted, I think last game against Georgia, he was targeted 5 times, and that was the most he had been targeted all season. So Kobe Prentice getting involved. I see guys like Amari Knee-Black. I seen a question. Somebody wanted us to comment on Amari Knee-Black. Amari Knee-Black is a guy next year. There won't be any questions as to who he is. The way Jalen Milroe is starting to calm down and understand this offense, Tommy Reese is going to have another year with him. Amari Knee-Black, Malik Benson, Isaiah Bonds is probably going to be the trio that we'll be talking about as far as receivers and what numbers they're going to put up. But you got to think you're still going to have Kendrick Law, Kobe Prentice, another guy that hasn't seen the field much this year, but we all know once he gets on the field as that tight end 1B, Danny Lewis Jr. is going to be a dog to be, handled. You got guys like, just everywhere on the field. Jalen Hale is coming back next season as probably your number 3/4 guy that's going to be in the rotation. It's just so much talent. Then you got Ryan Williams and Rico Scott coming in that's going to be able to just spot play whenever, save them for the end of the season to come in and do what they do when we need a new spark. It's just too much talent at that wide receiver room to be worried if we don't get an Evan Stewart. And just think, if Evan Stewart comes, Jalen Milroe, those guys, they cool, man. Him, Terry and Arnold, they got it. Terry Arnold, Jalen Milroe, and Evan Stewart have a really tight relationship, y'all. It wouldn't be I don't think it'd be anything integrating him into the locker room or anything, but to have that skill set out there, the wide receiver position, and possibly being able to line him up at the Z and put him and Bonds on the same side in the slot and split knee block over with your X, whoever your X receiver is, Benson, Hale, whoever, Kendrick Law.
Well, you could technically, I mean, you could run 4 receiver sets with Nyblack, right? And just have like a tight end, because Nyblack has that ability. I mean, the same could be said with Caleb Odom.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about unbelievable versatility and something that will be a nightmare for a defense, Smook, I want to float this to you. Imagine 12 personnel looks with Amari Nyblack and Caleb Odom. And yes, I mean, you might not be having the maulers in terms of blocking tight ends, but you have a mobile quarterback. Jalen Milroe will be a year in the system. You put out 12 personnel with Amari Nyblack and Caleb Odom. I dare a defense to feel confident about stopping that when you still have Hale, a Bond, like all these guys. It's going to be a nightmare.
I'm right there with you, Ty. And I didn't even say anything about Caleb Odom because I think he's a year development guy, and then he has the time. He has the people in front of him. You look at how the tight end rotation is right now, man. It's going to be, I think, even deeper next year if guys like Kitselman stays and Oots still has another year of eligibility. If a guy like him stays. You use the value in those guys because Oots, I believe, is one of those guys. He's just bought into being a part of the team. I don't think he wants to be flashy. I think he likes being able to have a job that's fit for him, but he knows the job of the tight end for the Alabama offense. And that's what you have value in that when you could bring young guys in like Caleb Odom, and you can have a guy like Oots that could say, man, look, these are my stats because this is where I choose to focus at. This is where I choose to be for this team, and look where it's gotten me. Robbie Ooze might not be a flashy NFL draft pick when he does go, but in the league, he will surprise people 3-4 years because he's going to be a contract guy. He's not going to cost you much, but he's going to give you more than what he's going to, pay or what you're going to have to pay for him. And he's just a hardworking kid. You get guys to come in and see that displayed with the talent like Caleb Odom. It can get crazy, man. And it's a lot of teams that have recruiting classes that are like ridiculous. We saw Oklahoma making moves early with commitments, verbal commitments. We saw Texas. We see Texas doing big things. We see Georgia still ranked number 1. But how many of those teams are retaining guys also like Alabama? Retaining guys from previous years, retaining top end, like guys that are getting NFL first round, early second round grades. How many of them are sticking around at these big schools, And Alabama is one of few that's able to keep these guys and continue to develop and keep guys committed. And it's just an amazing thing to see, Kyle. I mean, not Kyle, but Ty. But I think we have another official signee, somebody we knew was Alabama, 100%. They saying Jalen Mbakwe just signed his national letter of intent. Talk about him, man. That's your dude, man. Mbakwe, I love him, but that's
I have been blown away with certain people in this class, Smook. And it's because of things like this. Let's sideline and let's table the conversation about athletic ability. Let's talk about the mentality they bring to the table. Because at Alabama, if you get an offer to Alabama, you're going to be athletic, right? Like that's just something we know. You see all that ice getting posted, something big's happening. Edric Houston, we're waiting for you. We're waiting for that flip so that they can try and cool Alabama down. That's what's happening over there. They're trying to cool us down, but we're cooking over
right
here. So when I look at Jalen Mbakwe, Smook, I look at something very similar to Julian Sayin. These are two guys that once they committed, they pretty much will shut it down. I mean, like fully shut it down. Julian Sayin had a clip that went viral where he took a visit out to Miami and basically went viral for laughing at Miami's pitch whenever they were like, oh, well, this isn't Tuscaloosa. Like, Saturday and Sunday nights over here, there are things to do. And Julian Sayin was like, yeah, I want to win football games. Like you have me out here on a football visit and you're pitching everything but football. Make it make sense. Like, sure, I think Miami is a place that I want them to get turned around. I think it's better for college football if Miami's good. But if you have a guy that's serious about the game of football, you need to pitch football to him.
Yeah.
Don't pitch, hey, we got a club out there where there's all these OnlyFans models that are going to be. He doesn't care about that. He cares about the game of football. And that's why I'm saying Bama has a class. Jalen Mbakwe, ladies and gentlemen, Did you even hear about him? Like, obviously you guys did because you're keyed into Alabama recruiting, but I'm talking about on a national stage. You didn't hear anything about Jalen Ibakwe. You want to know why? Because he committed and he grinded. He shut down. Like, he was about the process and the process only. That type of mentality, I think, bleeds into what you have been talking about, right? Where this class athletically is different, but sideline the athleticism for a second. We know they're going to be athletic. The mentality, that to me is telling for this class right here. And there are several guys that I think you can make that argument for.
It's amazing sight to see. I just can't I can't express that enough. I can't stress that enough for the fans out there that really just look at the surface level of this thing. If you just understood what it entails to be able to stay at the top of recruiting when kids literally have access to everything in the palm of their hands. Is literally everything is in the palm of their hands that they want to find out information about. If they want to get an opinion or something, they can be persuaded by what they carry around on a daily. But for Coach Saban and his staff to do what they do and get high-end guys, quality guys, not just, hype. It would be one thing to go out there and get a bunch of hyped up 5-stars who playing in these prep programs, playing against 6'4" defensive, 255 defensive lineman, defensive end playing against 5'8", 220-pound right tackle. That's not impressive to me. So, but for Coach Saban to go out there and get guys, man, and just continue to sustain, it's a big thing, man.
What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
We're cruising right along. The check marks are coming in. What's up, everybody? To inside the comment box, I appreciate you guys joining us. Hey, Smook, how are we pronouncing Steve Mbua, who's about to announce here at 11 a.m. Central Time? He is the next target that we have coming in. So, he's an edge rusher. He's 6'3", 260 pounds. Is going to be added to this class, so we'll add him as well. And then I wanted to also point out we have LT Overton over to the right column. And with him being a transfer, I think it might be different in terms of him like actually signing. So Alabama hasn't officially sent out. By the way, Alabama's social media graphics of those comics, dude, they are so fire. That social media team is crushed.
They killing it. That's why I kept looking down for a minute. I was like, they are going crazy this year.
But they haven't posted anything on LT Overton, and I wouldn't read that too much into it because he's a transfer. So, I'm sure Coach Saban will be able to answer that later on today if he can talk about LT Overton, because there's paperwork that has to be officially signed before Coach Saban is able to talk about these guys. So any of the guys with the check marks, Coach Saban can talk about, and we will have Coach Saban, I think, at 4 p.m. Central Time today. So that means, a lot of these guys should be able to 8 days. Ty and I look like brothers, maybe, man. All I need is a post hat, man. He's got the beard. Yo, he's killing it. And, me and Coach Smook are also brothers, man. So
yeah,
we appreciate you guys joining us. So when we find out if we can put a check mark by LT, I don't think there's anything, to read into that. And then Ryan Williams, he will sign on February 9th. And then up at the top, Perry Thompson sticks with Auburn, and that was kind of expected. I mean, who knows on signing day what is really going to go down, but he clearly a baller, and Auburn's going to get theirs, Alabama's going to get theirs, and Alabama right now has Ryan Williams. So waiting on Steve Mbua, who is signing at right now it should be 11 a.m. Central Time. I do have his Instagram pulled up and kind of waiting to see if he'll go live. Some of these guys don't go live. They just sign and that's it. And that's cool. I think Rico Scott, is it Rico Scott or Mark Jefferson? One of these guys isn't even signing today. He's on a, he signed, but he's on a cruise. That's living. So
I love guys like that, man, who not trying to make a big deal out of it, committed early, haven't been entertaining. Like that's what Caleb Downs did. You see how that worked out for Caleb, man. I mean, it allows you, it shuts everything down and it allows you to just focus on the main thing being the main thing. And I love that. Dre Kirkpatrick in this class did the same thing. We saw Ryan Williams kind of enjoying the experience, but he's never wavered on where he was going. He knew he was locked in with Bama. Same, Julian Sand hasn't been flashy. This kid went out there and balled out this year, went to all these OT7 camps and 707 passing leagues, did his thing, Elite 11, did his thing, never once was chasing the clout. And now they're, most of these guys, some of these guys are at Alabama enrolled early and already getting the looks that they deserve to be getting.
Yeah, I think when you look to this big board, and again, if you're joining us, hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. We'll be on live every hour. And what I mean by that is like the 10 a.m. hour, the 11 a.m. hour. And I know we've been, live, throughout the last couple hours just because, there's news to talk about. We'll bring back Tai. But when we look to this board and as it continues to fill out, I think that the needs have certainly been taken care of, and we're all waiting kind of on the announcement from Edric Houston, who will announce at I think it's 12 p.m. Central Time. When we talk about the times, because everybody's in different time zones, I think even Smook's out in the East Coast. I'm in Mountain and Ty's in Central Time. So we're working off the Central Time zone because that's where Coach Saban is. And so we are waiting on Edric Houston's sign, which would be a gigantic pickup. I think Steve Whitfong, who's one of the best in the business, he has forecasted him to commit to Alabama, and that would be a major flip. But I think when you look to needs as well, we were talking about this earlier in the show, is the running back position, because you have your running backs already in place, Jace, Roydell, Jam, Justice, and Richard Young, and then potentially even adding two today. That could be Kevin Riley, who is a commit to Miami, and then you have Jaden Baugh, who just decommitted from Arkansas. So those would certainly be in place to be able to add to the tight end in terms of the needs. Hey, Smook, I'm going to go to you. When you look to this board, I mean, have all the needs, do you think, have they been met? Is there any other, is there one particular position that you think is having a little bit more strength than the other? Smook, I think you're muted, man. Ty, go ahead and you got that, Smook? Ty, go ahead and answer that. Man.
Throw me that question again.
Just basically, in terms of needs, when you look to this board, I mean, are all those, needs, have they been met outside, I guess, the running back position, because they still don't have a running back?
Yeah, running back needs to be added. But once again, I think I'm confident with Nick Saban's ability to add in a running back. In terms of need, I like Jeremiah Beeman. I think that was a big addition. Want him to go ahead and sign. Anytime you can get more help in the secondary, I think that's big. Defensive line is an area where if Alabama is able to successfully flip Edric Houston, and then you get an LT Overton, and now you get a Jeremiah Beeman, I think those three names right there, plus an Isaiah Fega, they go a long ways in helping your defensive line depth. And that's something that Alabama will always have. Personally, I think this recruiting class, Kyle, is one that people might sleep on. People who are very casual, so certainly nobody who's in here right now, right? Certainly nobody who's in here on National Signing Day with us. You guys are keyed in. You know better than us on a lot of these. I'm talking about your casual football fan. They might look at this Alabama class and say, oh, it was an okay class. You dive into the weeds, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we are waiting on Steve Mbua, who is, I guess, going to announce here it should be any minute, actually, because he was scheduled to announce at 11. And then our big ones, I put a ticker at the bottom, so you have Edric Houston at 12 p.m., and then you have Kevin Riley at 1 p.m., and then Steve Mbua, we'll update that. We'll pull that back to the front because that is 11 a.m. Central Time. Daniel Hill, that's an interesting one as well. AC been there before. Daniel Hill is another running back that I think we're kind of watching. I don't think he's announcing today, so I think he's announcing in the next next couple of days. Same thing with Tristan Jernigan as well, who's another target that we've talked about here this morning. So thank you for joining us throughout this entire day. We'll be live, throughout the day, all day long. We have Coach Saban on the back end, waiting on a couple big commitments. And I think that this class is going to be number one overall, which is really amazing considering that, people wrote this team off for dead, this program for dead. They wanted a new coach up at the top. Coach Smook is going to be back. He said his computer died. So everybody's computer dies on signing day. No, it's crazy. You do signing day and you do these type of shows like this morning when I was setting everything up, so your internet went out, Ty, right? And then I ran out of memory on my computer. So it was like, all the moving parts, but you keep on going and it's all good, man. So we continue to cruise through National Signing Day. I was looking at all the, a lot of shows going on. I took a break just a little bit ago. I actually went to go have some breakfast, and man, I was looking at the board overall, and I really like this class. One of the guys that I think has a lot to prove, two guys that are 3-stars. So I'm looking at the right of the screen, and Alabama had just tweeted out some of the highlights, and we'll put the highlights on throughout the next couple of days on these prospects. But Jay Lindsey, I like him, man, as a tight end. The guy is a big, imposing tight end, and I think when you look to like fulfilling the H-back once Robbie Oots goes on, Jay Lindsey's that guy. And then Dre Kirkpatrick Jr., at University of Alabama, their Twitter account, or it was their social media account, it was their Instagram, posted a video about Dre Kirkpatrick Sr. talking about why it was important for his son to commit to Alabama and talking about the legacy. Can you imagine Saban now going full circle? You want to feel old? Now you have Dre Kirkpatrick Jr. coming, we're all getting older, which is a good thing. But it was a really good video, and I think Dre Kirkpatrick, he just had 2 interceptions in the Mississippi-Alabama All-Star game. Pretty underrated guy. A lot of these guys, look, star rankings when these guys get here. Now some star rankings read true. The 5-star guys, are 5-star guys. But when you get to Alabama, there's no stars that exist. But I love the early enrollees that are coming in, and I'm excited about Jay Lindsey and about Dre Kirkpatrick. And I think we're also Favor Edwin is also to announce at some point this morning. He's between Alabama and Florida. I think things were trending towards Alabama, and then I think Florida's coming in with an NIL deal. So things happen. He's a 6'8", 290-pound 3-star tackle that we are watching. So the board's coming along good. Who else? I think you and Smook touched about this a little bit, but one guy who's certainly probably overrated as well is Jalen Mbakwe. And I was listening to the show before, Ty, and you said he doesn't get the notoriety because he shut things down and he's been so committed. And I thought that was a really great point, because this guy could probably have all the hype that Ryan Williams is having and more if he led up to basically today. The guy is extremely talented, just led his team to a state championship game here in the state of Alabama. He's an incredible talent on both sides of the ball, really coming to Alabama as a corner and really can pick up where Kool-Aid left off. To be honest, I don't know if that means he's going to be a day one starter or anything like that. But Jalen Mbakwe is a guy who you have to be so excited about him joining this class. I think he's the 3rd highest ranked prospect in this class after Julian Sain, Ryan Williams, and then Jalen Mbakwe. What about you, Ty, when you kind of looked at this board? I know you already talked about Mbakwe, but who else stands out to you?
I'm going to tell you what, I already asked to chat this, but it was about an hour ago. An hour has passed. A lot has changed in the world, right? I want to know, now that we've gotten some more guys that you see that green check mark by their name, I want to know from all of you, which name that has a green check mark by it are you most excited for? Justin, it's tough for me because Justin Okoronkwo is the name for me, right? Justin Okoronkwo. It's tough for me because what I was going to say until I got a little bit derailed there, it's tough for me not to point to a Julian Sayin or a Ryan Williams or a Jalen Mbakwe, even though Ryan Williams doesn't have that green check mark. He's not signing today. He'll sign February. It's tough for me not to pick them because I think they're so good, but I'm going to stay with my original one of Justin Okoronkwo because I have been on a little bit of a kick, Kyle. These international players here recently, they have been finding some monsters overseas, like some legitimate monsters. Justin Okoronkwo, 6'3", what is he, 225 pounds, runs a 4.40. This kid has all the ability. The only thing that he doesn't have is the experience. And you're going to be coached by some of the best. Earlier when I asked this, we had a bunch of people. Peyton Woodyard, we had Zabian Brown, unbelievable answers, no argument for me. You're not going to find an argument for me on any of these, but Justin Okoronkwo, I think I want to talk about him, and I continue to, because he's from Germany. He's not from the United States. This is a kid where if he was from the United States, he'd be a top 150 player in the nation, no doubt. Didn't Nick Saban said he should be a top 4-star?
Yeah, he's certainly one that Coach Saban was excited about. I love that he's gone global, and we do have a commitment that has just come in, so I will get to that. This is a new commitment that has come in. We're going to use On3's here. Go support On3 and their great work. So you have Stephen Bua coming in. He is a new commitment and a new signing to the Alabama Crimson Tide. So we're not going to put a check mark on his name just yet until we're going to follow Alabama football's Twitter account, because they literally are in the room getting the official stuff. So, but Stephen Bua just commits to the Alabama Crimson Tide. This is breaking news. This is On3's interface that we're using. So he's 6'3", 275 pounds, out of the class of 2024. Ty, your take. This is one of the guys that I think we knew that was forecasted to Alabama. 4-star on On3, looks like a 3-star on 24/7, 4-star on ESPN and Rivals. What's your take?
Yeah, once again, we've said this so many times, man. Whenever Nick Saban, if he wants a 3-star, trust in his evaluation. I remember a certain 3-star that was from right near where I grew up, Josh Jacobs, about 2 hours from where I grew up in Gainesville, Texas, but he was north in Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma. 2-star prospect throughout the entirety of his process. Nick Saban offers him, he gets his 3rd star. You're going to have an impossible time convincing me that he wasn't a 5-star caliber player. Nick Saban and them, they know how to evaluate. So this kid right here is going to be a beast. And what would we just get done talking about? If there was anywhere where I thought that maybe we could see a little bit more work done, defensive line, and right on cue, boom, big time defensive line commitment. Love to see it.
Yeah, and I think, it was clear to me that Alabama was certainly going to go to the transfer portal for somebody on the defensive side of the ball. And that was an area of kind of, when you just look to Alabama's defense and who they're losing, they're going to have to rebuild on this defensive side of the ball 100%. So getting guys the defensive line, like one of the key targets, I think, in the key additions is LT Overton, because you add him, you add this guy is a beast, honestly. 200, he's probably like 285 pounds right now. And so you have him as a guy that you're bringing him in as well. And you look to the guys that exited out, right? You had Isaiah Hastings, he left, and then you had Anquin Barnes, he left, and I think Barnes went to Colorado. So you had to do some additions to the defensive side of the ball. So this is a really big pickup. And then think about this, Ty. So you get LT Overton, defensive transfer, get Stephen Bua, right, in as a defensive lineman, and then you also could potentially get Edric Houston. Right. So cleaning up on the defensive side of the ball, we knew it was going to happen. So I think the big time names in the key theme of this day was Alabama. These are headlines that you read tomorrow. Alabama loads up on defensive players. And then you kind of break it down from, the addition from the transfer portal, and then other guys that you added, other elements, Stephen Bua, and then of course, potentially Edric Houston from a 5-star flip from Ohio State. Any other thoughts on Bua? What a great addition that Alabama's been able to pick up. So today, he's one of the new additions. And of course, we're waiting on Edric Houston, who's announcing at 12.
Yeah, and can you imagine if Nick Saban and them clean up like that? Flipping Edric Houston, potentially flipping Kevin Riley, getting this big win for Bua. We started this off when I came on here, and I referenced a reporter that covers OU saying that today is going to remind everybody in college football that early signing day is Nick Saban day. And we're seeing that. We're seeing it.
And Stephen Bua has actually signed his paperwork. I just saw that from Alabama's Twitter account. So we'll go ahead and put a check mark on his name as well. So that's a really big addition for Alabama. So Stephen Bua in for the Alabama Crimson. This is a monster day for Alabama. 100%. I'm gonna try to change up our screen real quick so we can see if we can, because I want that this graphic that we've built in our small graphic department. Okay, that's how it's going to read. Let's see how this looks. All right, things on the fly. I thought that our photos would be a little bit bigger, so we might go back to that other menu. But anyway, Stephen Bua is in. We'll put the check mark on him, and we'll continue to update the check marks as we go through. We might go back to that other interface in terms of the big board. But Ty, as we kind of lead up to this next hour, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about was the great addition of Julian Sain. And I think when you have a quarterback that has spearheaded your class, want to pull up his highlights actually and just kind of get your take on him, because when you have a player as dynamic of him, let me find it. I have it somewhere. The guy is an absolute baller in every sense of the word. And I thought, when watching him, he almost reminds me sometimes of Bryce Young in terms of the movement that he does. Let me get this loaded real quick to the screen. and we'll update that the big board graphic. But Ty, your take on Julian Sain. I mean, this guy is absolutely a baller, and ever since the word, and Alabama is clearly continues to load up on the quarterback position. So you're watching Julian Sain's highlights right now.
You know, when I look at quarterbacks, one of the things that I look for the most is accuracy, because accuracy is accuracy, right? Like that's something, if you're putting the ball where it needs to be, you'll be able to put the ball where it needs to be placed wherever. His accuracy is unrivaled, in my opinion, in this class. If I'm not mistaken, he finished out his high school season with a 75.5% completion percentage, and that's insane. This is a kid that I think is going to be the next Alabama quarterback. Now, he's going to have to wait his turn. Alabama quarterback room is real loaded. Jalen Milroe comes back, but I've always been of the mindset, in a perfect world, I'd love for my quarterbacks to sit 1 year, learn the system, get acclimated with their guys, get acclimated to the playbook and in the strength and conditioning room. But you can't teach touch like this. You can try and work on accuracy like this, but you either have it or you don't. He has it. And he has it in, like, he oozes the touch, the accurate. And look at some of these throws where he's stepping up in the pocket and someone is hanging on him and he's just delivering a dime. Look at the placement of these throws.
Yeah.
That right there, there's no covering that, right? Like, that's a perfect throw.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I love this kid.
Yeah. And as the McLennan squad says inside the comment box, we're updating these graphics. So a couple more guys, these check marks are flying in. So we will get that graphic updated as well with Rodarius Morgan and Isaiah. So those are two additions. We're right now talking about the addition and how big it is to get in Julian Sain. I mean, this quarterback, and you know, when I was talking about Julian Sain on some of my other videos that we talked about when breaking down quarterbacks in this position, because he is out in California, someone pointed out to me that he worked out with the same trainer as Bryce Young. And then I started watching some of his game and how he moves in the pocket and how he can extend plays and how he's point guard on the field. That was a nice ball right there that he threw. So, and the crazy thing is he's here. And there'll be so many people, and I don't want this to happen. There's going to be a lot of people that once, like, he's here and we're going into the next season, they're going to be like, oh, Julian Sain should start. He should start over Jalen Milroe. We've heard that exact same thing before when people wanted Bryce Young to start over Mac Jones. And it's nothing against Julian Sain, and he might very well be, ready to go. But, man, you have Jalen Milroe coming back, and you have still some other quarterbacks on the roster. Man, you have Ty Simpson, and I think somebody, was saying that one of these quarterbacks is probably going to hit the portal. I think they're going to, for sure. How could they not? I mean, this quarterback room is really, really heavy, and there's only one spot to be at the quarterback position. But everything that I see from Julian is what you want to be Alabama's future quarterback. He can move around in the pocket. He has a really good arm. He can throw on the run. He has a lot of athleticism, and he can extend plays. I think that's one of the things that made Alabama so dangerous under Bryce Young was the fact that of that extendability in terms of, damn, that was a really nice ball too, right? The guy's just like this guy is a playmaker, 100%, in every sense of the word. I mean, any other thought? Look at touch. You know what? This receiver too was killing it. Like I think I watched 2 games of Julian Sain on ESPN or whatever, and man, like that. Some of these receivers are absolutely ballers. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's blocking right here, throwing a block downfield. Oh,
hey, that was a textbook block too. He needed to make sure he didn't get that blindside penalty, so he threw his body in a manner that negated any sort of penalty. That was a heads-up block.
Yeah, and then another prospect. I mean, who will be signing up at the top of the hour? Who everybody's really excited about, Edric Houston. So going to put those highlights up now. This guy is an absolute monster, and everybody's really excited to see if he ends up at Alabama or if he ends up at Ohio State. Let's talk about what we see from his film right here, Ty.
That poor quarterback just should have gone down, man. Can you imagine what it's like being one of these poor guys playing these monsters? I mean, so first thing I want y'all to pay attention to when it pertains to Edric Houston, motor, right? Motor. He's someone on the defensive line. You either have that tenacity or you don't. We can teach a lot of things in terms of technique, in terms of power. We can get you stronger. Do you have the want to? What you see from Edric Houston is want to, meaning you put him in with Alabama, you're going to get that technique up. He already has great technique. You're going to get him stronger. He has a motor that you can't teach. Guys have it or they don't have it. He has it, which to me makes him a super coveted player because he doesn't quit. He does not know what quit is. He is going to maul whoever's in front of him. And you see him running down the play in some of these. That's what you love to see from anybody on the defensive front, being that committed to success that he is willing to run down a play. Love to see it.
Yeah, and so you're looking at Edric Houston right now, kind of previewing his announcement here coming up. You're watching Bama football on YouTube with Kyle Henderson and Tai Hayes, and of course, I just heard from Coach Sean and Coach Jarek. Those guys will be joining us at 1 p.m. Central Time, and Coach Smook will be back, throughout the day as well. So we appreciate him stepping on in. But you have Edric Houston, who is I'll actually bring up this, and we'll come back to his highlights. So Edric Houston, and the reason everybody is talking about him, he's announcing his final decision at 12 p.m. Central Time. I'll bring this up full screen so you can see it.
Yeah, and I mean, you look, Rivals has him as the number 14 player in the nation, so that just goes to show.
That's crazy. Yeah, so one of the things that I do like about On3's interface is that how they have these composites, so you can see how they're all ranked against each other, right, Ty?
Yeah, that is a beautiful thing that On3 does, because it just gives you this clear delineation, right? If you think, oh, well, this guy, where does he rank elsewhere? You don't have to spend that time doing it. It's right there. And I mean, you look at the composite, they have him as the number 31 player in the nation on On3, number 4 edge, number 5 in Georgia. This guy is unbelievably talented, man. Bama has been on him. Bama has had a lot of success to Buford, and I continue to say it. Something is happening at Ohio State. I don't know what, but something is happening.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have continued to say that. I mean, you kind of look at the fallout. I mean, maybe, we initially learned that when, some of these guys started to hit the portal. I mean, particularly in Kyle McCord. I mean, that just still seems like a really strange connection, exit out. But Edric Houston will announce if he is going to stick with Ohio State or flip to Bama at 12 p.m. Central Time. We'll have you covered right here at Bama Football on YouTube. But kind of going back to, I think these are his highlights. I have both of these guys' highlights pulled up. Let's see. I guess let me rewind this real quick. This would be a monumental pickup because I like the fact that, you have to look at Alabama's defensive line currently, right? You have Justin Ebogbe, who's going to exit out. But you do have returning Jaheim Otis, and you do have Tim Keenan as well. You have guys like Anquin Barnes, and you had Isaiah Hastings hit the portal. So now with this guy, man, in terms of getting after the quarterback and getting pressure on the quarterback, I mean, he's 275 pounds, and I think you have LT Overton coming in at probably 260 that they'd like to get him at. So you have a defensive lineman, you have an edge rusher. I mean, Edric Houston is no joke, man. This would be the biggest pickup of signing day, unless, oh my God, this dude's helmet, his head almost flew off. Did you see that? That was crazy, man. So getting somebody like this would be monumental. And I think the only news that could really top this is if Alabama is able to somehow get Evan Stewart. I don't know if that's going to happen today or not, or happen in the future, but I think in terms of fulfilling needs, like we were talking about earlier in the show, do you need Kevin Riley from Alabama? 100%. But is it a make or break? No. Is Perry Thompson a make or break? No. But this guy is an absolute mauler on the back end. And, I just think this would be an absolute slam dunk. So, man, here he is. Is he playing? Is he he's a tight end right here? My goodness. Just a lot of athleticism. What else you like about Edric right here, Ty?
Look at how he engages, right? There's a few clips ago where I've noticed a few things from the offensive line engaging Edric Houston. And if you're ever watching defensive front guys, watch them, but also watch how the offensive line engages them, because I think it's telling. There are some clips here where these offensive linemen are trying to fall back in pass protection as quickly as possible. Like their first step with the left tackle, his left foot is screaming back because he knows I have got to get to that point before he does. That speaks of the motor. The few times I've seen an offensive lineman actually try and see right there, look at 70. 70 tried to get in pass protection so quick. Look how wide he got, and Edric Houston just cut right back inside. That's textbook. That's absolute textbook. These guys are trying to account for his speed, his athleticism so much that they're actually overextending, and he's cutting to the inside. The other thing I like, his physicality at the point of attack. There was just a few clips ago where he stood someone up in a manner that is exactly how it's taught, peaked and then attacked. That, I mean, look at this. He just got chop blocked and it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and look, we're going to hype up all of these guys, and we're talking about Edric Houston right here, who's
Darn right I will.
who's set to announce his final decision here at 12 p.m. Central Time. We'll bring that to you any way we can if he's on Instagram or whatever. But yeah, Joey, what's up, man? See you inside the comment box as well. He's saying, man, the comments are flying so quick either. I would think Keely and Pierre also play into the mix. Oh, 100%. I mean, when you look to the fact that Chris Broswell's exiting out and Dallas Turner, I mean, this defense is completely loading up. I think, the areas. So, I mean, just look at it next year. I mean, because you're losing Chris Broswell, you're losing Dallas Turner, but you're turning Keon Keeley. And as you said, if Keeley and Pierre were able to be here in the summertime, I think they'd probably be playing now. Probably not, because they're behind Broswell and Turner, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, if there's an edge group that you're not going to play behind, and it's perfectly fine, it's probably the two guys that graded as the highest edge duo in the nation, both first-round grades, right? And I mean, we're talking about true freshmen trying to supersede Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner is an amazing player. Chris Braswell is an amazing player. Keon Keeley, I think, and Jan Pierre, they will follow in that mold. But getting them there early, that's always great. But, I mean, I'm just excited to see what the future holds.
Yeah, and as Mark is saying, Houston will play at the DN, not the edge. I mean, can you imagine with Edric on one side and then Keon Keeley behind him? Dude, that's a crazy thought to think about, right? I mean, that's crazy. Hey, did Fega, did he sign? We're on the
people
graphic.
Are saying in chat that he signed, and to me, that's huge. I love his film.
Okay,
I love his film.
So we'll update that as well. So, and what about and what about Morgan? Did Morgan sign as well? We're updating the checkbox as we go forward.
Yes, so I believe Red Morgan signed.
Did Red Morgan sign as well? Okay, cool. We'll put a check mark next to his name as well. Appreciate it, guys. There's always a lot going on in terms of the keeping track of who signed or whatever. Fega, what do you like about Fega, Ty, and some of these guys that bring to the table? I'm about to bring his recruiting profile.
He's aggressive
to the board right now.
He's violent, right? Like when you see a defensive lineman and that's your first thought is, oh, he's violent. That's a good thing. Like when I watch Vega play, he just has a violent motor, right? And that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? You can teach technique. You can get someone stronger. You can increase their technique. Do they have the want to, the edge to them that says, I'm here to compete? I know I might have 3-4 guys ahead of me. I don't care about that. That drives me. He seems like that type of cat where it's the mental side of this to me. When I watch his film, his motor is wild. His violent intent, it's wild. Mm-hmm. I love his film. I think Alabama has a really, really good defensive line class coming in.
It's this defensive line class is completely loaded. Here's a look at the big board overall and kind of how things are cooking up, and we'll continue to update this graphic throughout the day. Still waiting on Beeman to sign over on the left. And then Jayshon Ross, Ty, he just committed to Alabama as well. That was a big pickup. And then you have it looks like we're waiting on Quentin Ross. But overall, the board is still starting to fill out completely with all these check marks. Did you have a chance to check out Jayshon Ross, Ty? And any thoughts on him?
Yeah, I think he has a real high motor. I think he is a guy that you get him in the room, you allow him to really develop in the strength and conditioning room for a year. He's going to be great depth for that edge room. And he's a guy that whenever it's his turn, he will push. He will put up numbers. Alabama's been so successful at this edge position. They really know what they're looking for. And he's the next in line. Now, I don't know if he will sign during this process. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard that he will sign in February. Don't take me to the bank on that. That's just off the top of my head. I will send out a text right now, though, to get that confirmation as to when he will sign. I believe it is February, though.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's a couple other guys that are going to sign at later points. And the biggest one is Ryan Williams in terms of, people, the questions that we continue to get. David has said that Red signed. So just double checking on that because we didn't see it on social media. But thanks, Ty. And thanks, David, in terms of because we just want to make sure that this board is updated. And then the other thing with LT Overton, I don't know if he's going to actually sign because he's a transfer. So that doesn't mean that, just because he doesn't have a check mark. So I'll have to come up with a creative way to notify people, because they'll be like, I get it. You're like, well, did he sign or not? But because he's a transfer, I don't know if, he has to actually put that in. Oh, and then Ty is saying that Mike Rodak put that out, that Red has signed. Mike Rodak doesn't miss. I mean, the guy's solid at his job for AL.com, 100%. So Carson, man, you missed a lot. He's like, just made it to the stream. What's up with Ryan Williams? So Ryan Williams, one more time, will announce on February 9th. From what we understand, he is a solid commit to Alabama, is going to enjoy the recruiting process, and that's how it goes for these guys. But he is going to sign on February 9th. So he's not going to have a check mark at the end of the day, which I'm sure is going to drive people crazy for the next couple of weeks. Ty, a lot of these guys, if you're just joining us too, Alabama got Stephen Bua from the class of 2024, which is a huge pickup on the defensive line. Coach Smook, even on the back end, is saying that Vega and Morgan confirmed. So the early enrollees, Ty, how amazing is it? Let's talk about some of these early enrollees. And on the screen, we have, if it's an EE next to the player's name, it means they're early enrollee. Ty, how big of it? I think we talked about it a couple times earlier on the show, but the early enrollees, what one guy are you from the early enrollee standpoint? I mean, because what's amazing is the early enrollees get to practice like right now, like they're practicing today. Alabama has practice, and these guys are signing. What is amazing? Any kind of enrollees that jump off to you?
It's hard to narrow it down to one. I think any of your secondary guys, when you're looking at Dre Kirkpatrick Jr., when you're looking at Peyton Woodyard, when you're looking at Zabian Brown, getting them early, that's huge. We talked about this earlier. The ability to get someone in that January period just allows you so much flexibility in terms of what you're able to do past that. Then when I look, Caleb Odom at the tight end position, I think that he is such a big addition to this team. His athletic ability, it cannot be overstated. Alabama could run some 12 personnel with him and Amari Niblack and get real creative, get real hard to defend. So I think for me, it's going to be any of those guys. But then how are we not going to talk about Julian Sayet? Having a quarterback come in during the January portion, I mean, historically speaking, that is such a big win. I just can't speak enough about the guys early enrolling. It is massive for the Tide.
Let's see. I wanted to bring up this, and hey, Jeff, these are the early enrollees that we have as of right now. If there's a couple more that come in, we'll update that. I might have misspoken saying 10. If we do have 8, I think it's between 8 and 10. So at the end of the day, I'll definitely clean it up. And what happens is, at the end of the day, Alabama will send a full transcript to the media outlining these particular details. They'll come up with miscellaneous numbers and this and that. And that's kind of how they'll update us as well in terms of, who is enrolling or not. But I wanted to go to the recruiting rankings and kind of look to where the rankings are today. So I'm going to bring that up and look at the recruiting rankings. Let's see. Because I think Georgia right now, here we go. I bring that to the screen. So Georgia is currently number 1, the recruiting class. Ty, what's your thoughts on the recruiting rankings right now? This is from On3, and as you can see, Georgia is at the number 1 spot with 2 5-stars, 4 stars. They have 19 4-stars. They have 6 3-stars, 27 total commitments. You have Alabama, who has 23 commitments and 3 5-stars. They could, and that kind of tells you right there, if Alabama gets Houston, they're certainly jumping Georgia. Then you have Florida State, which is pretty impressive. You looked at some of the transfers that Florida State has got, and the fact that they have 2 5-stars and 13. I mean, Mike Norvell's doing a hell of a job. And then you have Ohio State, who could go down if they are to lose Houston, because that number 4 does account for them having Houston right now. Ty, your thoughts on these recruiting rankings?
Yeah, one of the things we talked about this earlier, but Georgia's working real hard to flip KJ Bolden, top safety in the nation. That would be a massive flip. That would hurt Florida State, help Georgia. But also, Kyle, you hit the nail on the head. Can Alabama pass Georgia? Yeah, if Alabama signs both these running backs, if they sign Houston, I just don't see how they're not going to pass Georgia. Now, that being said, even if they don't, this Alabama class is wild. It's not the biggest class. Like we see Georgia having more in terms of numbers. Ohio State had more in terms of numbers, but in terms of quality, you look at that average recruit rank, and no matter where you go, you're going to see Alabama with a top 2 average recruit rank in the nation. And to me, that's far more indicative of a substantial recruiting class is that average recruit rank, especially when you pass 20. Because once you pass 20, you already have a full quote unquote recruiting class. You have a lot of stuff you're looking forward to. And then you get to add in that average recruit rank. That's where I think Alabama is absolutely eating up college football right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think when we zoom in, let's just kind of take a look at let's take a look at Georgia's class, and we're waiting on Edric Houston, who is going to announce here at 12 p.m. Central Time. Let's just take a look at Georgia, and again, this is On3. This is the service that I use. Look, no disrespect to the Rival or 24/7. I find, like, for me, I'm a very visual type of a person. And for me, like, when you look at the recruiting services, this one just makes sense to like my eyeballs. I don't know why. It's just like, I like this one that I like to look at. But here's Georgia's recruiting class. Kind of start at the top. Tai, your take on this class that Kirby Smart has so far that he's building out.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Georgia again.
You look at those top two guys, and Robinson's going to be a dude. Now, here's something I want everybody to remember: Robinson is as talented as advertised. Right? Des Ricks reclassified and was in this class. Des Ricks was the #1 defensive back in this class until he reclassified, and then Robinson became the #1 defensive back in the class. So Bama still has some depth there. I know the guys are leaving, but don't forget about Des Ricks. We look at Justin Williams. What's so interesting about this is they actually get Justin Williams after Sammy Brown did not pick them, right? They had the flip from Riddick. He flipped from Georgia to Auburn. They didn't get Sammy Brown. What do? They go out and get the #1 inside linebacker in the nation. I mean, that's just a testament to Kirby Smart in Georgia and how well they can recruit. And then Joseph Jonah Ajonye was one of my favorite players in the nation, regardless of where he's committed to. I mean, granted, I am biased. I do like the guys that come from Texas, but I also got to see him. And he is as advertised. He is unbelievably gifted. Joseph Jonah Ajonye, huge win for the Georgia Bulldogs. That's just looking at their top 3. We know Kirby's going to do the linebacker position well. And Kyle, is it any surprise that they have a top 10 tight end in their class? I mean, it's just what they do. What stands out to you about this Georgia class?
I mean, to be honest, I mean, look, I think that Georgia's clearly always going to, Kirby Smart's going to recruit at a high level. But the thing that is standing out more to me, we're looking at Georgia's class real quick. I don't know, just kind of like the fallout. And there's, the people are saying that Kirby's going to Atlanta and stuff like that. I don't know if that's going to particularly happen, but like the fallout certainly is concerning if you're a Georgia fan. I think, Carson Beck saying that he's coming back, that's kind of like, that wasn't a shocker. I mean, kind of same thing with Alabama with, Jalen coming back. You're like, well, yeah, his job, he's not finished. Kirby's always going to recruit at a very high level. He's here. The program is established. And I think what's the difference between Georgia and Clemson in terms of like their small runs is I think Georgia's certainly here to stay. And I think if Bolden goes to KJ Bolden, that would be another slam dunk for Kirby as well. Georgia's here to stay, 1,000,000%. I knew as soon as they change their offense and the whole Dylan Raiola stuff, I think it's probably going to be better for Kirby Smart anyways, because I heard that, sometimes in the back end, with these parents and stuff like that, I think it must be really tough to manage. And you want this amount of money and you want this amount of playing time. And you're like, look, this guy's already took us, to the SEC title game and is clearly proven. So nothing wrong with having Carson Beck coming back, but Georgia's here to stay. I think Clemson was kind of a short-lived dream, but Georgia's going to be a team that they always battle with. And I was thinking about this earlier. The fact that Georgia and Alabama are playing next year in Tuscaloosa, let's say those two teams finish out the top 1 and 2. The top 1 and 2, because there's no East and West anymore, theoretically, they could end up in the SEC title game. And then depending on where they are in the playoffs, they could potentially play 3 times. So you think you've seen the end of Kirby Smart and Nick Saban? No. I think this is a war that is going to continue to go on. So just kind of highlighting Georgia's recruiting class real quick, because I think it is impressive to check out what Kirby continues to do. Let's look at, let's go over it. I mean, we know who's coming to Alabama, but just for the sake of it, we'll kind of just look at it because it is pretty with all those stars. You have Julian Sain, Jalen Mbakwe, Caleb Odom. Hey, have you had a chance to check out Odom's highlights, Tai?
It's downright dastardly.
It's crazy. Man, yeah, he's for me. So the first time that I saw Caleb Odom, okay, and we're waiting for Edric Houston to announce here at 12 p.m. Central Time. But so Caleb Odom, I'll get some highlights on Odom and I'll put them on. So the first time I saw that he was playing on TV, right? So I go and I check out ESPN, and this dude literally makes like the dopest one-hand catch that I've seen. I was like, ooh, this guy's nice. And then I went and looked at his height and weight. And what is On3 has went 6'4", 220. I think he's a little bit bigger than that. Corey, we're waiting for Edric. If he goes live on Instagram, we'll definitely bring that here or as news develops. Ty, your take on Caleb. What do you like about him? What he brings from that tight end spot?
Versatility.
Yeah.
I mean, when we look at this, Kyle, I've had this theory for years now that the tight end position is one of the most difficult for defenses to account for right now, because tight ends right now are almost hybrids of what they used to be. And guys like Caleb Odom, Amari Niblack are kind of proving that point. They could be wide receivers with their skill sets. I mean, Caleb Odom could line up at wide receiver, and I don't think anybody would bat an eyelash except for how big he is. I talked about this with Coach Smook earlier. Kyle, can you imagine some of the 12 personnel Alabama may run with Amari Niblack and Caleb Odom? And you just think about a defensive coordinator where now you have Bond. Let's play a scenario here. Mm-hmm. You got Bond, you got Ryan Williams, and you got Jalen Hale, plus Odom or Niblack out there. I don't envy a defensive backfield or a defensive coordinator that has to figure that out. That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, and the thing about it, I mean, Caleb Odom coming in, because so if you look at Alabama's tight end room, I mean, C.J. Dupree is definitely coming back. You have Amari Niblack who's coming back. Robbie Oates is coming back. So those are some really versatile tight ends that you have within the team. And then you also add Caleb Odom in the set. I think that one of the things that stands out for me is, I can kind of see the writing on the wall that they're getting similar type players to eventually replace players that are leaving. I'm not saying the transfer portal, but like once they're gone, I think that honestly, Caleb Odom's playing style is very similar to Amari Niblack. I think that Jay Lindsey's, his playing style is similar to Robbie Oates. He's not as big as Robbie Oates, but I think he's kind of similar in that facet. So you have those two tight ends coming in, one that can be an H-back and one that can be an all-purpose tight end, right? So you have those check marks added and fulfilled. And I think Tommy Rees, he likes to utilize the tight end as much as he can. I think he'd still like to see more of that 12 personnel set and kind of work Amari Niblack in, and maybe that's coming in terms of the playoffs. But as Jarvis is saying, that's what I'm saying in terms of fulfilling your guys that are guys that are eventually going to leave. Like that's why I think Amari Jefferson is the guy to eventually replace Kendrick Law. Similar play style, right? You have your receivers like Isaiah Bond eventually going to be replaced by Ryan Williams. So you always got to recruit the guys who are next in line. And Danny Lewis too, man. I forgot, man. Danny Lewis. So the crazy.
And he's so well rounded.
Yes, the thing about Danny Lewis. My apologies to the Lewis family. But so he started in the spring game. And I think just because there's so many mouths to be, and the crazy thing about this to me is Danny Lewis is so physical. He is a very physical, and also he made some plays too. So I label him kind of more of a balanced tight end as opposed to a H-back. Like Robbie Oates is an H-back that is athletic. I mean, shoot, he scored a touchdown this year and that looked athletic. So yeah, I love the tight ends that are coming in. Xavier Brown, Casey Poe, Peyton Woodyard, Sterling Dixon, a player that we really haven't talked about probably enough, out of LA, that's Lower Alabama. Will Sanders, Rico Scott. You have Caden Jones coming in, Steve Mbua, who had just committed and signed with the Alabama Crimson Tide. A guy you're really big on, and just Justin Okoronkwo from Germany. Coach Saban going global. And then you have Joseph Ionita out of Florida, Jay Kirkpatrick Jr., who's an absolute baller, Jay Lindsey, who I just talked about, Ryan Williams, who's just like look at all those stars by his name. That's crazy. Jeremiah Beeman, I think he has to officially sign today. And then Amari Jefferson, and then Grimsley, I think we're watching. I don't think he has officially signed just yet. And we are waiting for, and I think we're up to 17 now on the board. Let's see, the latest one to come in, Alabama. Oh, that's Amari Jefferson. Amari Jefferson is a these graphics again. Ty, you've seen the graphics, right, from Alabama social media, like the comic book. How are they?
They're unbelievable.
How are they doing this?
Unbelievable.
And
the graphic department knocked it out the park.
And the crazy thing is, if you go to their Instagram account, which I'm sure you guys are members of, they're like, it's literally like comic book action. Like how, like the animation is like they're like comic book characters. Okay, so Beeman signed. That is what Kenny is saying. So we'll update that as well. So Jeremiah Beeman has signed, and then Amari Jefferson is in. Wanted to look at real quick while we're looking at other teams' kind of classes. I'm just curious to see who's Florida State signed. Have you had a chance to look at Florida State's signees, Ty?
Well, I think all Florida State fans, Kyle, to be 100% honest with you, I think they kind of checked out after early this morning because Charles Lester signed, and there was a late push from Coach Prime to flip Charles Lester. Charles Lester posted a picture 2 days ago, sitting in front of a mountain backdrop, which was in very, very clearly in Boulder, Colorado. I think FSU fans had nightmares about what Coach Prime has done before. 2 signing classes in a row where he picks a defensive back and says, you're coming with me. The fact that I think Lester signed with them, I think they're sleeping much easier, but they still have got to keep Bolden. Keeping KJ Bolden is priority numero uno for them. And getting Landon Thomas is huge. That's going to be a dude.
Yeah, so KJ Bolden, I guess, is, it's either he might flip to Georgia or Florida State, right, Ty?
Yeah. I think he's committed to Florida State.
Yeah, he's committed to Florida State, which would be. I'm trying to look over here on. I don't see him.
He should be below all this.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is. Okay, so yeah, you have KJ Bolden. KJ Bolden, 1,000,000%. I mean, because I think when it got down to it, that Alabama was in like the top 5 or whatever with KJ Bolden, absolute baller. I mean, this guy's from Buford. Same thing with Houston, same school. Like the amount of talent, and wasn't Dylan Raiola the quarterback there too, right?
Yeah.
Like, are you serious? I mean, the amount of talent is wild. Yeah. So KJ Bolden, we're looking at Florida State's recruiting rankings real quick. We're using the On3 interface. Want to kind of cruise out too to see. Texas or Ohio State? Let's go to Ohio State.
Start with Ohio State because they managed to lock up Jeremiah Smith, which was huge for them.
Okay, so here's their signees. These are the guys who are officially signed. What do you like about Ohio State's class? I'm trying to get down to over here to it would be they got a bunch of guys coming in. Here we go. So they have these 2 5-stars that are yet to sign. You have Jeremiah Smith and then Edric Houston.
And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if that's updated. I think that Jeremiah Smith has signed.
Okay, so now we're just waiting. Yeah, I mean, it's a good class. Yeah, and Lila, what's up? We are waiting on Edric Houston, who's at the bottom of the screen right here, who is officially signing at 12 p.m. In signing between Alabama and thanks, Mark. Mark is saying that Smith has signed. Okay, so that just needs to be updated. But he signed a 5-star complete baller, and then Edric Houston is the guy we're waiting on right now. Cool. Thanks, guys, for the comment box.
Yeah, and when we look at this class, if you're asking me what I like that Ohio State has, they have a running back I really like. They have a linebacker I really like. They have Peyton Pierce, really like his game. But they also have James Peoples right out of the state of Texas, right where I'm currently sitting, committed to them. I think he's a really talented running back. He was a guy that I was hoping Bama would get in the process for. Ultimately, he signs with Ohio State. It is what it is. Very talented guy. This is a good recruiting class, though. Now, if they can keep Edric Houston, that's going to be priority number 1 for them right now. But something to watch. I just think Alabama's going to be able to pull off a flip.
Yeah, I mean, Whit Fung, who's I guess he's the best in the business, has just forecasted, and that was, several hours ago. It wasn't like he just decided this. I think there was even some smoke yesterday. I mean, some people, they have the scoop. And yeah, Xavier, inside the comment box, Houston and Bolden are high school teammates. I assume, yeah, absolutely. Same thing with Dylan Raiola. I mean, the amount of 5-stars on that team, Buford certainly goes hard in the paint in terms of the guys that they're able to get to their program. I think Jake Pope, isn't Jake Pope out of Buford as well? I think that's the case, the Alabama safety. Let's look at Texas. And again, we're waiting to that 12 o'clock window at Central Time as we are waiting on Edric Houston. Ty, here's you're in the state of Texas, man. This is your neck of the woods. What do you like about Steve Sarkisian's class of 2024?
I'll tell you what I like about what Steve Sarkisian does on the recruiting trail. We have talked time and time again, Kyle, that Texas has always recruited well. That's never been their issue. But I think there's a difference between recruiting well and recruiting cohesively. Texas, I didn't think ever really recruited cohesively. They just signed a bunch of talented players and say, okay, well, there you go. There's more talent. Now we see them recruit to need. For instance, whenever Kyle Flood and whenever Steve Sarkisian took over this Texas team, they were devout of talent on the offensive line. What did they do? They went out and signed a bunch of talented offensive linemen. We fast forward into last cycle. The biggest need Texas had last cycle was inside linebacker. What do? They go and sign the number one inside linebacker in the nation, Anthony Hill. We fast forward to this cycle. They have their massive need at edge. So what do? They go and sign five-star Colin Simmons. And whenever we look at the edge position for Texas, it's paramount to the PK defense, the Pete Kwiatkowski defense, the Jack and X linebacker positions. They must be productive in PK's defense. Getting Colin Simmons is huge, but I'll tell you what else. As the year progressed, Texas realized that we don't just have a need at this edge position, we have a need in the secondary. They went out and flipped Xavier Filsamy, who's a five-star for a lot of services. They went out and got Andrew Makuba from the transfer portal, who is one of the best transfer portal players in the nation. This Texas staff, I think Sarkisian and them, I think they took notes from Nick Saban, from Bama, because the way Texas is recruiting under this staff is diametrically different than what we've seen under previous staffs like Tom Herman or Charlie Strong. They're recruiting to needs, and it's something to watch.
How much do you think has impacted their recruiting standpoint of not only having Sarkisian, but also adding to the element that, hey, because the two things that I think benefit a school like Texas is, A, they have probably the most money that you could ever want, them and Texas A&M, right? But also with them coming to the SEC. And that's why I said that when Texas beat Alabama, that was like the one catalyst that they can now say and put their hat on and be like, look, because this is their first, people don't realize this stat that I'm about to tell everybody, that this is Texas's first 10-win season since 2009, right? Think about all the places you might have lived since then, or the things you've done since 2009. And to see that they've, now they're at the playoffs, the shot to make the national title. So, Steve Sarkisian had, like, he gained so much momentum from that win against Alabama. I can't even imagine if they're able to win the title this year. Texas, coming to the SEC, they're coming for sure. Absolutely. And a lot of that just stems from Steve Sarkisian, who I think is, and as you guys know, one of the best offensive minds. But overall, when these coaches leave from Alabama, they gain so much knowledge from the GOAT, just as Kirby Smart did. But Kirby Smart on the defensive side, Steve Sarkisian on the offensive side. And look what he landed. Like, if I'm Texas, I am paying Steve Sarkisian whatever. I'm giving him the biggest contract in college football.
100%, and they have the ability to do it. I mean, Texas just has a lot going for them right now. Anthony Hill is a guy, as you were talking about, he was very forthright that if he could help it, he'd like to play in the SEC. Well, they end up at the SEC, and now he's able to stay home and do that. So going to be really interesting. We have a $4.99 super chat from Lila. She says, Kyle and Ty, just take in this class with the young team they are joining. Saban is getting his troops built up to make a run for 2 to 3 more natties. Nick Saban looks like a fire has been lit under him. If I look that good at 50, I'm going to be very happy.
That's the other thing too, is Coach Saban he looks so good and his memory is sharp. He remembers every single detail about games from the past. I mean, Saban, and people think I'm crazy for saying this, but somebody told me last year that Saban was about to go on his best run yet. And I was thinking, like, really? And they were like, yeah, this is about to happen. And here we are, 2 games out of another national championship. And who knows what he's going to do next year. And then clearly, look, has Nick Saban lost his, and Lila, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate you. Look at the board. Has he lost his fastball? We're 8 minutes away from one of the top players in the entire country that is committed elsewhere to potentially flip to Alabama. The news you're about to if this happens, this news here in 8 minutes or whenever they decide to announce, this is going to break the internet. Coach Saban, this is what everybody was talking about. Remember yesterday on social media, people were like, Coach Saban's about to break the internet tomorrow, all this stuff. This is about to happen. He hasn't lost his fastball. All these guys aren't going away. All these stars that you see are stargazing. It's crazy, man. So we appreciate the super chat, but also just like Todd said, I mean, he is just in. He looks great. He's contributing at a very high level. This class is just remarkable. Adding on Houston would certainly be a big statement to what Coach Saban continues to do, but also it would move Alabama to the #1 spot in the recruiting rankings. Not that that necessarily matters, but I like the fact that, Saban is still able to get another #1 recruiting class. I have to go back to the numbers to see how many recruiting classes he's had that have been #1, but this class is shaping up so nicely, Ty.
And it's not just that, man. I mean, it's the man is doing the Pat McAfee show. He's doing Hey Coach. He's on the trail. He's just done his best job. Like, for people saying, oh, well, he's retired. I don't know, Kyle, about you. I don't know how many people before they retire start working more. Typically, they start working less before they retire. He's working more. I think he's dialed in.
And people were like, well, he bought a house in Jupiter, Florida, and he's driving around a Ferrari. Well, yeah, he's 72. He could do whatever the hell he wants. I mean, if he wants to buy a house in Jupiter, he still has his house in Georgia, the lake house. And, he honestly, when I'm in Tuscaloosa, he doesn't live far from me. Now, our houses are different sizes, but, that's Coach Saban. So, so Coach Saban's house is kind of like off hidden behind, but it's a monster house. And then Lake Tuscaloosa is right behind it. So, if you're familiar with Tuscaloosa, we do have Lake Tuscaloosa, we have Lake Nickel and Lake Holt, and it's kind of all within the region. But Lake Tuscaloosa is the one that has all the lake houses on it, and you would be shocked to see the amount of lake houses that are around Lake Tuscaloosa. Really cool. I've actually never been to Lake Martin, but I heard the same thing. That's kind of where people in Birmingham have their setup, and they have like restaurants. From what I've heard, I've never been there, but I've definitely wanted. If you got a boat and a lake house in Lake Martin, hit me up. So I'm trying to hang out with with you this summer. So what we're doing today, this is an all-day signing show. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube, and then you have Tai Hayes of Around the Sports Table. I cannot say enough about Tai Hayes. Clearly, his work speaks for himself. He is actually hosting the show tomorrow and on Friday. I am actually going to visit my grandparents in New Mexico. My grandparents are in their mid-80s, and it's really important that I see them. As you know, spending time with your family during the holidays is really important. So I try to get, because I live in Tuscaloosa, so I try to make my way. And we're 5 minutes away from Edric Houston. And when Edric Houston comes on, or if he does stream or whatever, we will bring that to you. But kind of setting the stage. Came to New Mexico because I only get to come back maybe once or twice a year. I have my kids with me. So seeing the grandparents, my mom, my dad, all my cousins, stuff like that, but also see my grandparents. So I hooked up with Ty this year, who's doing an amazing job Around the Sports Table. Definitely check him out on YouTube. He crushes it, and also on the Bleacher Report app. But I have him with me today, along with Coach Smook, who will be back, and then Coach Sean and Coach Jarek will also be joining us at 1 p.m. And then you also have Coach Saban at 4 p.m. And Coach Saban can talk about any of these prospects that have a check mark. So as soon as these prospects have a check mark, and we're following this from the University of Alabama, we will definitely add that to this graphic. And those are the prospects that Saban can talk about. We have some open slots on the bottom of the right, just in case any of the guys do flip to Alabama. We are watching Houston, who's signing here in 4 minutes. And then we are watching Kevin Riley, Jaden Baugh. And then there's a couple other guys that we're watching. Tristan Jernigan signs in a couple days. Avery Hampton. Did we ever get an update on Hampton, Ty? When is Hampton signed?
I didn't see anything on Aaron Hampton, but from everything I know, that Bama is pushing. We'll see if they can get that flip from Texas. That'd be good. Very talented kid. Texas is recruiting him as a defensive back. There's a bit more fluidity at the situation for Alabama.
Yeah, got you. Okay, so February 9th for Ryan Williams as well. So, Around the Sports Table. Yeah, that's it. We got Coach Smook back too. Smook, you good to go? Give us a thumbs up, man, if we can see you. Okay. Smook, what's up, man?
What's up? Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah. Coming
right.
a little bit higher. Turn the mic down a little bit. We're just a few minutes away from Edric Houston, who is announcing. But Ty, if I didn't do a good enough shot in terms of your YouTube channel, man, tell everyone a little bit more about your channel and where they can find you on Bleacher Report. Why we have a few minutes.
Man, you do a fantastic job saying it. Now you can just find me over here on YouTube. I just do constant college football content. During the season, you can catch me streaming most days. I do general college football content, including Alabama. But if you're looking for news on any team, I'm probably talking about them. It's a great time, and I'm just super thankful to have connected with Kyle. We started going to some work together through the Bleacher Report app, and it's just budded from there. And now we link up on Wednesdays.
We have Smook in. Smook, what's up, man? I appreciate you coming back and forth. Everybody knows Coach Smook, but Coach Smook, man, welcome back. And again, we have at 1 p.m., we have Coach Sean and Coach Jarek. I think they're going to join us as well to talk about this recruiting class. So we appreciate you, Smook. Give us your thoughts, man. A few minutes away. Do you have a prediction for Houston? Are you into predictions, man? What's your thoughts as Edric Houston's about to decide between Alabama and Ohio State?
Honestly, guys, for it to be this late and for him to be leaning the way it is, and like you said, it's reliable sources on Twitter that have been calling this for probably the last 16 hours, have been consistently calling this. So I'm calling Houston to Bama. I think that's what all the buzz is about. I've seen text messages. I've seen, everybody has their cryptic messages that they like to put out there in the stratosphere. And if you follow a lot of these guys' history who have been following Houston, they've been on point up until up to the minute. So I'm thinking he's here. I think he's Crimson Tide, and to add a guy like him, another solid DN young guy that's going to come in and be able to play behind the likes of Jaheim Otis, and now we got LT Overton joining that defensive front. Tim Keenan, Perry going to be a guy next year. They're going to see Keon Keeley. I mean, guys are just going to keep rolling through. You add Houston to this class, though, alone is just like you all were talking about earlier. Not only does it put us clearly should put us at number one as far as recruiting rankings and ratings, but you just quality guys. You turn on the film, and every guy that you look at from top to bottom right now on Alabama's signed list, if you look at the check marks right now, they're dudes, man. They're not just out there getting by. They're making plays. They're impact players. They have a tenacity. Tai, you was talking about that, and Houston adds to that. So I mean, I'd be excited for him to be a flip to Bama.
Yeah, we're waiting on Edric Houston. I'm checking his Instagram. I haven't seen him go live. I mean, he's anticipated to go live here at 12 p.m. So we'll keep you posted on that. Everybody's asking about Grimsley. You guys have any detail on that? And why are we watching this? Can you explain this to people who are just kind of joining? Smook, you want to take that, or Ty?
Go ahead, Ty. Yeah, because I'm excited about that guy.
Yeah, I don't really have like any news on Grimsley. I just think he's unbelievably talented. We talk about versatility all the time, the ability to play at a high level defensive back or wide receiver. I just think that's a really rare thing. I will send y'all the link right now as I pass it to Smook, Buford's signing day.
Yeah, will you text that to me, Ty? Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Grimsley is a dog, man. I mean, him and Bakwe, Kirkpatrick Jr., like those guys being able to come in at the same time, Peyton Woodward coming in, getting the early enrollee, Xavier Brown, like the secondaries just continue to get deeper and deeper. You get a guy like Grimsley to lock in and say, I don't mind learning for a year, maybe even redshirting. You get a guy like Grimsley to come in and buy into that process, because he has to continue to grow. And he's not the readiest of the bunch, but he's the one where you look at him, you're like, man, Taron Arnold, type of feel when you watch him play. He's a dog. He gets after it. He's not a pretty DB. He gets there and gets it, and he's grimy. It's funny that his last name is Grimesley, because he gets in there and he gets grimy, man. And I mean, he get in your face, and he's a passionate player. Just don't even look at his highlights, man. You could turn on one game and you're going to get consistently, you're going to see him making plays every game. He's making plays. So definitely need him to go ahead and sign and add to this already stacked class, man. For these guys to be signing, looking at the competition and the ratings that's coming in with them, this is a competitive class already. You could look at these guys and they're not just looking for fame. They looking to compete, man. We get Quentin Watson here, man. It's going to be That linebacker room going to get crazy, man.
Hey Ty, did you get that link for Buford?
So I'm currently watching it on my phone, but when I go to YouTube, it says video unavailable. The video is restricted.
Huh? What is it?
I'll send.
What is it? What is it? Ty, maybe just send me a
It's
screenshot.
on the channel 11 Alive
11.
on YouTube. It's a Georgia-based, Dylan Raiola and them just sat down.
Okay, let's see if okay, yeah, I don't even know if we can. I don't want to steal their stuff. So okay, well, so look, all right, here's what to do, fam. If you want to watch this live, I think because it's on 11 Live that has 1 million subscribers, I think what is fair is to send people to their YouTube channel as opposed to
copy
like
the link.
yeah, and I think let's put the link inside the comment box if they want to watch that. I'll go ahead and put it. Here's the link, fam, for you guys to check out 11 Live. I don't think that we're allowed to stream that. I don't want to like
Right.
copyright their stuff. So this is the link inside the comment box. Just copy it, and I'll be watching it kind of on the back end with with Ty, because I mean this is their stuff. I mean they deserve to have the views and the likes for that. But they do have a lot of guys signing, and so we'll watch this on the back end, and then as news happens and whenever these guys do decide, we will bring that to you. So I'm watching it on this back end, and I know you guys are probably too. I don't know how drawn out this is going to be. And I thought maybe if it's on Instagram or whatever, we could bring it in. I'm going to check Instagram one more time. Maybe, his family has, something, one of their feeds going like they usually do. But this on 11 Live, I think we send people over there. So you have Dylan Raiola, who's obviously committing to Nebraska, flip from Georgia. You have KJ Bolden, who's currently committed to Florida State, who could potentially flip to Georgia. You have Edric Houston, who could potentially flip to Alabama and is currently committed to Ohio State. So, yeah, Buford football goes hard. Ty, what are you thinking here, man? I'm thinking that ends up at Bama. I'm going to go with Whitfong, man. That guy doesn't necessarily miss too much.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Fong. Listen, if Fong misses, that means something changed, and something changed rapidly. That guy is as connected as anybody in the industry in terms of the national connections he has. And if he's confident, I'm confident. And you have Freddie Roach and Nick Saban. I'm confident in their ability to flip anybody in the country.
Yeah, and I guess was that the Adam is saying, because he's watching on 11 Live. I just posted it inside the comment box again. He's done that. He only has an Ohio State hat on the table. Smook, what do you think?
I mean, to Ty's point, man, it's always been one of these situations, and with Frog, man, like when he called the Josh Jacobs late signing right before it happened, like that's when I was like, wow, who is this guy? Because he literally, you saw Jacobs on the stage, and then like you see a tweet, and then like 20 minutes later, you see Jacobs go off the stage, come back, and then he announces he's going to commit to Alabama. So it was crazy to see that happening, man. And but like you said, man, he's not really, he doesn't miss too many times. So
X is actually inside the comment box, says Riley a 5-star. Wasn't he a 4-star the whole time? Yeah, I think he's a 4-star. He's talking about the running back commit. And if you're just joining us and you're waiting on Edric Houston's announcement, that is on 11 Live. I have posted where to watch it on their YouTube channel. So how YouTube works is like you have to respect everybody's content. So you can't just like rip someone's content and like put it over here. There's like rules and parameters that we kind of follow. So 11 Live is you can watch that and then just come back over here. We're watching it with you. I don't know how long this stream is going to go. But yeah, Edric Houston does only have.
Oh, hey, the look on his face, man.
Was that a tell? Was that a tell sign?
Man, you could tell he's coming to Bama. That Ohio State hat is up there, but he has to look like, yeah, I made my decision. That's what he looked like. Like,
yeah.
I made my decision, bro.
Yeah, I think I can bring over at least a screenshot over it, right? I mean, so I'm just gonna do here's just a screenshot of what you're watching. But this is at 11 Live, and so I mean, it's a great feed as well. So if you want to go and watch it, because it's an 11, it's a 1 million subscriber channel. Let's put it that way. They got and I got it. is 11 Live. So this is exactly what it looks like, and we're all waiting. And then Sexton, thanks for just joining us. Ryan Williams is announcing on February 9th. And the reason we're going to say that a million times is because people come in the channel, they come out, they might have just been getting here. So I'm sure there's been a lot of people that have been here all day long, but February 9th is the day for Ryan Williams. And right now on 11 Live, we are waiting for Dylan Raiola to sign his paperwork with Nebraska. We're waiting on Edric Houston to choose between Ohio State and between Alabama. And then you have KJ Bolden, who is committed to Florida State. Let's see if he signs with Florida State or if he flips to Georgia. So theoretically, you could have 3 flips at this table because, right? I mean, Raiola flipped, Houston could flip, and then KJ Bolden could flip, right? That's kind of what we're watching. But 11 Live is where things are taking place right now. If you want to watch it and then come back and check it out. Smook, this whole Dylan Raiola thing, I mean, what was your take on that?
You know what, Kyle? I was just about to say something about that. The fact that Raiola chose to be so public about leaving Georgia, I think that, to me, that was probably fueled by KJ Bolden's decision to stick with Florida State, not go with the hype that, you know, people was trending him to Georgia, because a lot of people had KJ Bolden going to Georgia initially off the jump. When he stuck with Florida State to keep him there, like Ty was saying, you know, everybody knows Dion was prime time was after him. You know, it's one of those things where this kid probably gave off the energy of, man, do what you feel is best for you, you know. And I don't think Raiola in the SEC and the way he played, great kid, but has a lot of room to grow. And to think that he was going to be able to come into the SEC with the amount of growth that he needs to see in order to be a starter, I think it would have done more damage to his career early on. He's going into a situation in Nebraska where it's going to have an opportunity for it to grow. The office is going to grow with him. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think not only was the extra stuff a factor in it, you know, dealing with the parents and all that stuff, but the fact that the kid was able to be public about it. And we were talking about it earlier, that this day and age of social media, the need for acceptance on social media, especially when it comes to college football. This is going to be interesting to see what KJ Bolden does today, because I could see Georgia flipping him. It fits. He could go into Georgia next year and possibly see early playing time as a true freshman. Kirby doesn't mind throwing them DBs out there. But Florida State is definitely a perfect opportunity for him to be like, you know, set a tone as KJ Bolden.
Hey, Ty, are you watching on the back end of this? Are you watching the YouTube channel? Because somebody just asked, which hats does Bolden have in front? I don't think they have 2 hats. I think it's just been, I think I just saw, so you can watch
Ohio State
right on 11 Alive. So we're basically, this is a screenshot. So there's 7,000 people watching their YouTube channel. All right, that YouTube channel clearly bangs. But what we're seeing on the back end is basically Edric Houston only has 1 hat of Ohio State. What does it mean? That he has a hat out there. I mean, we got to wait till he signs. Go ahead, Ty.
Hayes Fawcett did just tweet. I don't know if he did so prematurely. Edric Houston is sticking with Ohio State.
Oh, no way.
Hayes Fawcett just tweeted that. But we'll see. It could be some signing day theatrics. I'm holding out. But if he does, huge win for Ohio State. Hats off to them, battling it out. Holding off the time.
Okay. Hayes, Ty, tell everyone who Hayes is.
Oh, so Hayes Fawcett, the other Hayes, right? Great guy. If I'm not getting my recruiting information from Steve Wilfong, it's Hayes Fawcett. This kid knows everything in college football. He's the guy that people hit up for graphics. So if he puts something out, he's been told by somebody. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, so and the way this works, and I think, you know, Shannon Terry did a really good job in terms of getting these younger guys onto the staff at on threes, because these, like, I don't even know how old this kid is. I think he might be like 21, if that, 20. And so he's been able to really lock in with these guys who are he might even be younger than that, to be honest. And Grimsley, someone's saying Grimsley signed in. Appreciate it. so Hayes Foster is able to break the news with all these graphics and stuff like that. But you saw Steve Whitfung of 24/7 say that didn't he forecast Houston to Bama?
Yeah, he crystal balled it earlier today.
So we have 24/7 and On3 really going head to head. So we just sit back and did Rivals say anything? Did any of our guys? I don't know if we saw anything from our boys at Rivals. So we're just gonna sit back and see what happens. So we're all watching it on YouTube. Are you guys still watching it? I have actually swapped out. Are you guys watching it? So Ty, you give us a heads up when you see whoever has signed. And Blaine is saying that Houston signed with Ohio State. Can we get a confirmation on that?
I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it yet either. Okay, so we're gonna hold on. So let's see. I also have our producer in the back. Oh, James, what's up, man? Derek's on here too. Oh, you want to give us a thumbs up if you want to join this family, man? You ready? You almost ready to come in? Okay, shoot, man. Let's bring it in. Yo, what's up, Derek?
What's going on? What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
Yeah, we are just waiting right now for the news to drop on Edric Houston. I mean, a lot of people saying that it's going to be Ohio State. You can watch on 11 Alive, which is a station out of Atlanta. He already committed. Do we have an update? Does anyone have an update right here? Yes,
man, Kyle, I'm looking at it right now. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, so we have not seen it yet. Ty, I want you to play point on this, man. Have you seen it? No? Okay, so we have not seen an official signee yet, man. Jarek, your thoughts on Edric Houston, man?
It's interesting. I'm literally getting, it's like split right now. There's like multiple sources right now that are saying that he was sticking with Ohio State this morning. There's other people out there that were saying, of course, the 24/7 Sports and the On3, and you got some, you have a college football report. They're people over there. They get inside information. They say that, hey, that they're leaning towards Alabama. It's been so much going on, but like I said, I just saw the Hayes Fawcett graphic design, and once you see that graphic design, it's almost kind of a wrap for that. That dude gets his information extremely quickly. So it's I don't know at this point. It's kind of like we'll see what happens. I mean, like, we've had situations like this before, right? We've had this before where kids literally just made up their mind in the last possible second. But who knows? This will again. If we can get them, that'll be a big get for us. If Ohio State gets them, that would be a huge get for them because they've lost plenty of dudes to the transfer portal. They've lost plenty, like they've lost plenty of commitments to other programs as well. And you look at guys like Jack Sawyer, JT Tuamala, like those guys are going to be gone. So they don't really have anybody stepping up for them so far. So if Edric Houston, if he does commit to Ohio State, he's simply playing off the edge, right? They're not going to slide him down to a 4i. They're not going to slide him down to a 5-tech. They're literally going to let that dude play off the edge. In particular, kind of that Jack Sawyer, Zach Harrison type role. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens, man. But hopefully, man, we can land them. But it's just it's pretty leaning Ohio State's way so far.
Yeah, and I was just I just looked on checked with Andrew Bone and said that I mean they go with Hayes Fawcett, and someone's saying they got it. Is it Ohio State? I think it is Ohio State, right? I think it's Ohio State.
I was muted on my end. It still hasn't gotten to him yet.
All right. Okay, so here's what Alabama's class looks like. And look, if they don't get Edric Houston, it's not, the world doesn't end with missing on him and not getting Perry Thompson. I mean, because you look at the board, and two things that are going to stand out, okay, is the fact that LT Overton is coming in. And some of the defensive linemen that Alabama has added. I mean, Jarek, when you look to the addition of LT Overton here, I mean, look, this guy's coming in, and you have some of these other defensive linemen. Stephen Bua, I think, is probably underrated. Jeremiah Beeman, we haven't really talked about him a lot. Vega, he's another defensive lineman. I mean, what's your thought on kind of the defensive lineman that Alabama does have in this class?
It's an overhaul, man, and it's a much needed revamp because you can make a legit argument that our defensive line, as far as just getting overall production, just hasn't been that good since the 2017 year. So we kind of need a revamp because again, Will Anderson was a guy that we slid a lot into the inside. Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell, we did that for them this season. So you can make an argument that we just haven't really had true 5 technique guys. Jaheim Otis, we even pushed him out. We even pushed him out to even 5 tech. And now he's done exceptionally well when we put him in that position. We put him in that role. But, for the most part, going into the season, no one thought that was going to be his natural position. Everyone thought that he can either play like as a 1 or a 0. So it's interesting to kind of see what happens with this class, because there's a lot of athletic dudes that can easily play that 4i 5 type role. So I'm extremely excited to see these guys, man. All of them has the upside to play defensive end. All of them for the most part, I think natural position, whether if it's in our base kind of defense or base nickel, they all can play that role. So I'm extremely excited to see what these kids can do. I think LT Overton is, that got me extremely excited, because I can just tell where he's going to be playing already. And it's going to be a much more natural fit compared to what we've seen from players for this year, but a much more needed revamp for this defense.
All right, so a couple things. We have Grimsley. He is officially signed in with the Alabama Crimson Tide. We'll update that checkbox if it's not already checked. And then our boy Ty here at the bottom, man, is going to dip out, man. So, Ty, we appreciate you for sticking around, man. Excellent work. I mean, your knowledge about everything under the college football window, man, is just really impressive. Definitely follow him on his YouTube channel, and he will tell you more about that as he is hosting the show Thursday and Friday, as I am out of town. So you guys definitely stick back with the YouTube channel tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Ty, give everybody one last word, man, about where they could find you, and any final thoughts on this recruiting class.
Listen, I too wanted Edric Houston. This would have been a phenomenal win. LT Overton was necessary for this reason. Boygby moving to the NFL. You were in a battle with Ohio State. Shout out Larry Johnson. That guy is a fantastic recruiter.
Yes, he is.
And listen, Edric Houston to Ohio State, that's a tough place to flip people away from, though we are Alabama, though we are the standard as it pertains to defensive line recruiting. But at the end of the day, this recruiting class is exceptional. Look at the average recruit rank. Look at the numbers as compared to other recruiting classes. This is a phenomenal recruiting class. I don't care if it comes in at number 1. I don't care if it comes in at number 2. This is excellent work by this staff, and I'm blown away by it. Kyle, thank you so much for having me. Can't wait to be back tomorrow. I'll get with you this evening, making sure all my internet's good. And if not, hey, I'll be hosting it out of Rudy's tomorrow, and we'll be eating barbecue together.
Nice.
Absolutely, man. All right, take it easy, Ty.
Hey,
All right,
before you go, Ty,
All right, Ty.
I want my flowers for putting this together too. This Kyle, I told.
Oh yeah, you played so okay, yeah. So Smook played matchmaker between Ty and myself. He's like, look, Ty's on fire. I could see the connection, linked us up together, and the rest is history. So Smook, man, you definitely
me and Jay talked about this for a while, man. We talked about it for a while. And I just said, oh my God, this is my opportunity. Boom.
Yeah.
And when they said yes, oh yeah.
Chad, what I mean for a while, I mean for a while. We've been talking about this for a while, man. So I'm glad it happened.
All right.
Well, I told Kyle this. Jance was one of the first people I ever live streamed with. He and I have been live streaming together for 2 years now.
And the crazy thing is Jarek is one of the first people who started calling in the call-in show like 5 years ago. So, I mean, man, to see this all come along is amazing. And I think, kind of going forward as the channel grows, I think, this is you're seeing the team kind of, transform. And it's all kind of the independent people that have kind of come together to make the channel what it is. So we appreciate you, man. And Ty, man, grab some barbecue before you bounce out, man. Grab you some of that amazing potato salad. And that Rudy's hot barbecue sauce slaps, man. So,
shout out to Rudy's.
For sure. All right, man. We appreciate you, Ty, man. We'll catch up with you soon. See you, man.
All right,
see ya.
All right. Hey, Jarek, Smook, you guys want to run the show, man? I'm going to take a break. You guys, we'll continue to update the graphic and stuff like that. Next announcement is at 1 p.m. with Kevin Riley, who's a running back. You guys good with that?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Good, man.
All right, man. I'll catch up with you guys here in just a minute.
Yes, sir. Man, Jay, as always, it's always good to be on with you, bro.
Oh yeah.
Man, this class, bro, nothing short of what's been unexpected, of what's been expected. But Houston was one that I was hoping to find, get that flip. To me, that would have been the Peter Woods miss that we had last year. You know, I
Mhm.
feel like that would kind of brought back that knockout punch that we usually see from Bama in recruiting. Not a bad miss, you know, not a bad miss. It was a stretch. It was a hard pull, but
And we pushed hard, man. Like
yes, we did.
we pushed very, very hard to get that kid over here, man. So, but ultimately, like I said, Coach Larry Johnson, shout out to him, did a good job of
Yeah.
keeping him into Ohio State.
Yeah, man. And I see comments in the chat like, you got to give credit where credit is due. Ohio State has put in some solid defensive ends. They've been able to put in guys that's even worked from the defensive tackle position, outside linebacker, edge rusher type style guys. They've traditionally been able to scheme those guys to do what they do best, just like you highlighted. So Houston's going into a good opportunity right now, man. I don't fault them for staking with Ohio State. You look at what's in front of you at Alabama right now. You talking about coming in and having to compete against the likes of, depending on where he would align, is he going to be a true five? Is he going to stand up and be outside linebacker?
Mhm.
We don't know what the scheme, what played into his decision. It might have been scheme. It might have been NIL, whatever it was. He made a decision, but looking at the depth chart, man, he's got an opportunity to go in and play early, man.
Yep, and I think a lot. Again, it's a bummer. But let me tell you something. Last year's class, if we're just simply talking about guys that are pure edge rushers, but maybe can slide to a 4 or 5. I mean, you got guys like Keon Keeley, who was the number 1 ranked player in the country. For the most part. Oh my God, who was the other player that came from Carver?
Talking about Quay Russo and James Smith.
Quay Russo, James Smith, natural guy that can play 3 or 1. Quay could play. Quay honestly could be an inside linebacker.
Yeah,
honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he
thought.
makes that move to inside linebacker.
That's what I thought, especially seeing Jeremiah Alexander go out there and mix it up at inside. I think you get similar style player. And Russo is just so violent, man. It's hard to get a guy like him off of the edge. Even setting him as a weak side would be perfect. Some of the things we complain about Trez Marshall not being able to do, and some of the things that we see Jahad Campbell kind of work his way up to playing at a high level and being able to do. I think that's just naturally what Quay Russo does when you're talking about being sound. As an inside linebacker, having sound gap responsibility, he can get out and cover because Russo has the speed. He has the range to go sideline to sideline. So, I mean, we got a lot of talent in that room. Edric Houston made a business decision, honestly, bro. It's out of room. I think the linebacker room as a whole, inside, outside, has I think 7 5-stars in there right now, if I'm not mistaken. Currently, that will rank 5 stars coming into college football, if I'm not mistaken. But that's a lot to go in and try to compete against when you're trying to see the field early. And not everybody built like that, man. And I'm not saying that's him, but man, that would have been a great get. That would have been a great get.
It would have been.
I want to ask you something about some of the guys that we have signed. The early enrollees, we've been excited about some of these guys. Some of the guys that we were talking about earlier, Xavier Brown, man, a guy, he hasn't really been getting a lot of attention from the national media, been kind of locked in with Bama. What's your thoughts on him?
I like Xavier Brown. I think he's a very aggressive corner. Watched him a lot when he was at Mater Dei, so I think that for the most part, that's a pretty solid get for us. I think he fits the prototypical size of what a Nick Saban corner actually is. I think really the question is that when he comes here, where is he going to be playing more as a boundary guy? Can we put him as that star? Can we try him out even as a safety? Because I think when you take a look at some of his ball skills, I think that it is possible that he could make that transition to safety. Nick Saban likes to do that with a lot of his guys. Typical, you'll have safeties that will make that transition to corner. You have corners that will make that transition to star. You have some, guys that normally can play in the nickel will play as a boundary type guy, like a Cyrus Jones. So it's very interesting to see what they're going to do with Xavier Brown. But for the most part, again, Alabama's room is going to be low, is just as talented. Just like kind of this year, again, you got Des Ricks, you got a Trey Amos, that will be coming back to see what's going on there. So there's going to be competition. There's going to be equal opportunities for Xavier Brown as a true freshman, potentially get it there and at least compete for a job.
We just got some breaking news here reported by On3. Joseph Hastings just tweeted Dangerfield, Texas recruit Aaron Hampton. Just flipped. He's the number 9 athlete in the 2024 class. I'm going to pull up some highlights. He was a priority for Texas. I remember this guy. I didn't think he was going to flip from Texas. I thought he was a Texas lock, being a Texas guy. Had been with Texas early in recruitment. I don't know what this means for our either running back room or wide receiver room or in the secondary. This kid is an athlete. He's number 9 athlete for a reason.
He plays everywhere.
Exactly.
Everywhere.
Like, so what does that mean? And that's big, man. That's big to miss on Houston, but then turn around and flip a guy from Texas out of Texas. That is huge. I mean, initial reaction, bro.
I think he's going to play corner. I think that I think he's going to play that Malachi Roy at star. Just looking at his size, the kid has played everywhere, and what I like about him so much is how fluid his movement is. Man, he's extremely loose player. It's interesting because he can play on both sides of the ball. But I really do like when I take a look at at certain athletes, right? The quote unquote athlete label that's being labeled on these kids. When Nick Saban grabs them, what's the position that they always play? Corner. They always, whether if it's that star, whether if it's, and especially because again, we love to run a lot of nickel. I mean, our primary defense, if we're looking at overall total snap count, was going off of the nickel. So I think that this is a pretty big get. Again, you lose a kid like Edric Houston. But now all of a sudden you make that grab, and at least you were like, are we really going to count Perry Thompson as a huge miss as far as, again, we wanted to get him, but we didn't really, no one even, for the most part expected that we were going to grab him. These two guys in Hampton and Houston, these were guys that we thought that we had a phenomenal chance of landing, right? Thompson was more of a, let's just swing for the fences and just see what happens. These two guys were players that we knew we have a great chance of getting. So I think we're 1 for 2. So this was a big get overall wise, getting a solid athlete like this, and hopefully for the most part, I'm not going to say hopefully. I think I'm pretty much 95% sure he's going to be playing more on the defensive side of the ball, but a guy that for the most part has a lot of versatility from his game, and we'll see what happens for him, man. Just welcome to the Tide.
I mean, just looking at the graphic here that Kyle was able to pull up for us, the 5'10", 175, the type of corner, the size of corner you kind of want to see coming in at Alabama. Development guy, because with his athlete position being labeled an athlete, most of these guys come in, they get their kick return, punt return opportunities to go out there and showcase that on the special teams. And in those dime sets, you start seeing young guys with athlete labels get inserted in special situations. So depending on and I like what I've seen from him on this film, man. The highlights that I'm watching now, just instinctive on both sides of the ball, man, offensive and defensive. I wouldn't be surprised if he was inclined to play, in that wide receiver room, man. The way Tommy Reese is scheming up the jet motion now. I mean, you look at his highlights, he does it all, man. He does it all for real.
It's kind of like Kendrick Law a little bit.
Exactly. And not the size of Kendrick Law, clearly, but he's gonna beef up at Bama. 5'10". I think he's closer to 6 foot than 5'10". If I'm looking at him on the film now, he doesn't look like a small 5'10". You get what I'm saying? He looks closer to like your solid Debo Samuel size, a little bit taller. But the way he attacks the ball, man, on the defensive side, I mean, he gets the ball in his hands. He's comfortable with the ball in his hands. I'm looking at the play where he was walking at the beginning of the play, because I guess he thought the play was blown dead, and then he just hawks the guy down. I mean, just hawks the guy down. Dude has a full stride run, and he's walking, and then he just turns on the jet out of 1, 2, 3 steps, and he's in stride. Hawks the guy down, man.
I'm excited to see what this kid does.
Man.
I'm excited to see what he does. I mean, this kid is an athlete, a really, really good athlete that can play on both sides. Again, I think he's gonna play more on the defensive side of the ball, but my goodness gracious, man, wherever this kid plays at, man, it's gonna be a talent, that's for sure. It's gonna be one hell of a talent.
And every major recruiting database has him as a 4-star, solid, with solid ratings, man. You know, ESPN always kind of undercuts a lot of guys, man, especially if they're not 5 stars. That 82 from ESPN just tells you he was literally maybe a year under the radar, you know, a year too long under the radar. But to come out of Texas and come from that type of environment, football environment, I mean, quality recruit, man. Just turn the film on. I love to turn the film on. You heard me say it. As far as analysis and everything, just turn the film on. You could really learn about a player, their tendencies, all of that stuff. And he's a like you said, a fluent guy, man. Just the the athleticism alone is amazing. I definitely didn't have this one coming to us, bro. I will say this. I will say that I won't sit here and act like, you know, he was a flip, but a lot of people have been talking on the Twitters, you know, Bama Twitter, and Hampton was. I didn't see that name. I didn't see that name a lot, so I knew that we was recruiting him hard though. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think
Twitter is funny right now.
Man, Twitter's been bumping, man. Someone, you know, so someone said that I think it was Clint Lamb. I think Clint Lamb pretty much said that you know, now Bama fans know how it feels, how 4th and 31 felt because of the Edric Houston miss, man. And just so
Nah.
like I'm like, that's a little over exaggeration. I mean, I get it. You know, this is our biggest miss probably by far of the year. You know, this is kind of, you know, like you just said before, this is kind of more of our you know, I mean, like, we've had big misses before, but yeah, this is kind of our, yeah, I guess I can understand a little bit. I can understand, but you know,
yeah, somewhat, man, because the only reason this one doesn't hurt as much as Peter Woods is because Peter Woods was in state. He was at one of the top schools in state. You just came out of that area, that region, and pulled Kool-Aid and all the other guys, you know, at home, you're the number one prospect in state, you know, and he goes out of state to Clemson. You know, that hurts to Clemson.
That hurt.
You know, just
he's
like
not even that long. He's not even that long from Tuscaloosa. He's like right there, right in that Alabama area.
Same thing with Justin Ross. When Justin Ross went to Clemson over Bama, you know, that's hometown. That's Phoenix City's finest right there. I remember Justin Ross 6th grade year playing basketball, you know, touching the rim, snatching rebounds off the rim, 6th grade year. So that one was hurtful. But this one here, it was like, man, it just came so close because we literally made that push. It was public that we needed or we wanted Houston to join this class, you know. But yeah, man, getting Hampton, man. I mean, this just never. And Steve Mbume in Bamu, I can't say his last name, in Bamu. That to me just goes to show you how deep as far as recruiting we can go, man. We got quality D lineman, Jeremiah Beeman, Stephen Bawu. Who's the other guy that came in this class? Fager out of Phoenix City. You know, we talked about him earlier, his tenacity. I gave him Jesse Williams 2.0. That's the type of vibes I get from Fager. He's so strong at the point of attack. His attack with his hands, how violent he is with his hands, and how he just aggressive he is in his way to get in the backfield, man. So to be able to come in and play maybe a year, maybe 2 years, play behind Keenan and Latham and Perry and those guys and Payne, if Payne decides to stay, man, this could be good for him. This could be good for him. What's your feeling about some of these other defensive linemen in the class?
They're, like I said before, man. You look at guys like Beeman. Like I said, we brought in Steven. Again, it took me 2 years to pronounce Tua Tagovailoa's name, so it's some of these names for the most part it's going to take me a while for me to get. But no, I mean, I think with most of the defensive linemen that we brought in this class, guys like Beeman, you know, for the most part, you look at guys like Steve. Again, I guess an LT Overton for the most part that you include this class. He's probably a more ready player at this point going into his junior year. But you look at some of these guys that we can bring in. These are natural 5-tech, 4-eye type players. Like, these are the type of players that fits more into a Nick Saban type scheme. You know, the last couple of years, like I just implemented earlier, we had to slide some of our edge rushers a little bit more inside. You know, Will Anderson primarily for those last couple of years, he pretty much played a little bit more to the inside. They had to kind of do the exact same with Dallas and with Chris Braswell, and it felt a little unnatural because you can tell that in certain run situations or even in goal line situations that we would kind of get swept a little bit because we were just, I wouldn't say we didn't have the talent to do it, but I felt like we were a little undersized with certain with these players playing certain roles that just didn't fit what Nick Saban really wanted to do at times. So the fact that we're adding, the fact that when you look at this class and you look at the amount of defensive linemen that we brought in, I think Nick Saban kind of knows that we need to revamp this defensive line. We got to get this back, because you can even make an argument for this year. As good as the year that we're having, you can still make an argument that the weakest spot on this team is our defensive line. And and like I said, Tim Keenan's great. Jaheim Otis is great. But what about that second line? What about that third line? Right?
Yeah.
We've had concerns. We've had some concerns, not huge concerns, but it was noticeable concerns when Jaheim Otis and Keenan were out the game. You knew that they weren't ready yet. So, like I said, you're still waiting for a James Smith to develop. James Smith is, he's played a lot more compared to what he did his freshman year. So, I'm sorry. But James Smith, for the most part, you're still waiting for him to kind of develop. I forgot this actually is his freshman year. Dude looks like a freaking senior. But no, you're still waiting for him to develop and grow. To play that type of role on the inside a little bit. You're still waiting for some of these younger guys, a Damian Payne, who still has a lot of a lot more talent. Like, I think people forget that kid was a 5-star athlete. So getting these type of players that can play the natural 5 and 4 eye, and it's not just because of their size, but it's their agility, right? It's it's the agility, right? Jaheim Otis, as big as as huge as that kid is, and as athletic that he is to play at the inside, you can just tell that just isn't more of a natural role for him. He can play it, and he's done really, really well there. But you want guys that can play that position well, like Chris Braswell and Dallas Turner. As good as they've played against the run, I want them on the edge. I don't want these guys sliding on the inside for the majority. It's like with Will Anderson. I didn't want Will Anderson sliding to the inside. I want that dude to kill it off the edge. So to get more guys that can play that natural spot and natural role for us, and to prioritize that in this class, that's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal by Nick Saban and his coaching staff.
And to add to that, man, you hitting everything on the head with it. But you got guys like Edric Hill who's coming in that to me would fit better as your big end / defensive tackle. Same way you're playing Jaheim Otis this year. You got Jordan Renard, who I believe once he gets the head part of the game right, as far as what his assignment is when he's on the field, another freak talent on the edge, man. That's going to be a true D end. He has the size to line up, like you said. Put him there, and then have a true outside edge rusher beside him. Quay Russaw going to be a true edge guy, and man, James Smith at defensive tackle. The moment he just stays consistent, with that motor, that's when we're going to see him break through. Yanzi Pierre going to be right there on the edge. Keon Keeley right there on the edge. Like, the D line / edge position is becoming a group of just talent that just needs to see the reps now.
More refinement, just a little bit more refinement, and they got it.
And they're doing it, man. They're doing it. I'm seeing sound guys in this class. Stephen Bouye is probably the most impressive to me. I know he didn't get a lot of hype coming in, but he's probably the most impressive to me because, like I said, of how violent he is. And when you look at guys who are having success right now in the Freddie Roach, those are the violent guys. Tim Keenan, Jaheim Otis, Justin Boybe, when he's playing reckless and violent. Like, the scheme is set up for you to literally be violent at the point of attack, and secure your gap, blow your gap up, contain your gap, hold your gap, but you have to be violent. And man, I can't wait. Beeman, another violent with his hands. I mean, and these are sizable dudes, man. Sizable dudes that are going to be true defensive ends for us. So I'm excited to see it, man. I'm excited to see it. Highlight another possible or recruit that we have on the board already, or somebody that you see that could be jumping in there and being a surprise pickup for us today.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I think the two players we picked up were kind of the surprises. Those were the ones that I really wanted to get. For the most part, again, Edric Houston was more of a color. Well, let's just see what happened with him. Perry Thompson, same exact thing. I knew that Hampton, for what I heard the last couple of nights, that was one player that I really wanted to get because I love his versatility. And watching how Malachi Moore was able to grow from playing the safety role to playing that corner to playing that star role, and how he was able to develop with his size. Like with how violent of a player he actually is this season. That's what I see for Aaron Hampton. And I think I can see a more refined and more polished version a little bit earlier on because of how elite his athleticism is. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, this is Aaron Hampton's my favorite pickup this year. He is my favorite. And I can't wait to see what he really does there. But of course, you look at some other guys like Ryan Williams, guys that can fight and try to be big impact players as a true freshman. That's a big possibility to see what happens there. Obviously, again, an LT Overton who should be playing day one. Hopefully he can get there and play as a day one. And then, obviously, Evan Stewart, possibility that he can come and transfer to the Alabama Crimson Tide. That's a big possibility of happening. It's funny because, they was actually trending on Twitter a little bit. It was him with Alabama gear on from his recruiting days. Somebody actually kind of got that video out. They had like over 100,000 views. It was trending on Twitter for a little bit. So, that's something to kind of keep an eye on to see whether we can land Evan Stewart, because the kid's a dog. But, obviously, like you said before, do we want, some of the attitude problems that people have kind of labeled? Do we kind of, want that in here? I think that's going to be a question, especially looking at how bad the A&M situation was, not with this character. I'm not going to question his character, but obviously, you look at a lot of the A&M kids, and there are even questions about LT Overton, right? With NIL money, like how motivated are some of these kids are, especially when they get to this program, is something that is looking that, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, it would be awesome to get a kid like Evan Stewart brought into here, be a day one, potentially a contributor. We saw how Jermaine Burton as a transfer was able to do it. So, but no, man, like I said before, number 2 class in the country.
Is that my internet or is that Jay? Chat, am I frozen? Let me know. Am I frozen, chat?
You're moving.
Okay.
Yeah, you're moving.
It had timed out for me for a second. I don't know what happened right there, but you were saying something. He said, "Oh, okay." He says, "Jay." All right. We couldn't hear your last part of your statement. You were saying about closing this class out.
Oh no, I just said that this class we have the number 2 class right now in the country and could finish this thing off with number 1. So
yeah, and I mean Houston would have definitely pushed us over the edge, but you got to look at the guys we still have on the board. Quinn Ross is a highly rated 3-star. Jay Sean Ross, another, just wait for him to sign the dotted line. I mean, it's so many targets still out there, guys. I think one that might be a surprise to some, but I don't think so. Kevin Riley, I can't remember if I saw the news on what time he was committing, but if we can get Kevin Riley, that running back, to commit, something is happening in Tuscaloosa. That tells me that something has happened, because this running back room is probably the scariest to kind of step into and say you're going to compete this year. You know what I'm saying? This is when, if you come in this year, you're not wishing bad on nobody, but the only way you might get in that 3rd spot as far as the rotation, with Roydell Williams probably coming back for another year eligibility, understanding he's going to be coming back to the similar role, with Jam and Justice probably taking your 1A, 1B reps next season. Man, it would be a tough guy. That would speak a lot on a commit that comes in like that. Because he's not a Justice Haynes, but he's electric. He's a dude, and talent everywhere is just produces. It just produces championship mentality. When you have guys that are ready to compete, competitive talent. So I'm excited, man. This is gonna be crazy, man. This is gonna be crazy to see how this thing close out. You seeing the buzz on Twitter about Coach Saban cooking something. People think it's over, it's not over. You never know on National Early Signing Day. Now early signing day is like the day.
Yeah, you just never know. You never know, man. Like there could be recruits that may not even be on our radar, that all of a sudden we just find out that they flip. I mean, we've seen it happen before, so I would not be surprised.
So yeah, we do have Kevin Riley at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that'll be here in about 15 minutes. His commitment should be coming. So about 1:15 here in about 30 minutes, we should know, depending on what the draw that his layout is of how he's going to do his commitment. And then Jaden Ball, the 4-star athlete, another electric guy who's on our radar. His commitment time coming up at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, so that'll be 6 p.m. my time. But guys, I mean, just overall, a day, man. Our early enrollees signing, making it official. They already been there practicing for what, 3 days now. This will be their third day as in practice. Already enrolled in classes. Their little what they call them integration courses that they're taking. Yeah, we know Ryan Williams is signing today. We have it up there on the graphic here. But yeah, man, it's gonna be. I can't wait. I can't wait to see how this thing clears out, man. It's so many things that can happen within the next hour, and that could flip college football. It's just this is almost as good as Saturday football, man. This is almost as good as kickoff weekend, bro. It really is. It's to see these kids make these decisions, to know what's in front of them, just to see the journey. Because I'm gonna be watching Houston next year with the transfer portal.
That's one thing we can't even neglect is the portal. Like we might have missed out on Houston now, but who knows? I mean, and like I said, hopefully he has a great career, but who knows? About a year or two from now, we could be having this conversation of saying, "Hey, we just signed Edric Houston from the portal."
I'm telling you right now, the situation literally has happened with Overton. You know, Jermaine Burton was an Alabama recruit. You know, the moment transfer portal came open and they was able to be eligible, you saw what he did.
Right.
You know, he looked at the opportunity. So this is what guys are doing. They're trying to go see where they can get on the field early, see how they pan out. You know, some guys like that, and that goes to answer a lot of the questions. Why are some of these starters at some of these schools leaving? Well, maybe they wasn't going to be a starter at their previous school, so they got out here to start, could put it on film, you know, go somewhere where they feel like they're needed, and now they have an opportunity to go somewhere where they feel like they can have the best opportunity to create the most value, you know. So that's what the schools have been doing, what universities have been doing to players for years, you know, using what they can to create value for the university. So the fact that some of these players are using it to their advantage and that light, I'm proud of them. Not to say that's all of them, not to speak on anybody what their decision making is, but you got to look at it from both sides of the sidewalk, man. And I just think it's a good thing for college football. It creates more. There need to be some parameters on NIL, you know, and all those things. But other than that, man, it creates the excitement. It creates the buzz for guys like us that like to talk about it, you know,
right,
and share our viewpoints on it. So Georgia just flipped the FSU. So Georgia, did they flip KJ Bolden?
No, KJ Bolden signed with Florida State.
Oh, okay.
He signed with Florida State a little earlier, I believe.
Georgia just flipped. FSU #1 cornerback. I don't know who they talking about then. Let me see. Then get some confirmation on that. I appreciate everybody in the chat too, man.
Oh no, I apologize. He did flip.
KJ Bolden too.
Yep, he flipped. He flipped to Georgia.
This is what we didn't want to happen, y'all.
I see. Look, because it was reported. Everyone kept reporting that he signed. I'm like, okay, well, never mind. I apologize, chat. I apologize.
And see, this is what Georgia does, and Kyle and Ty said it earlier, and we've been saying it with Kirby since he's been at Bama. When he has guys that he wants, he finds a way to get those guys. And KJ Bolden, he has not been shy about saying KJ UGA. You know what I'm saying? Like that's man. But I mean, Mike Norvell must have been doing something down there to keep him to have him flip publicly like that from Georgia initially. So because he was initially committed to Georgia, right? Verbal.
I believe so. I don't really pay attention to the verbal commitments. Like it was very early on in the process, like very early. But and then he was able to make that commitment, and then obviously he stuck with Florida State for a while. But this is actually kind of the shocking one. I think if you're a Florida State fan, if you just woke up today, that wasn't even the player that they were even worried about flipping. It was the other one. It was the Lester kid that signed with Florida State. That was their actual corner. So this is a big get for them, man, because for the most part, I think KJ is going to be playing as a safety. I think that he's going to be playing that safety role. And Javon Bullard's moving on to the NFL. So, you have Malachi Starks. So now all of a sudden to have another potential player like KJ Bolden, who honestly, a lot of people even say that this kid, that he has even more upside than exactly this. That's big, man. That's a really, really huge get, man, to get KJ Bolden, man.
Yeah. When I was seeing, the fact that him and Caleb Downs play in the same region.
Same. Don't they play in the same division? Because they play in the exact same division.
Mill Creek and Buford are in
Mill
the
Creek
same.
and Buford, yeah.
Yeah, man, that's quality football. KJ is not a slight, man. He's definitely a stud. And man, Georgia getting him. You see what they did with Starks as a true freshman. They put him out there as safety, man, and it was just like Kirby knows how to scheme up that secondary, man. He knows how to coach those guys up. And man, I'm not happy for Georgia, but I'm happy for the kid. He's stepping into a perfect opportunity right now. Like you said, Bullard's leaving. Perfect opportunity for him. Congrats to Georgia for getting that guy back to sign with them. What's up, Kyle?
Yo, what's up, fellas? We got a few minutes away from Kevin Riley announcing his final decision between Miami and Alabama. Look, I just talked to a source that says they feel really good about Riley to Bama. I was just checking out Riley's highlight tapes. Dude's a baller, man. And so, wait, but I need some clarification from chat. Did Jaden Baugh already sign with Florida? Did he already sign? I think somebody said that. So, Chad, if you guys could help me out on that, because we're trying to update the graphic as we go. So, kind of looking at the big board here. I think we're waiting on. It looks like Jayshon Ross, Ryan Williams will announce in February. Quentin Ross. Did we get Quentin Ross in? So maybe let's kind of go over the board to make sure we're edited. And then I don't know about this one about LT Overton. I don't think, even because it's a transfer, I don't think okay, so Ball's off the table. Okay, so that means, that means it's going to be Kevin Riley, in my opinion. I think he flips. It makes all the sense in the world for him to be able to sign with Alabama. He's right in the backyard. I actually, my crazy morning workouts, I go out to Tuscaloosa County High School to work out some of the times. And that stadium, they redid Tuscaloosa County Football Stadium. Man, it is amazing. It is a really nice stadium. They got some really nice turf, and they got these gigantic bleachers. So I would like to see Kevin Riley be added to Alabama's class. And, and I'm not really worried about Alabama's running back class anyways. With Jam Miller, Justice Haynes, Richard Young, still so young. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if Roydell Williams comes back, in my opinion. I don't have like a source on that. It just kind of makes sense to me. But I don't know. So who else? Is there anyone else on the check marks that we don't have that is signing today? I think someone said that Ross is signing in a couple days. I think that was Ty. So maybe Quentin Ross. And then, like I said, LT Overton, I don't know if he signs paperwork today or if he's just available to transfer on in. So don't freak out if LT doesn't have a check mark. So that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, just waiting on Kevin Riley. I think it'd be a really good addition if he's able to be added on into this class. I really like what he brings from the perspective. I think he's a balanced type running back. He's probably a little bit underrated. I actually met him this summer, just kind of at like the speaking symposium when I was talking with a couple like local recruits from Tuscaloosa. Really great young man, and clearly has a lot of respect for Alabama. So yeah, no, I appreciate you guys joining us today. We have Coach Saban at 4 p.m. Central Time as well, and then we're going to have Coach Sean is going to jump on in the back end and provide his take on the show as well. So yeah, I'm just I'm actually kind of finishing up some graphics right here, and then we'll just kind of wait on Kevin Riley. Oh, and then yeah, Chad's asking about favorite Edwin. Did Edwin chat? And sometimes it's hard because we're like on the show and trying to like track stuff. So one thing I need is
Yeah, I'm trying to track. I'm trying to
yeah,
do my best to track.
so chat, if you guys can check out favorite Edwin. Yeah, I don't think he's coming to Alabama as well. Man, there was some guys that were trending towards Bama. I mean, you read all the recruiting sites. They felt that favorite Edwin was coming to Bama. Felt like Houston's coming to Bama, but a lot of things are fluid. So that's just kind of the world that we live in. But I'm going to finish up these graphics while we wait for Kevin Riley to go ahead and sign with either Bama or Alabama.
I'm hoping this Kevin Riley, we could pull this Kevin Riley deal, man. If we can get him, like I was saying earlier, Jay, if we can get him to come into this running back room with Roydell Williams still coming back and just compete, man, it could be a good situation for him. I don't think Justice Haynes only gonna need 2 years of carries before he's off to the league. Even with Richard Young, man, if he sticks it out and Jam Miller, I think another solid year from Jam Miller, maybe 2 years. Alabama's going to use 3 running backs. Kevin Hill could come in. I mean, what I keep calling this man, Kevin Hill. Kevin Riley is going to be able to come in and be able to just take a year to learn, kind of like what we're doing with Justice. He get to see his flashes, put him in situations where he don't have to be the guy, and just let him learn, let him process through, and when it's his time to have a true opportunity to be 1A, 1B, or number 2, he'll be ready for it. So, and like you said, Kyle, I mean, you turn on the highlights, the first 3 plays, man, the one that he has on Huddle, the first 3 highlights, you're like, okay, how's he not a 5-star? He reminds me of Zach Evans when Zach Evans was coming out of high school. The way he creates highlight plays, the way he kind of pulls away, or he'll change it up and change up the momentum and try to run you over. I mean, he gets out to the edge and can pull away from guys. So excited to see what happens with his process.
Go ahead, Jared. What do you think, man, as we kind of put together this class? And again, we're waiting on Kevin Riley. Did you guys see a link on him that if he has like an Instagram, if you guys see that, I'll bring that to the channel clearly. I'm just touching up this one little graphic, then I'll get in.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find. I don't know if he's doing it on his Instagram or Twitter or somebody else's.
I forget whose page I had up. I was following them. They had all the links for people's signings, announcements, and their signings.
Yeah, we'll get that up. I mean, I'm just doing some retouches real quick. Yeah, I think, man. I mean, this all happens on the fly. I mean, it's all good. I mean, this is so Ross is in, Bob with Florida, and is there anything else that we're missing when we kind of look to our board? And again, I'm about to add a whole new graphic right here, so this will kind of give us an update. Let me see if I can get this to you guys. I like this one too. Here we go. This one's clean. And then we're kind of just waiting on, I guess Riley right here. So,
yeah.
And if you guys, right, is there anything? So, okay, chat, you guys look on the board. Help us edit this real quick while we wait for Riley. I'm going to make this full screen because Jarek and Smook, you guys go through it too. So let's kind of start at the top. Okay, so Julian's saying in the EE means that they are early enrolled. So then you have and Ryan Williams, he'll be signing on the 9th. You have Jalen Mbakwe, he's in. Caleb Odom in. Xavier Brown in. Beeman in. Xavier Brown is an early enrollee. Same thing with Caleb Odom. And I think Jalen Mbakwe is an early enrollee as well. So we're going to have to update that. You also have Casey Poe, Peyton Woodyard, Amari Jefferson, Grimsley. I think Ross is signing in a couple days. Morgan's in, Sanders is in, Rico Scott in, right? This all looks pretty up to date. Joseph Ionita in, Jay Kirkpatrick in, he's an early enrollee, those 2 early enrollees. Quentin Ross is in, Jay Lindsay in, LT Overton, he's in, but I don't think he had to sign, Quentin Reese not Ross. LDM, thank you, man. LDM's been on it all day long. So it's Quentin Reese, not Ross. So let's update that. And I apologize. Thank you, LDM. I really appreciate that. Grant, thank you so much, man. Like the avatar, man, with that cowboy hat, man. I'm out in Santa Fe. Everyone's wearing cowboy hats around here, man. Okay, so we'll update that. Jay Lindsay in, Stephen Bua in, and then Avery Hampton with the flip. So we're kind of waiting for 2 more spots, but maybe it could be 1 more. So appreciate you guys helping us edit this big board today. It's kind of a lot. I mean, there's a lot of guys. So Salt and Pepper saying Riley is live. I'm gonna go check his Instagram real quick. I heard that Riley's going to Bama. So that's kind of, I don't really give predictions. It's not really like my thing, but if I had to say something, that I would say Kevin Riley to Bama. All right, so I'm gonna look on that. Anything else on the board that you guys can see?
It looks up to date to me, and
Here we go. It looks like he's live. Let's see
on Instagram.
Can you show it?
Oh,
I don't know. It says tap to play. Let's see.
I got it up if you need it.
It's crazy to. What I'm gonna do is, did you guys see if Kevin Riley announced? Sorry, I didn't see. It looked like he announced to me. The Instagram feed. Why don't one of you guys check the Instagram feed, and I'll kind of run point here. So Kevin Riley right now is signing. I need you guys in the comment box. If you guys are watching his, oh, here it is. He was doing it.
Oh,
That was really smooth.
All his classes and taught him to our counseling department that has spent.
This is Kevin Riley live on Instagram. Go follow him.
Guiding him along this process. We're just
pick it up.
This whole setup today, they worked so hard. I'll give them a hand. They worked so hard to set up. It looks absolutely beautiful. Looks fantastic. It's a celebration of our administration that's worked countless hours throughout the whole educational process with Kevin. It's a celebration of his coaches, his position coach, our offensive coaches, defensive coaches, the guys that pushed him in the weight room. Everybody's trying to give him advice as far as his athletic career and what to do in school and what to do off the field. The celebration of his teammates, the celebration of his offensive line, the celebration of the receivers blocking downfield. It's a celebration of a lot of things. So there are so many. And football is the ultimate team game. There's never individual success without team success, right? So for any player to have success, it takes a lot of people. So it's a celebration of a lot of people that have been in Kevin's life.
I don't know if we want to continue watching this because the news is out that he flipped to Bama. So should we just roll with it, or do you guys want to watch this? This is Kevin Riley, and I don't know what we can see from here, but let's just say he flipped, right? He flipped. Right? You guys give a thumbs up. Did he flip?
I didn't get anything on Twitter.
All right. Well, Bone said on Twitter that he flipped.
Bone said it.
Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna roll with it. All right. So let's just go with it right here. Give me 1 second as I add his highlights. So Kevin Riley flips from Miami to
the moment transfer portal came open.
All right, let's do this live because I want to recut this as a different video. So you guys ready? About 3, 2, 1, and we'll do this live. All right, hold on 1 second. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, breaking news as Kevin Riley has flipped from Miami to Alabama here with Coach Smook and Coach Jarek. All right, Jarek, we'll start up top, man. Alabama needed a running back to get Kevin Riley out of their backyard at Tuscaloosa County High School. Your thoughts?
Very explosive running back, extremely explosive running back. Definitely a big get for Alabama. Definitely get somebody in your backyard, someone that can come into your roster and that can can find a way to compete right off the go. I'm extremely excited for this kid, man. Extremely excited for him. I think that for the most part, Alabama needed to have a big day. Obviously, Alabama got some early commitments that are going to be huge for this team. So the fact that you can get a big, impactful running back like Kevin Riley, I think that's going to make the difference. And Alabama already has a really big room already, right? You look at guys, you look at Justice Haynes. You look at, for the most part, a Jan Miller, Rodell Williams, like these guys that have a huge opportunity to come back. Like you already have a pretty solid room already. So the fact that you now include this kid in here, local Alabama kid. So this is someone that definitely knows the standard, definitely knows the tradition. That is huge for the University of Alabama.
All right, Spook, Kevin Riley has flipped from Miami to Alabama. Your take, Alabama clearly needed a running back. I mean, what do you like about his tape? And after this, Coach Spook, if we could bring in the announcement. People want to watch him put on the gear. I don't know if we have that, but let's kind of break down what we like about Kevin Riley and then see if we can play that Instagram feed of him putting on a Crimson Tide hat.
I mean, just like Coach Jay said, you don't want to miss on a guy in your own backyard. Rodell Williams was the last guy out of, close to Tuscaloosa, hometown kid to be able to line this one up right here in Tuscaloosa County. Like you said, man, the kid is a baller, bro. Like it's one of those things you don't miss on a guy like this. I'm excited. I'm glad we was able to get him to flip, get him to stay home. Like you said, stay home is good wherever they, whenever you can get him to stay home. Just like Jay said, though, coming in behind Justice Haynes, Jan Miller, possibly Rodell Williams, Richard Young. This is going to be a loaded running back room again, and it's going to be an opportunity where he doesn't have to come in and be the guy.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me about the Alabama running back room is we don't know which players are moving on from the roster. And you're like, what? Well, you have two seniors on the roster with Jason Roydell. And I'm like, well, these guys also have the COVID year. So, I mean, the roster of the running back room completely stacked. Then again, there's never a bad time when having depth at the running back position is wrong with it. All right, so is this the commit? Let's just watch this commit, and then we'll come back and give our final thoughts about Kevin Riley, and then we'll update that big graphic. So, see if we can put this full. Oh, here it is.
There it is.
That's a dope video.
I can say this on there. I can't talk. I'm a cry. I can't. I'm a cry.
If you guys need the families come up take pictures, y'all come on up, and we're gonna hang out here as long as everybody wants to hang out. But that honestly kind of concludes the mass signing ceremony. This really time, this for fellowship.
Oh, I see the ring.
Yeah.
I say, okay, I see it.
Yeah, that's what I like to see right there.
You know what I like about that, man, is just like the happiness that he must be feeling with his family. You know what I'm saying? Like you see it. I mean, I can't even imagine growing up in, Northport, going to Tuscaloosa, and then being able to have that moment with your family going to Alabama. I mean, what a amazing moment for his parents, for his family. And I like what he brings to the table in terms of being a balanced type running back. Tuscaloosa County is a program that probably doesn't get a lot of notoriety, but this is big time football, and he's clearly was a key target today, and flipping him from Bama to flipping him from Miami to Alabama is a big get for Coach Saban. Even in your backyard, you got to win your backyard, and Coach Saban adds a really good this is that was Houston's highlights. But as I was saying, man, I mean, it's a big win today for Coach Saban, and this is a big running back. We'll update the board right now with Kevin Riley, man. Your continued thoughts, Jarek, up top with this recruiting class.
Oh, it's been an excellent recruiting class. I think right now, according to the composite, they have the number 2 recruiting class in the country, and that could very well be bumped up to the number 1 recruiting class in the country. I mean, this has been an excellent class so far. Have we hit on all our targets? No, but I mean that's pretty much every recruiting class. There's going to be targets that you're not going to have. There's going to be some targets that you'll have that you'll definitely bank on. There's unexpected guys that maybe you haven't really had on your radar, or maybe you haven't really paid as much as attention to, and they go ahead and flip to you. You just never know in certain situations like this. So the fact that the one thing I really do like about this class is the fact that we hit on a lot of key positions, key roles that we definitely need to revamp on. Defensive line, Obviously, that was huge today. Getting, for the most part, getting Steve was really, really important for our defensive line. Again, getting guys that can play that true that 4-eye 5 tech is extremely huge in this defense. You look at some of the guys that we got from the portal, looking at an LT Overton, another guy that can play at a defensive end well, Ryan Williams. We'll see what happens with him. Hopefully he can still sign with us in February. But then all of a sudden, you look at a guy like an Amari and Hampton. I talked about this with Coach Mick a little earlier. That's my favorite commitment. I love athletes that are extremely versatile, that are extremely loose. And, you look at his size and just overall what he can do. That could be a very important role for what he can do on both the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. So it's been an incredible recruiting class so far. And, this is a pretty big class. And we needed it. We're losing a lot of guys. We've lost a lot of guys, especially the first couple of years, and thanks to the transfer portal. So, we're continuing to just absolutely rebuild, reload, and it's going to be a very, very big year for, going into the next recruiting cycle.
Smook, go ahead. Your thoughts on this recruiting class. We're still waiting on a couple more check marks. I think Williams is signing the 9th. Ross is signing in a couple days. LT Overton, we're going to check. Smook, did you tell me something on Overton inside the chat? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Yeah. LT Overton will be signing paperwork because he does account for a scholarship even when they transfer. You go back and look at when we got Malik Benson and Trez Marshall last season, they do account for those unless they're a graduate transfer.
Gotcha. Okay.
But Overton coming over, like you guys said, man, that's huge. Knowing that we're losing a Boygby, possibly Smith, might have one transfer in that room. That having him that secures 2 spots at least, while your younger guys on that front who've been there for a year or two or going into their second year develop. But offensively, man, it just continues to you giving a guy like Tommy Reese, a young guy like Tommy Reese, just a wealth of riches to work with. Starting with the trenches. You look at the offensive lineman that we're getting in this class, Casey Poe. I think he was the #1 rated offensive lineman in the class. You turn around and you get Will Sanders, another guy. He's actually on campus already with Casey Poe, already practicing. You got guys like Joseph Ionata. All of these offensive linemen getting this early work in is a great sign that you can get these big guys, big 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" guys, 295 plus, coming in ready to work. And then you go back to, everybody's already been hype about Julian saying Jalen Milroe's confirmed our hype about him, what this kid can do with his arm talent, how he's coming along fast in just a few days he's been there. It's one thing to speak on something and have a perspective, but it's one thing to speak on it and be there in the action. And Milroe is not a guy to, over talk anything, but that says a lot for the starting quarterback to be like, yeah, this guy can spin it, And then the wide receivers, like we was talking about earlier, Rico Scott, signing today, that was a reassuring thing. Having Amari Jefferson come in and playing wide receiver, he's a guy that doesn't get a lot of attention. Jalen Mbakwe, he's not going to play receiver, but another athlete. You never know how things turn out in spring. But Hampton, I wouldn't be surprised if he gives wide receiver a look going into this spring. With what's coming back on the secondary, on the secondary, and what's leaving, a lot of second-year guys going to be set to be taking a lot of those reps in spring. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if he tries luck on the offensive side. He's going to get his opportunities as a skills specialist, and it's going to be awesome to see this class develop over the next 2 years.
Jarek, when we look to this particular class, your biggest your biggest takeaways on the offensive side, biggest wins for Alabama.
Well, I think one of the biggest wins for us, I'm a sucker for tight ends. Caleb Oden, just an extremely athletic type guy. When you look at the what Amari Nightblack was able to do with this team, and I've always said this before. Wait, I'm telling you, just be patient with this kid. He's going to be an excellent football player. But Caleb Oden, man, extremely athletic tight end. I'm super excited to see what he does. We saw what Tom Reese was able to do with the tight end room this time with Robbie Oots, working with Amari Nightblack, right, for the most part. Danny Lewis, what we saw a little earlier for these guys. So the fact that, again, I don't think, will he be more of a day one contributor? Probably not. But, as we get to see him grow right into his frame, as he gets to develop. That's going to be a pretty big get for us. But then, like I said, Julian Sand, what he can do for this, class for the future, right? Obviously, Jalen Merrill most likely is going to have one more year left. You still have Dylan Lonergan, Ty Simpson still very, very competitive. But the fact that you have two 5-star guys waiting in the works now that you add Julian Sand to that program is especially as an early enrollee, that's really, really huge. And then Ryan Williams, we look at this receiving class right now, how stacked it actually is right now. Now all of a sudden you incorporate a guy in Ryan Williams with his skill set, that is absolutely huge for this football team. But then you look at the offensive line. You look at the offensive line. You look at a Sanders. You look at a Casey Poe. I'm extremely excited to see what these guys. And I didn't even talk about Rico Scott and how violent his hands was, man. Just how violent of a football player this guy is to play the position. Man, it's a heck of a class offensively. Definitely a heck of a class. And the funny part is this offense doesn't even really need a revamp. It's the defense that needs a little bit more of a revamp. And it seems like the offense just has so much attention to detail. So I'm just extremely excited to see what this offensive class can do in the future.
Hey, Smoke, when we look to kind of wins on now the defensive side, I know, Coach talked about wins on the offense, and we talked about that earlier. And like you said too, Coach Jarek, I mean, I'm a real big fan of Odom. I mean, I really like what he brings to the table. But Smoke, for you, in terms of what you like on the defensive side, what stands out? And I know people are going to say you missed out on Houston, whatever, but there's still, a lot of capable guys within this class that are able to step up. What's your biggest take on the defensive side in terms of wins?
Defensive side, being able to secure Jeremiah Beeman, being able to secure the back end with, like I said, Kirkpatrick, Mbakwe, Peyton Woodward, early enrollee. Like, we have the guys already defensively. Getting them in early is what was big for me. And then, today, sealing the deal with Caden Jones, who isn't getting a lot of noise, but he's going to be a guy that's just going to get out there and grind, man. And then a guy we talked about earlier, Kyle, with Ty was on, Justin, I call him Kronk.
Yeah, Okaronko.
Yeah, Okaronko from Germany, man. You turn his film on, the guy is a motor, man. He gives me, tell you, Vinny Sinceri, Dylan Lee, Keith Holcomb vibes, but with the athleticism, the what we expected out of Toa, getting him from Tennessee, how he played at Tennessee. I think Okaronko is going to be that type of player for us. Going to fill out that frame. He's going to have time to grow. He's going to get on the special teams and make impact plays. He's a ball hawk type guy. He knows how to find the ball, create turnovers, fumbles. I mean, that's something that he has a niche that you like to see. Steve Mbamwe. Come on, Kyle.
We're going to get the names right. We're going to get it. Last it took 2 years with Tua, man. We're going to get it right.
Come on, Kyle. Steven.
Yeah, I think it's Steve Mbua. That's how I'm saying it. I mean, you know what? So every year, the most underrated graphic that Alabama puts out before the season is a actual. It's kind of like what is it? It's a pronunciation guide of each of the guys. Right. And so you have the pronunciation guy, which is in the media book. And sometimes you're like, what? I was saying this name completely wrong. But you can also, if you really want to learn the names correctly too, you can go to Alabama football, their official roster. And then there's kind of like a graphic where you can hit the sound, and it's Eli Gold saying the numbers. So that's or saying the names, which is pretty cool. So that's kind of
listen to that.
Yeah, you can. And it's Eli. Yeah, and it's Eli Gold, and he's like Tua Tongo Vailoa, and then you can like continue to like click on. It's pretty cool. All right. So do we have chat? LDM is asking, is Favor Edwin committing soon? Look, I heard that he's off the table. I heard that Edwin is Florida. Otherwise, I think there'd be a little bit more hype around him. That was so. If you're wondering where Edwin is, he's a 6'8", 300-pound tackle. I think he's off the board. I think he's more of a Florida guy. Have you guys seen anything on that, Smook or Jarek?
I thought we left him alone a few weeks ago. After the initial Florida announcement, I haven't been hearing much about him. I usually talk to Dan James when it comes to those Florida boys. He has a good niche on Alabama, Florida, Georgia recruiting. So he was saying Florida a few weeks ago. So
Well, hey, LDM, do we have a time on that? I don't know. I mean, 24/7 is saying 100% Bama, but I don't know. I really haven't heard too much more about him. That I mean, that would certainly be an added
Interesting.
bump
It's
to the
interesting.
back end. I mean,
It would.
I was kind of ready to be like, okay, this is kind of the class that you have, and not. I mean, shoot, this is
It's a
the class.
dumpster
So
fire in Florida right now. So I
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised if it was a last day, last minute type
man,
thing, phone call. Really think
yeah.
about this, son, because look what's in front of you, not
Hmm.
necessarily on the field, but what's in front of you as far as your future. Florida NIL got all these questions and all these undelivered bags.
Oh,
Them was, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't be touching Florida if I was a recruit, honestly. I mean, outside of like the I don't know, maybe playing at the swamp or whatever, I'm not touching Florida. I think Florida is not trending in the right direction in terms of a program. And the crazy thing is I'd probably be more interested to go to Missouri than I would Florida, right? I
Right
mean,
Hey,
now.
Missouri's got it booming.
that's what I'm
Missouri's got
saying.
it booming, man.
What's going on at Florida? Why Florida over Alabama? I mean, I don't think if Favorite Edwin comes to Alabama, he's starting within the next 2 years. But I mean, what's the knock on that? I mean, I think the developmental process for someone that size, I mean, who knows? I mean, the long term future. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. In sports podcasts, I think Billy Napier. How much longer does he have at Florida? They've been processing coaches within like a 3-year span.
It's sad.
It is sad because you know what? College football is better when Florida State is good. When Florida is good, that's when it's more entertaining. Like, and I just don't understand. Like, you're in Florida, one of the biggest. Yeah, I'm setting it up for the flip. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, this is like you have Texas, California, Florida, Georgia. Like, Florida's there, man. Like, how can you not be able to be competing at the highest level? I mean, I don't know. You kind of look back. I wonder if they kind of, they're like, should we have fired Dan Mullen? As soon as I saw him in the Darth Vader stuff, I knew the writing was on the wall. But I mean, shoot, they were winning at least. So I guess hey, LDM, do we have a time for Favorite Edwin? Let me know inside the comment box. Hey, Jarek, I didn't get to ask you about this earlier, man, but Julian Sane is a complete baller, and kind of, sometimes these guys who have stayed committed and have been in the process, sometimes they get swallowed up because you don't talk about them enough because they've been committed. They're not flipping all over, in terms of what they're going to do. I mean, what do you like about his game?
Well, Julian Sane, I think first of all, his ball placement is incredible. He has really, really good ball placement. He has a heck of an arm. For the most part, I love his footwork, love his pocket presence. But I think that the most important part, he has sneaky athleticism. I think when a lot of people really take a look at him, they doubt his athleticism for some reason. Again, he doesn't have the biggest frame in the world. He's like 6'1", 190 pounds. So he doesn't really have the biggest frame in the world, but this dude is athletic. He moves around extremely well in the pocket. Dude is extremely agile, can make plays in certain situations, certain occasions. But I think most importantly, he has a zip. One of the things and I've got impressed upon it was that, I kind of accused JJ McCarthy. He just does, he struggles when it comes to loft, when it comes to kind of getting over the top and getting loft and really make his receivers work for it. Well, this kid does not have an issue with that at all. And again, it's high school. We have to really understand it, right? It's not like he's playing the Trinity League with modern day St. John Bosco and all that stuff like that. But for what we've seen, from what we've heard from him, from what we've seen in camps and events, he's had nothing but praise and just overall just nothing but overall praise of how well his ball placement, how well he makes it easier for his receivers to get the football. And so I'm excited to see what this kid does. Again, is he going to be a day one guy? Absolutely not. We all know Jalen Burrow is going to be the guy, but can we see this guy in a couple of years when he really starts to fill out his frame, when he's probably like around 210, 215 pounds? That is something that we could see, because Ty Simpson, when Ty Simpson signed, a lot of people thought, okay, well, this kid could be the starter as soon as Bryce Young leaves. And you just see that Ty Simpson just wasn't ready yet. But you saw during the season just how really well he was able to kind of progress and develop, especially coming off that South Florida game. So that's what's going to be with Julian Sane, right? You may not even see him as a starter into his junior year, and people may forget about him. But overall wise, this is a kid that you don't want to rush. This is a kid that you definitely want to use for the future. He has all the tools in the world to be a great Alabama quarterback here. And I think that this kid is going to be really, really good. I think he's going to trust the process. From what we heard from Jalen Burrow so far, kid is looking like the real deal. So I'm excited to see what he does for his future.
Smook, who transfers out of Alabama at the quarterback position?
I honestly see Eli Holston probably taking advantage of an opportunity, which is well deserved. I just don't see him beating out Dylan Lonergan, Ty Simpson,
Yeah.
for QB2 behind Miro, or even being in that competition realistically.
Mhm.
When you talking about Tommy Reese having a second year with the same group of guys, it's kind of hard to create separation unless you go in the offseason and do some substantial work and really come back as like that dude. Literally, every practice got to be 100%, and still, Coach Saban still want to see the end game. He goes with the experience. We've seen that. So Eli, and possibly I haven't heard much buzz about it. I feel like Ty's going to stay and compete at least for that spring, for Sayan's year. Seeing how it gets a feel, but he'll have a important decision to make coming into next season, going into this off season. He has an important decision to make if he's going to stick around. So those two, I don't think Ty's going to leave though. My intuition, my feel around his camp and everything says he's going to stick it out. Even with Miro coming back. Ty can be not an AJ McCarron, but a Mac Jones type, have a Mac Jones type season. 1 year as a starter at Alabama with the amount of talent that's going to be developed at the wide receiver position, at the offensive line. He'll have an young, experienced offensive line by that time, 2 years from now. And we talk about Favorite Edwin possibly being added to this class here. Just think about that group of guys stretched across that 5 that can be his starting front at his year as a starter, his 1 year as a starter, led by Caden Proctor, Miles McVay. You just go down the line and think about linemen that are there waiting, and then guys that are coming in. It would be crazy for Ty Simpson not to just sit and wait for his 1 year to be the guy, because I believe, like Jarek said, Sayan's not hurting himself by sitting for 2 years and being either a red shirt sophomore starter or a junior starter, and start his 2 years at Alabama.
You know what? It takes 1 year, and I talked about this many times before. Mac Jones, and this doesn't exist anymore because NIL deals and whatever. And I don't know who's going to transfer out. I mean, kind of, if you look to the quarterbacks on the roster, you would think that Eli and now Tyler Buckner, who entered the transfer. By the way, Tyler Buckner just posted on his social media that he is excited to go to Notre Dame to play lacrosse, but he's going to stick with Alabama through the Rose Bowl and finish out. Finish out the season. There could potentially be two more games for Alabama. Yeah. So you like that for the kid. And there was actually a judge that ruled that a double transfer should be able to play. So that's all, be able to play football or a sport that they want. So he might not have to play lacrosse when it's all said and done. So, but I do like the fact that he kind of updated that. So whatever. But you could potentially have 2 quarterbacks going out and then Julian Saint coming in. But as I was saying, all it takes is 1 year. Mac Jones just waited and waited. And remember when he first got here, a lot of people forget that he had, I think it was a DUI. And then he kind of fell off, and he had to kind of rebuild his brand and work on himself personally and grow up a little bit. That happens to everybody. And then he came with it, man. And remember, I will never forget when Mac Jones, when he talked about every single guy from Missouri's defense. Remember when they played Missouri in the first game or whatever? And he told every single guy, went down the list. He went down their numbers, their stats from last year. I was like, man. But the crazy thing is they put so much weight on him. But I'm excited, man. It just takes 1 year. So I don't know where these guys are going to end up, but I do like the quarterbacks coming in clearly. And I think it's just amazing that these guys get the opportunity to play right now. With the Alabama going into the Rose Bowl, they don't get to play in the Rose Bowl. They couldn't, you're never going to see Julian Saint or Jalen Mbakwe be able to get on the field, but they can practice with the guys, which is the most important thing. We're going to have Coach Sean join us here in just a minute. I guess we're going to wait for Favorite Edwins. Are you guys cool to kick it around for a little bit and wait for Edwins to come in? I think he's announcing did someone say, is it 3 p.m. Central Time? I don't know. Either way, I'll kind of leave it up to the coaches if you want. I wanted to ask you guys about this. And I'll start with you, Jarek. You think, do we have, first of all, chat, I didn't see it because it's been an overwhelming day, to be honest. Evan Stewart hasn't made a decision yet, right? And do you think if he hasn't, do you think that's, does he come to Alabama, Jarek? I mean, you have plenty of receivers on the squad, but what's your take there?
It's possible, because I mean, someone's got to take that number one role, especially if Burton is gone. Someone's got to take it, and it's not. That's going to be an open job, and that's going to be an open competition. I think if Evan Stewart first of all, if he comes here, he'll be the best receiver on the roster, in my personal opinion. We all know how talented the receiver is. Again, Kendrick Law, Isaiah Bond, a lot of these guys are going to be coming in. We talked about with Ryan Williams before, but if we're just talking about what a dog is, just an absolute dog of a receiver, that's him. That's a guy that can come in immediately and it could be a big contributor, especially under a Tommy Rees offense that me and Coach Spoo, we talked about this for weeks. Even when our offense wasn't even performing well, how Tommy Rees was creating was creating matchups that our receivers were winning. So you can only imagine what Evan Stewart was able to come in. And again, we're talking about the same receivers that really struggle under a Bill O'Brien offense when all of a sudden a lot of the concepts just didn't really fit into their favor. The fact that Tommy Rees flipped it, even though it didn't really show itself in the first 3 games statistically, you can see on the film work that these receivers felt way more comfortable under Tommy Rees compared to what they did in the past. So you can only imagine Evan Stewart coming in with the sort of concepts that are bringing in here. And he's coming from a Jimbo Fisher-led offense where, let's be honest, it just wasn't right. It just wasn't really right when we're talking about specific receiving concepts. So he's coming into a more modern like situation that Evan Stewart can thrive in. So I think that honestly, if he comes here, it'll be huge for us. If not, then I think that I like the talent that's here, and that's more opportunities created for more of our younger talent that's waiting in the woodworks to potentially become here. But there's no question about it. Jermaine Burton was that immediate impact player for us. Evan Stewart would be the exact same, but I think even a better version than Jermaine Burton, in my personal opinion. So I'm, here's hoping to see if we can get him. But if not, then I like the talent that's here.
I guess there's some transfer portal odds. QI is saying that Vegas has Stewart going to Bama. I love it.
Oh God!
We
got betting. We got Vegas going on to this now.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
QI, is that
NIL value?
QI
NIL net worth?
Is that legit? QI, is Vegas really saying this? This is crazy. Like, we are in the wild west of college football. So that is crazy that they have him coming on. Okay, let's see. We got Coach Sean joining in just a minute. Hey, Coach Jarek, are you cool to rap with Coach Sean for a little bit while Smook and I take a break, or do you need a break as well? Do you want me to play point when Coach Sean gets on?
No, I'm good.
Okay, cool, man. All right, just want to make sure because I know Coach Smook has to take a break here in a second, and then we have Coach Saban at 4 p.m. Central Time. So that's kind of what we got, and I guess we're gonna just wait for Favor Edwin, who is a 6'8", 300-pound tackle that should be. He's a great, right? Yeah, mount. But you know what? So is Wilkin Formby that you haven't heard about. I mean, so is so check this out. Yeah, so check this out. I was down at Mercedes, the Mercedes Stadium, right? And so at Alabama, when you go to a home game, you can't go on the field. You can kind of go to like the outside edge and kind of like look in, but they have you like up in the press box because they have recruits there. But at the Mercedes Stadium, Quentin Reese, we got that corrected, man. Thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate it, man. That was my bad. You can get literally on the field. So all these players are just like warming up and walking around. So the guys that walk right next to me is Chris Broswell and Dallas Turner. They were just walking. I uploaded it to YouTube Shorts. It was crazy. I couldn't help it. But then, like to the like behind me, like coming at me, was Ola Saline and Wilkin Formby. And these guys are like they're
mammoths, man.
Yeah, and it just
that's that Norwegian type DNA, man.
Yes, and then then on the side, walking like in it. This was far away. This was probably like I don't know, 25, 30 yards down the field. I saw this gigantic human just walking, and he was bigger than everybody, man. Like he just stood out. He was almost to like the second railing of the stands, and it was Caden Proctor,
man. And that's it's crazy because even when Raekwon Davis was at Bama, I could not believe how huge that kid was. They was like 6'7". I was like, that kid like 6'9". I mean, when you think about David and Goliath, if you want to get a character to play Goliath, go get Raekwon Davis but Caden Proctor, man, just look at when he stands next to guys like Seth McLaughlin or Tyler Booker. That was McLaughlin's the smaller of the three, but Booker's a big dude. He stand next to JC Latham and make Latham look normal size. So And he's only a freshman. You know,
Yeah.
imagine if he could just beef up and put on good weight. You know what I'm saying? Muscle, grown man weight. It's gonna be crazy.
Man, well, you saw Evan Neal. You saw Evan Neal when you were to kind of get it right, get him the right nutrition or working through the program, lost 40 pounds.
Hey, but I wanted to comment on the Evan Stewart transfer deal, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wide receiver, y'all know I have a passion for wide receivers.
Oh, me too, man. Me too, Coach Smook.
I'm telling you, Evan Stewart coming in to this situation right now, he doesn't have to come in and be number one. I think Malik Benson is just catching his stride. We're going to see, as far as the playoffs come, we have an opportunity to see Malik Benson inserted and keyed as an option against Michigan, and even more so against Texas. Because if you go like me and Coach Jay was just saying, go watch the Texas game and look at how many reads Jalen Milroe, being as young as he was as a starter in that environment against that caliber of defense, look at how many reads, quick reads and checkdowns that he missed to Knee Black, Benson, Bonds across the middle, like literally dump stuff that he's seeing now. You giving these guys 3 weeks of practice and getting good reps in ones-on-ones, keeping guys fresh, getting guys back healthy. Film work is a priority, is a must. Malik Benson going to show us, give us a preview this year, what he's going to bring back next year. When you add Evan Stewart to either be that Z or the slot, I think Bonds would be your perimeter guy, and you put Stewart in the slot, man, it's going to be easy pickings for this wide receiver rotation and who Jalen Milroe wants to distribute the ball to next year. If we could lock in Evan Stewart, he's quick out of his breaks, top of the route. I mean, just his shiftiness at the top of the route is second to none. Him and Terry Arnold battled, man. So watching that battle is just, if you're a football fan, watching Stewart and Arnold go at it in those two games, man, it's a thing to watch.
The thing about it was, I mean, Texas A&M's wide receivers were elite. I mean, Musa Muhammad, Anaya Smith, Evan Stewart. They just couldn't. They didn't have a quarterback that could get him the football. Nor did Bobby Petrino really have the schematics to get those guys the football. So I don't blame Evan Stewart wanting to hit the portal to wherever he goes. I mean, I think it makes sense for him to go to Ole Miss if he wanted to, because you have an offensive mind like Lane Kiffin. It certainly makes a lot of sense for him to come to Bama, just because of the fact that you have all these weapons. And Alabama is clearly going to get you on the biggest stage. AC been there before. Alabama doesn't need a kicker because they have Connor Talty, and then I think they have a kicker who will be a preferred walk-on from Northridge as well. That'll be your kickers for this next coming season. But Connor Talty was interesting. He came in, he played in like one play and made a tackle. And why is that significant? Because Will Riker, he's played in 5 seasons at Alabama and he has 1 tackle. Just kind of like weird stuff, that's like that stat stood out to me. You're like, what? But everybody's going to miss Will Riker. And by the way, he got completely robbed from that Lou Garza award. The all-time leading kicker in college football. No, the all-time leading scorer, not kicker, scorer. Yeah. Like, think about it. Like, the score, he doesn't get the Lou Garza. But the wide receivers, I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, you have to look at the depth chart and the guys coming in. And I don't think we've seen Malik Benson really pop off, right? I mean, and look, to be honest, if any of the wide receivers have dropped passes this year, it's been Malik Benson. I think he's dropped which is weird because I don't know if that was, I don't know. He's dropped like 3 passes, probably the most on the team.
He has 4 drops. He has 4 of the 21 drops by the team. He's had 7 of the 21 drops. He had 4 in one game.
Thank you. So, okay. Yeah. I got a couple of people commenting in New Mexico. So Rick is saying that he lived in Clovis for a little while. So Clovis is down in southeastern New Mexico. And close to Texas, but they have the Clovis Wildcats, and they used to have an elite high school football program to where they would fly out to play Clovis, California, which was crazy. I mean, this is big time elite football back in the day. They had a couple guys who went into the NFL, and then I have someone else from Las Cruces, where I went to school down in New Mexico State. I went to school in Las Cruces. I also lived in Iowa. I went to Central College in Iowa, and then also did some schooling out in Washington, D.C. as well. So I've been all around. So that's kind of why I can interact with a lot of the people on here, because I lived in places. I also lived in Los Angeles, and now I live in Tuscaloosa, and now I'm in New Mexico. It's crazy. I live out of a bag. It's all good. Give me some Wi-Fi, and I'll lead the ship. But yeah, we're talking, Alabama's class of 2024 today. Alabama has racked up a good one, waiting on some paperwork from LT Overton and Jay Sean Ross, and then Ryan Williams will announce on the The 9th. So are we waiting on the favorite Edwin's? I don't know. I got one of my good sources says don't he was like, don't wait, but do whatever you want. So you know who the best in the business is when it comes to recruiting. But I want to wait for Coach Sean to come in. So Coach Sean should be like, do you guys see him is he down? Oh, look, Coach Sean.
Yeah, he's there.
Give me,
There you
give
go.
me a thumbs up, man, if you can hear me. You ready? Oh man, Coach, man.
Yeah, I was back there marinating, just chilling, listening.
Coach, your mic is turned up. Okay, and Coach Smook, boom, he disappears. Coach Sean, what's up,
That was
man?
the cue.
What's up, man? How you guys doing? You guys good?
Yeah, hey man. So I was gonna take a break too. Coach Jarek's gonna run point. You good to kind of wrap with Coach Jarek up top for a little bit?
Yeah,
All right,
no
man.
doubt.
Cool. Coach Sean, I appreciate you joining, man. I'm gonna step away. You and Coach Jarek run point.
No problem.
All right, Coach Sean, what's going on, man?
What's up, Jerick? How you doing, Coach Jay? Man, just got out of work, man. Got out late. Later than I expected, man. Everybody shutting it down for Christmas, man. And I'm up in the house, man, rushing, try to get home to get a piece of this recruiting. And I'm here, brother. What's up?
No, nothing much, man. It's like we got so far. I think we got like what three big time recruits so far. Of course, we got Steve. Again, I'm gonna mispronounce the absolute. I'm gonna call him Steve.
Yeah.
I'm trust me, I'm going to work on that last name. Trust me, I'm gonna do it. But we also got Arian Hampton. We also got Kevin Riley as well, running back. Kind of, give me some of your thoughts about some of the recruits that we kind of got so far, and just maybe guys that you're, even if there are guys that you're probably looking for, and maybe some of the things that we, some of the misses that we had, because we did have misses tonight that you just kind of were disappointed that we wish we could have had.
Man, listen, I'm super duper excited about this kid I've been watching for a while, Xavier Brown, DB. They run a very, very similar scheme at Matter Day with similar principles that we run at Alabama. This kid, those Matter Day kids are extremely well coached, man, especially your skill positions, your cornerbacks. I'm excited about Xavier. I'm excited about Kevin Riley. Kevin Riley, he wasn't one of your supposed top running backs, but listen, this kid a 10-4 guy, man. This kid is a 10-4 guy. He has his burst is unreal, right? We need him with the turbo kid that's coming in. These kids, you need those kind of backs for a change of pace. These guys can take it to the house at any given time, man. Any given time. Really, really, really reminds me of James Cook from Georgia, Dalvin's little brother. Very, very quick burst guy that you throw a screen to, he can take it to the house. Isaiah Bond, but a bigger build, a more stockier build. I'm not sure he's as heavy, but you can definitely tell he's a running back. And obviously Jalen Mbakwe. I'm very, very excited about Jalen. I heard some grumblings about the All-Star game. I would tell any fan, bro, it's an All-Star game, right? You those things you practice for a week for them. And it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult. If you want to look into something, look into the practices. And if you look into the practices, Jalen did his thing. He did his thing with most of the receivers there. I couldn't find any footage of him and Ryan one-on-one, but Jalen is awesome. And this kid didn't even really play corner that much. He played quarterback. He played all these other positions, a true athlete. Once you get this kid into the weight room program, and into Nick Saban's coaching staff, and let these guys put their hands on him. Let these guys teach him technique-wise, how to backpedal without looking down at your feet, things of that nature. I've noticed this kid is going to be absolutely awesome. Shout out to Al Sanders. What's up, Al? How you doing, brother? I'm excited about those three, Xavier especially, with Kool-Aid and possibly Terrion leaving. Xavier, this kid is going to be well coached. I'm telling you right now, this kid is going to be well coached. He's going to come in, and he's going to make some noise. If I had to pick one that I'm upset about, I hadn't really seen too many kids that I don't know about the young man that was an Ohio State commit. Has he committed
Houston.
Yet?
Yeah, he committed to Ohio State. He made that commitment.
Okay. I'm not really upset by anything, man, because the young man, I don't know his situation. Everybody that I kind of wanted as far as things of need, we got. The only kid I'm really focused on now is Ryan Williams. We need that kid at wide receiver. It's very rare that Alabama needs kids like that. We want kids, but they need Ryan. They need that kid. Considering next year Jeremiah, Kendrick Law, and all these guys will be juniors. They'll be juniors and could possibly leave. So I think it's exceptional that Ryan comes in with and bonds with Jalen Hill, bonds with these young receivers because they're going to be needed. They're going to be needed. Kobe, Kendrick Law, Isaiah, all these kids are juniors. They'll be juniors next year going into the season. They came in together. So I'm looking forward to it. Amari Jefferson, he's going to be a super dog. That kid got good size on him. And what I like about Amari, he got good hands and run good routes, man. And he can block, So I'm excited about everybody on the roster. I'm excited about Casey Poe. I'm excited about he's a physical center. I've seen him playing guard and center. Very physical, very technically sound young man. Good footwork, good hand placement, very strong. I can definitely tell you he's a strong kid. So I'm very excited about all those guys, man. And I'm not upset at all. Kevin Riley, Zabian, and Jalen Mbakwe for me though.
We got to talk about this offensive line because this offensive line, for the most part, it was interesting going into this recruiting cycle. Obviously, you look at guys like Joseph and Nada. You look at a guy like a Will Sanders as well. You look at a Casey Poe. Offensive line last year was a big target. I mean, we talk about the size of this offensive line, for this year as far as beefing up their size with Tyler Booker, and then obviously with Caden Proctor, JC Latham. Last year you got nothing but mammoths, right? You got Forsby and Allen, McKenzie. Like you got those guys in there. But kind of talk to me about some of the offensive line recruits that you see so far, and that you could see potentially get on the field maybe a little bit earlier than expected.
Will Sanders, interior. Being next year, I don't see Booker staying longer than 3 years. Tyler will be a first round pick. Will Sanders is he is a man, brother. He's a man.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch him, for the people that's big on All-Star games, he was absolutely destroying people in that Alabama-Mississippi game. Will Sanders is yes, man. He's a mover, right? I think he'll need to be put on just a little bit of weight. Very fundamental guy, man. I'm excited about all the offensive line recruits we had because last year that kid Aileen, what's his last name? The kid from Finland,
Olis,
very strong kid. Once that kid is in the program a full year, and obviously it's been a full year, I think his fundamentals are sharpened. That kid is going to be a monster too. He may be a tackle. He has the height, the arm length, the reach, the athleticism to be a tackle. I'm excited, man. I'm excited about Will Sanders. That kid I'm very positive that he'll be an inside guy with his height. He'll be an inside guy. I'm excited about the defensive line with Isaiah Faga. I can understand why we didn't bring in too many offensive linemen, Joseph and Will, because of the haul that you were talking about. Because they brought in so much beef the year before. So our offensive line should be set. Wilson Formby, that kid is a monster. Saw that kid in high school. He's going to be a monster. They have several guys. The guy from Phoenix City that went that from down by Smoots Way, Rock. Awesome. All those guys are beefy, thick kids who can movers, right? Kids that can pass block, kids that can run block. So I'm excited about all our offensive line. Casey Poe, watch this kid a lot. Very fundamentally sound young man. Very fundamentally sound. Seeing clips of him playing center and guard. I think once he gets into the program and learns the fundamentals, one thing about high school linemen, all high school linemen tend to play high, right? I think very rarely do you see high school linemen with that technique of not playing high, because in high school, most of the time, these kids will overpower everybody. Most of the time, they'll be bigger, stronger than most of their opponents unless they're going against light competition. Casey Poe is one of the rare guys that I've seen. He played high as well, but Casey has very good technique, very good reach, very good arm bend. His pass set is outstanding. Shoulder leverage and the gap scheme that they run. That kid is going to be very, very good, man. So I'm ecstatic about all of our players that we got. And to show people that sometimes it's not about the stars, man. Sometimes it's not about, it is, but it isn't. It's great to get 5 stars. It's great but sometimes it's about evaluation. That Joseph Ayanada kid, awesome.
The
A
baller, man.
mover. Yes,
Yeah.
a mover, man. That kid is a strong mover. And watch, those kids will have a big role down the road at Alabama. Red Morgan, the safety, that kid can play, man. It will come up and smack you. That kid can play. Very good in coverage, very aggressive, man, from the back end, and can run hash mark to hash mark and run sideline to sideline. I'm just ecstatic about all these young men, and I'm not disappointed about any of them.
Yeah, man, and I'll say this as well. The size of these dudes is enormous, guys. I mean, these guys, for the most part, I think the average weight was like around at least 330 plus last year. So the fact that you're bringing in more beef into the offensive line establishment, that's huge. That's huge. And like you said before, a lot of these guys played high. Caden Proctor, what did he struggle with the first 7-8 games? Played too high, and
exactly.
Right. Used his size because he thought that was gonna, he was gonna use his size and his weight to beat a bunch of dudes. Did not work out as well, and he had to, get adjusted, had to get there earlier on. So the fact that you have guys like Casey Poe in there, and you got guys like Will Sanders, guys that are more technically sound in the aspect that could that could bode well for us. And like I said, Tyler Booker's not gonna, he might not be there. You saw with Jaden Roberts what he's able to do. He may have one more year left. And then obviously Seth McLaughlin's going to be gone this year. So it's going to be interesting to see what this happens because Casey, I believe Casey Poe can play center. I think he can play either center or guard. So it's interesting to see what happens there, man, as far as retooling and overall refreshing this offensive line. But I think kind of looking forward to next. We talked about this. You weren't here, but we talked about this a little bit before, and that was defensive ends, right? Obviously, you look at LT Overton, who should be making his overall signing pretty soon. You look at guys like a Jay Sean Ross. For the most part, you look at again. I'm gonna get that Steve name right. I'm gonna get it right. Trust me. But I talked about this before. 2017 was the last time I thought that overall we had a complete defensive line. Maybe not from the standpoint that we had like elite edge rushers, because Anthony Jennings was there.
Yeah.
And Anthony Jennings did a really good job until he actually ended up getting hurt. But for the most part, one of the things that I liked was that we had complete guys that can play at the nose tech, but we had guys that can play at defensive end, right? Guys that can play 5, guys that can play 4-eye. I'm not too sure if you can make an argument the last 4 to 5 years, we haven't really had the right guys in certain situations that can play 4 to 5-eye, right? Will Anderson had to slide into that particular role. Chris Braswell this year, Dallas Turner, like guys that normally should just be playing simply as outside linebackers, guys that should be playing at that edge role. We had to slide them into that to big boy roles, 5 and 4-eye.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, I look at the last couple recruiting cycles, including this one, and looking at some of the guys that we brought in, including an LT Overton. I think we have more guys that can play that natural role, and it's not just because of their size, because Jaheim Otis played at the 5. But Jaheim Otis was, but obviously Jaheim Otis is, he's well over 300 pounds. We have guys that are more athletic and more fluid now that can play that role just as well, not just size-wise. So kind of like, what are your thoughts about this defensive line class and how they can definitely contribute, overall from, to the future?
I think it's a good defensive line class. I think that what Bama did, they recruited some guys for some holes. I think we have several guys that play the true nose guard position. I think we have a couple of guys on the roster that can do that. You can slide Otis back inside if you need to. Tim Keenan if you need to, the true straight up nose guy. I really believe that some of the guys they recruited, because even the young man LT, I got some partners down there that's on the staff right now. I don't know if I should say his name, but they told me that the young man came in out of high school. This kid was like 275, 280, right? But the same kid was down to like 265 right now. Texas A&M was trying to play him at a weird position, trying to turn him into a Dallas Turner, right? Had him sometimes putting his hand in the dirt, sometimes standing up, when that's not his natural position at all.
Not what he does.
Nah, that's not what he does. Bama will bring this kid in, beef him up. I guarantee you by the time he get back, maybe this coming football season, they'll add 20 pounds on that kid, right? And coming out of high school, he was already bigger, so that's probably his natural weight anyway. So Texas A&M sort of messed. I ain't gonna say messed him up, but used him in the wrong way. When LT gets to Bama, they'll beef him up. I think they'll probably use that guy to probably the Justin Boygby type role. A cat that can play DN or play, slide inside, like you said. Into the defensive tackle position. He can play both. I mean, I really enjoy this defensive line because it tells you which way Coach Saban is thinking to recruit now. It tells you what are they recruiting for now. It tells you they're recruiting for a little more speed, a little more agility on the defensive line, a little more athleticism, guys that can actually move. Still got the beef. Still got the beef here. We got some young guys on the roster that people forget about. Montel Goodwine. We still got some young guys that you don't hear a lot about. We got some beef on the roster already. I love getting those twitchy defensive linemen. And the young man from Birmingham that played in the All-Star game, Jeremiah Beeman, I think he has an opportunity to be really, really good.
And he's ready. I think he's got the size. I think he has the size.
Yeah, very quick young man. Inside, remind me of we hadn't had that defensive lineman that is absolutely quick off the ball. That first step since Quinnen. I remember, man, Quinnen used to be right over that ball, head up. And when they hiked the ball, bro, Quinnen was at you so fast. I mean, the quarterback, he didn't have time to do anything. The center couldn't even get out of his stance before Quinnen was by him. And that was at the 3 or the 5. Quinnen could play both. And so I think Alabama wants to get at least a couple of guys that are quick, twitchy, that can really, really, really get off the line of scrimmage. You know what we call that, a get off, that can really get off. And I'm excited about it. The recruiting class will always tell you what the coaches are thinking and how the coaches are thinking. If you ask me, Coach Saban's philosophy has changed greatly from what he used to recruit, right? I can remember Coach Saban, if you was a corner that wasn't at least 6 foot, 6'1", he wouldn't even look at you, really, right? Javier Arenas was one of the rare ones, right? All these guys he had a certain criteria you had to, recruit to at these positions. And if you look now, the inside linebackers are much, much smaller, much, much faster, a lot of quickness. And I think that's due to football changing, right? Very few teams run the Michigan so-called offense. Very few teams will line up in the eye and pound that thing 25 times. Shout out to Jonathan Hurst. Shout out to you, my brother. So yeah, I think this class, it fits to what Alabama's looking to do for the future. Bigger, taller safeties that can come down in the box. Peyton Woodyard, kids that can run with good size, kids with good sideline to sideline and not very stiff-hipped. Right? You know how it was when we was young. If you played corner and you were stiff in the hips, they put you at safety. If you come out your back pedal real stiff, they put you at safety. If you couldn't catch the ball really, really well, they put you on the defensive side of the ball. I can tell you in high school now here in North Alabama, it's different than when I was in high school. Nowadays, it's like, and when I was growing up, the best players always played offense. The fastest players always played offense. Now in high school, up this way, the best, fastest players are going to the defensive side of the ball. So you got to have some athletes on the offense to compensate for these corners that can run like gazelles now, for these corners that look like they're linebackers. They got height like a linebacker, 6'2" corners, 6'1" corners. Corners is 200 pounds. So you got to have some guys on offense that's physical. Speed, but you want the guys that's physical. And I think we have both in this recruiting class.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of crazy because we actually got a lot of dudes from the secondary, guys that are playing safety, guys that are playing corner. We even mentioned like a Red Morgan or a Drake or Patrick Jr. I remember watching. I mean, my first Bama game I ever went to was watching Penn State, Alabama. When I went to Penn State, watched his dad play corner, shutting dudes down, literally laying the boom on these guys. Yeah. So no, I mean, I think you're right. Our secondary is loaded. This is a loaded class when it comes to secondary. Guys that can play the size, guys that got speed. It's going to be very interesting to kind of see what happens. But I think we can kind of flipping it to the other side. Kind of like talk to me what you see so far from receiver. Like what do you see from receiver so far? Obviously, we got Ryan Williams, and I also include tight ends as well because nowadays tight ends are more receivers. Caleb Odom is literally a receiver size type of player that could be like an Amari Niblack. But what do you kind of see about these receivers? What do you like so far? And just overall wise, who do you think can maybe contribute the earliest out of all these receivers?
The ones coming in, I feel like, let's see. If I had to pick one guy out of the receivers coming in, which one we really couldn't? I mean, Ryan, I do feel like Ryan need to get in the weight room. I do feel like once he get in college, it'll be a little different. The guy has all the skills, right? But he got to be bigger. He got to be bigger, or he won't last a full season. Amari Jefferson has the size right now. Can he learn the system? Can he go from a complete spread offense to sometimes inline blocking? Can he block well? If you had to pick one, I'll go with Ryan. I'll go with Ryan just for a sheer raw wide receiver skill set. I would pick Ryan definitely.
All right, so getting some sources, ladies and gentlemen, that Edwin could potentially make that flip to Alabama. That's something that I'm just getting some news about from chat. So we will definitely keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that as much as possible. That is something, again, in chat, if you guys know that he can make that flip, definitely make sure to let us know about it as well. I think Edwin is the tackle. I believe he's the tackle. I think Swoop will actually let me know in a minute, but I think he's actually the 6'8", the 6'8" tackle coming out of Florida. So that's interesting. That's very interesting to kind of see right there as well. I mean, we talked about the offensive line already. Just got 3 guys that can maybe contribute. Now we can have potentially add a 4th, and we want to talk about attack on Titan size. That could be very, very huge for us.
Let me ask you something, Coach Jay. Let me ask you something real quick.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about the linebackers? How do you feel about Dylan and the Caden young man? How do you feel about those guys?
Wait, would you say? Repeat that.
How do you feel about our linebackers? Dylan, Caden, all of them.
I like it. I like our linebackers. I think it's a combination. I think you got some size.
Sterling, I'm sorry, I said Dylan. Excuse me, Sterling. Forgive me.
Yep, Justin. You look at Justin. You look at Justin O from Germany, who's coming from that academy type, that academy prep type program. Who very fast dude, very athletic, very, very fast dude as well. So that's really, really interesting to kind of see right here. Looking at the graphic, as you guys can see, if Kyle can put that up just a little bit higher, but we just put that a little bit higher. But yeah, this is the one player that we're going to highlight right here in Fever Edwin. Interesting type guy. We'll see what happens when it comes to him, because he could potentially make that flip. We're getting a lot more information. I'm seeing a lot more sources now on Twitter and the chat. Like I said, I see some people in the chat. They're potentially getting that buzzing a little bit. So we'll see. That is definitely something that we'll definitely kind of keep an eye on and we'll kind of talk about. But yeah, I like this linebacking class, Coach. I really do like this linebacking class a lot. I will say this: inside linebacker is already stacked. It's extremely stacked right now, and so to bring some of the guys that we have right now, getting a Sterling Dixon, getting a Justin, getting a Justin Oak, again, names, I will get it right. I'm telling you. And then obviously Quentin Reese, and then obviously a Quentin Reese as well. Those are big gets. And it's already a linebacking room that you include Sean Murphy, a guy that's going to wait and he's going to get his turn. You look at Jahad Campbell, what he's doing right now, waiting his turn, finally getting an opportunity and really capitalizing it. But then you have a Kendrick Blackshire, Quindarius Robinson. I still think Quindarius Robinson is going to get a guy that can get more uptime and more opportunities. And then obviously you look at a Jeremiah Alexander, who I thought was going to be playing more as an outside linebacking role. Now all of a sudden you slide him into inside role. He flashed a couple times, especially in that Kentucky game late. There was a couple times where he really, really was able to flash and just show his natural instincts to play the position.
Right.
And so, and who knows? I even say this, man. A Quay Rousseau. That's a guy that could slide. I wouldn't be surprised at all if you slide him at all to more of a hybrid type role, and maybe he plays a little more inside as linebacker.
Right.
So we'll see, man. But overall wise, I think that this is a solid linebacking class so far. It's not the best class in the world, but it's definitely really, really solid. But kind of, what are your thoughts about it?
I tell you, for me, man, I'm excited about Caden, the Caden Jones kid. I watched this kid. I didn't know a lot about Caden. So I had to really look at his film and check him out. Caden is athletic, man. That kid is athletic, right? I think some of the schools he played against were smaller schools, but Caden is athletic. This kid can run. That goes back to what I was saying. I can always tell what Coach Saban's thought is with the kids he's recruiting. He's recruiting a lot of linebackers that can run, a lot of speed. So I like Caden. I like this young man. Obviously, with the other linebackers that we've recruited, I love those guys. The Justin O kid coming from afar, love that. Quentin Reese, that kid can play. He's a baller. Very physical guys, and again, like you said, guys that can run. So I mean, I'm satisfied, 1,000% satisfied with these guys. I'm happy with it, man. I was looking at I think it was Hattie May that asked about Arian Hampton, and I wanted to tell Hattie that I think Arian was a guy that we were on really, really, really hard in the beginning, in the beginning of the season, and he ended up committing to Texas, I believe it was.
Yep,
And
committed to Texas.
yeah, I think it was Texas, and the staff obviously stayed on this young man. Obviously stayed on him, and guy that could play offense or defense, a true athlete. And so I'm ecstatic about him as well. All these kids can run. All these kids have great athleticism. Caleb Odom, another tight end in the form of Amari Nee Black. I think he may even be taller than Amari, right? Guys that can run, stretch the field. Guys that obviously any high school kid needs the weight room, but guys that'll be absolutely outstanding in one-on-one, guys that you can't roll coverage to and take him out the game for fear of getting beat by somebody else. So I love the athleticism of this class. I love the depth of this class. And I tell you something else too, a real key factor. The fact that we're only recruiting or signing, I guess I should say, maybe 24, 25 guys, maybe that I heard it was. It's definitely a smaller number than we've recruited in the last 2 cycles. What that should tell everyone is that it's talent already on the roster. So to not have those scholarships tells you that it's talent already on the roster.
Yep. And John, I see you. I see that comment, John. I see it. And trust me, I swear I just screenshotted the comment. So I'm going to trust me. I will be working on names. I will be working on names. And I think Kyle told us. Yeah, he told us a little bit earlier on the Alabama website. They actually have Eli Gold from out like just like a little sound where he's actually pronouncing some of these guys' names. So once these guys get added to the roster, you bet you're behind. I'm going to be working on that. But let's talk about some of these athletes, right? Some of the quote unquote athlete names. We all know Jalen Mbakwe can ball out, but then all of a sudden, you have an Aaron Hampton again. What side do you think that these kids can play? Because these are obviously very versatile athletes. Arian, you look at their tape. Same thing with Jalen; they can play on both sides of the ball. Where do you kind of see these where Nick Saban can really work with these guys and what side they can play on?
Man, if it's me personally, I would love to see Arian on the offensive side of the ball, right? I don't know if you guys remember, but Kool-Aid was a big offensive guy. This guy could have played receiver. He was that good. I'm hoping, just for me, that Arian can play offense. That kid is explosive, man. To have that young man along with Kevin Riley at running back, you talking about some explosion. You talking about some explosive kids. This kid can play anything. Trust me. Being that the defense is so complex and we got a lot of depth on defense, I would hope that we can see Arian on the offensive side of the ball. I would love to see that young man with the ball in his hands. As far as another athlete we have, what other athletes have? Jalen. Oh, of course, with Jalen, I think he's going to play corner, but Jalen's another that could play offense. I mean, this kid, obviously, you could put Jalen anywhere, man. This kid will be successful anywhere. He has the speed, the athleticism. He's smart. He played in a big A against top competition here in the state of Alabama. So for me, I'm an offensive guy, so I would love to see these guys on the offensive side.
You know what's funny, because I was talking about this with Coach Miguel earlier. I think with Aaron Hampton, I think there's a big chance, depending on his size, he could potentially play as a star. Maybe play as a star, maybe play that Malachi Moore type role. Because I just look how fluid he is on the defensive side of the ball. He's very, very loose with his hips, extremely fluid, has really, really excellent footwork. So it's one obviously when he's not going to start off right off the gate. We all know this. Yeah. But he does have some rawness to his game. But if he could just understand kind of the X's and O's and he can really get the mental part down, I think that this is a guy when it comes to like ball tracking skills and just natural instincts to just play, to just simply just play that position. I can see him flipping and playing at that star. And I always say this with Jalen, but Jalen is one of those dudes that I can see him play safety. I can play him to the outside corner. I can see if you want to put him at star, you could potentially do that. You want to put him as a boundary corner. That's a guy that can do it. If you want to have him as a receiver, especially when nowadays with time reads that we're starting to run a lot more motion. What Kendrick Law is, Jalen Mbakwe can do that. Jalen Mbakwe is more of a guy. If you simply want to stretch it vertically on the field, he's definitely got the speed to blow past defenders. These athletes, I love recruiting athletes just because I love their versatility. Again, they're raw. These players might not be the most natural, right? You're not going to see like a Xavier Brown, like you just said, he just came from the one of the most well-coached programs
Yes.
that you're ever going to see in all of sports.
Facts.
Right, in modern day. So it's not like they're going to be coming from those particular programs, but the talent is there, obviously. So it's interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see what Nick Saban kind of does with these players and where he can kind of, where they can kind of play around with. Jalen is an early enrollee, so he is going to be practicing with the team. So Nick Saban can get in his crutches and say, hey, maybe we want you at receivers, or hey, maybe we want you with the secondary, or you're with me, or you're with the defensive backs. It's gonna be interesting to see where everything kind of goes with these kids.
I'll say this, Coach Jay. I'm ecstatic about the future of the secondary, man. You know, with Earl Little coming in. I was a huge Earl Little fan, right? Earl Little can play, man. He had some injuries to set him back, right? Earl Little is an absolutely outstanding athlete, man. Come from good genes. His father was a great player at Miami. Earl is going to have some say-so coming back in. Devontae Smith 2.0 is going to have some say-so.
Especially coming off injury.
Yeah, especially coming off of injury. You look at the what's the young kid from IMG, the cornerback?
Des Ricks.
Yes, Des Ricks. And I saw him in the gym. That kid done put some size on. So the secondary is going to be absolutely, and Caleb is just a freshman, right? So you get Caleb Downs in there, you get Xavier Brown that's coming in, who's going to be well coached. He's going to command respect at that corner position. The secondary is going to be absolutely outstanding for the future. I'm very, 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 very excited about the future of this team.
We have about 1,000 people in the live chat, guys. We appreciate you guys so much for stopping by because this has been consistent. It's been consistent for 6 hours. So it's been excellent for you guys. And if you guys can, make sure to hit the like button, share the video, subscribe. We're going to be here for a little bit longer. I know Kyle will be back. Coach Smook is also taking a little bit of a break as well. But trust me, I mean, Coach Smook's break, he's in chat right now. He's in chat. He's monitoring the situation. Oh, see, there it is. See, just what I said. That look, he all of a sudden just pop up, man.
Shout out, Coach. So, shout out.
We're over here grinding,
up, man.
Yep, we're over here grinding, man. So yeah, please hit the like button, share definitely share the live stream if you possibly can. Members,
let me ask Coach Smook something, Coach Jay, if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely.
Coach Smook, I want to get your take because I missed what you said. I hope it's not redundant. I want to know your take as a whole, the talent we got coming in right now and the talent that's on the roster. What do you see from the future of this wide receiver core?
You highlighted with Aaron Hampton. I said the same thing earlier. We talked
Please
about
put him on offense.
His fluidity on defense, in the secondary. He could play in a lot of spots. You could put him anywhere and watch him develop. But you're talking about coming in and having the opportunity to make an immediate impact. I think naturally it's going to be on that offensive side of the ball, but more so special teams, man. I feel like this dude can be your 1B for Caleb Downs. I feel like Caleb Downs is our best option at punt return right now. He's consistent in what he does. We saw him do it in high school. With him getting elevated to probably a more leadership role next year. Coach Saban likes to have a DB back there, but an athlete like Hampton who can be a receiver, you definitely put him back there and give him the opportunity to kind of showcase that. But Rico Scott, for me, Rico Scott is the surprise. Yeah. I think Brian Williams, we know what he's going to be. He's going to add weight. But Rico Scott is probably the most aggressive ball attack. He knows how to attack the ball in the air as a receiver. And his route running is so polished. Him and Ryan Williams, their route running is what separates them from the rest of the wide receivers in the class. Even Amari Jefferson is as much of an athlete he is, the way he can catch the ball and separate, his route run is not to the same polished level as Rico Scott and Ryan Williams. And these are all four of these guys I just mentioned are just freakish athletes. But when you start getting down to the particulars about each one of them, there is small things that separate them. And Rico Scott, to me, right there, like if we had to put him on a graph, I would put Ryan Williams here, and I'll put Rico Scott literally like right there, man. Because that's literally the small separation between them. But Rico Scott has more the size for what you're looking to see be added as day one. We got a super chat from Brent Leclerc. Says, appreciate you guys more than you know. Roll Tide with the $20 super chat, man. We appreciate y'all, man.
Shout out to you, Brent.
Coach Jay was saying, man, 1,000 viewers. live
6
views
hours, man.
over 6 hours. This is unheard of. Y'all, it just goes as testament. We sitting here talking about Coach Saban and what he's doing with Alabama and how they looking for the future. Bama football on YouTube looking real bright. I mean, we got just as many numbers as some of these recruits was having as they was signing on their Instagram. So it says a lot. It's a testament to what this channel is doing and what Kyle Henderson is producing, man. And for us to be a part of this, I know my fellas appreciate it. We say it every week. You know, we appreciate the opportunity to just be here and be a part of it, man. But everybody in the chat, don't forget to run those likes up. Please share it. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. But yeah, Coach Sean, if I had to give my take on this wide receiver class, I'm not even going to speak on what we have already there. You know,
Yeah.
I will say this. I do see possibly 2 leaving after the playoffs and everything. And not to put any rumors or anything, but you talking about seeing how things just kind of play themselves out and how things should fit. Shaz Preston has a ability that we see already being put on the field in Jalen Hale and Malik Benson. You know, you don't get anything different from Shaz Preston when you talk about having Jalen Hale and Malik Benson on your roster. They present the same type of tools and assets to the team. Emmanuel Henderson, we got Kobe Prentice, Isaiah Bonds, and Kendrick Law kind of holding down that shifty stretch speed guy. So I could see those 2 guys possibly leaving and having rightfully the reason to with what's coming in behind you, because Ryan Williams, Rico Scott, Amari Jefferson, those 3 guys not sitting on the bench. They're not riding the bench long. They gonna make big with their opportunities next season, and whether that's garbage time, fill in for an injured guy, they're gonna make big.
Shout out to QIFD that's riding with me earlier in the chat when I was trying to regulate everything. Shout out to you, QI. Shout out to Jamie Bird. Big roll tide Jamie. He said, I'm in the woods hunting, but I've been trying to keep up. That's what's up. That's a real fan right there. I like that. Roll
What you
tide
hunting,
to you,
brother?
brother.
What you hunting, man?
Yeah, man. Al Sanders, you already know it's love, bro. Shout out to you. Shout out to Squally Glove. Roll tide to you, brother. George Johnson. Roll tide to you as well. Tyler Bright, CJM, Joey Phillips, Troy, everybody, man. Everybody that's in the chat, man. Roll tide to all of you, man. We appreciate everything you guys do.
Oh, we 4 deep now, baby. Let's
Buck,
go.
salute, Buck. Salute, Buck. Buck is always up in here. Salute to you, Buck. Shout out to Kyle Henderson. Kyle, the man himself, in quotations, Henderson. That's what we call it.
Yes, sir. Mr. himself. Hey, Buck is a clown, though. I love Buck, man. Buck could get some Georgia fans riled up real good. He could
We got
He
the
does.
we got the Fab Forum, man. Yeah, I appreciate you guys supporting the coaches, all this season. I think kind of when we look back, one of the game plans was to get, other up and coming content creators back to, the channel. And kind of when I started thinking about it, I was like, man, some of these callers, because Sean started out as a caller, Derek started out as a caller, and Smook just came up and be like, yo, man, I want to link up. It was kind of, it made sense to bring, that type of fan interaction to the YouTube channel. So I really appreciate these guys, and Ty as well. Ty is a certain star on the rise. I mean, it's been amazing to kind of see him, in the journey that he's made as well. Wesley, and with the super chat, he said, Justin from Germany is a sleeper in this group. Playing safety against grown men. Yeah, absolutely, man. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Wesley, thanks for being here. Joe Wan with the super $2 super chat, man. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for helping things keep moving here on the YouTube channel. Fellas, I'm thinking, what's up, Jamie? I see you inside the comment box, fellas. So we've been streaming for 6 hours and 14 minutes and 19 seconds. Ravi, he's just coming in. He's saying, when is Ryan committed? So Ryan is committed, but he is not signing up until the 9th. So, that's all we're going to talk about, for the next, however many days. That's our content schedule in February is, after the title game is we talk about Ryan Williams every day, for the 9 days of Ryan Williams February. That's going to be our content plan for February, because February in the YouTube world is like the Sahara Desert.
Facts.
It's a short month, but you're like, oh, I don't know, man. What do you think we should talk about today? So that's a preview to February. I think so. What I think right now is that we should probably end the stream because I think for what I understand, unless you guys want to keep going, Favorite Edward is going to commit to Florida. That's what I've been told, and he doesn't commit for till like 3 p.m. So I'm thinking because this is the game plan. So we have Coach Saban at 4 p.m. So you have, Coach Saban at 4, listen to what Coach has to say, and then, maybe wrap up, the next couple guys. Jake is saying, end the stream, man. He's like, end the channel. Everything's moving to Boulder. Gotta win more than 4 games, man.
We'll say, watch out, watch out, watch out. Watch out for Connor Stallions. Connor Stallions may take away his content.
Yeah.
For 6 hours.
Jake, I see you, man. I hope you have a better day, man. But we had a killer day here on the show, man. I mean, everybody definitely you guys do a killer job. And of course, Ty, he was at, man, the crazy thing was Ty's at Rudy's Barbecue, man. And I know you guys be from the East Coast, you guys don't even know about Rudy's Barbecue.
I was in Texas for like 3 years, so yeah.
Oh, so you know about Rudy's Barbecue.
Man. Fort Hood, I was at Fort
Hood. They got Rudy's in California.
Thank you. Oh, Coach Sean, you guys are cultured.
Yeah.
We're the cultured cast.
Yeah.
All right. And that's crazy. I was tired, man. He's ready for a nap. We're gonna take a nap and we're gonna come back for Coach Saban. Coach Saban at 4 p.m. Any final thoughts? We'll start up top with the Brady Bunch format, man. Coach Jarek, final thought on this signing class, man.
Heck of a day. I think for the most part, 3 for 4. You got some huge big time commitments. Made some overall huge progress. Number 2 right now in the recruiting class, according to the composite rankings. So overall wise, great day. We for the most part, we targeted specifics that we really needed. Most importantly, defensive line, especially getting defensive ends, arguably the weakest point of this team. And you got some huge impactful players. So overall wise, great class.
Smoot, go ahead, man. Hit on it.
Steve Mbudogwa. That was the biggest steal of the day. Aaron Hampton, another big steal of the day, and finally Kevin Riley. I mean, that's how you close it out as for a class that was already highly rated. You got some highly rated 4 stars here that are going to come in and possibly be able to just be implemented early. Maybe not in extensive roles, but guys that are going to come in and make some noise as far as guys that were on the outside looking in as far as targets. I think Alabama did good, and I'm excited to see what this is going to develop into when spring ball comes around. And shouts out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate y'all for pulling up and holding it down all day, man. It's been a great time.
Yeah, and I think number 2 overall is where Alabama is going to finish out behind Georgia. But I don't know what's more important, the number 1 recruiting class or winning the SEC title or making the playoffs. So, that's kind of the way that I look at some of those things. But Coach Sean, your thoughts, man. I know you joined here on the back end, man. We appreciate you. I mean, I don't know, wherever you want to start with in terms of a wrap up for this class of 2024.
Yeah, for me, the number one thing I take from this class is the secondary. I love Zabian Brown. I've stressed that. Love Peyton. Love Jameer. Love Red Morgan, an underrated guy that can absolutely ball. And love Drake Kirkpatrick. To see what these guys brought in for the future of the secondary, it bodes well for our team. It bodes well, guys. It bodes well. I'm very, very, very happy with it. To bring these young men in and to let them learn for a year. In Zabian's case, he may get on the field early. I'm very ecstatic about it, very happy about the future, and the future is bright for Bama, man. Don't let nobody tell you that it's not.
Absolutely, man. Good input from each of you guys. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to leave the graphic up and let it run for a little bit so everybody can, if they missed it, they can come back and see it. And then if Edwin does decide to commit, whoever's around, we'll play hot potato, jump on. It's probably me. Mom's up in the crib. Mom, what's up? Thanks for joining the show.
What's up, Mom?
Mom, the meatloaf. Make some meatloaf.
Meatloaf now.
I don't know. Make some meatloaf. I never know what she's doing back there. Right? Make some meatloaf. Okay, so I'm gonna leave the stream just going with the graphic up, and then if any other news breaks, I'll pop on. But we got Coach Saban at 4 p.m. Central Time. We'll bring that to you guys right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate all you guys being here today. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. Thank you very much for all the continued support. I think we maxed out close to 2,000 live viewers today, and it was a long day. But we're gonna leave the graphic up, and I will make a notation to if like guys flipped or whatever, I'll put a little somersault or something like that. But all you guys did good. And I'm really proud of the performance and the execution of Jarek, Smook, Sean, and of course of Ty right here on Bama Football on YouTube.
Shout
Hit the
out
thumbs
Ty.
up. Yeah, shout out Ty, man. He did a really good job. He's going to be hosting the show tomorrow. So if you guys want to, maybe you guys hit him up and join him at 9 a.m. Central Time. I know you like working schedules, are differ or whatever, but
I'm good. I'm off. I'm off for the. I don't have to go back to January 3rd, so I'm
That boy
good.
happy. Look at him.
Yeah, man.
Woo,
Yeah,
woo,
look,
man.
you see, the whole time Cal was on, I was in the chat,
He
so I
was
was
ready to get
excited.
off.
Yeah, man, I'm ready. I'm ready to do 12-hour lives. Let's go. I'm ready.
All right. Well, you and Ty could do signing day superlatives. Do offensive superlatives and defensive on Friday. And continue to track Evan Stewart. The most asked question of the day award goes to everybody, and that was the Ryan Williams. So one more time, Ryan Williams will announce his final decision and where he's going to go on February 9th. Say it again. Ryan Williams on February 9th. Yeah. Hattie Mae living in mom's basement. Yeah, mom hitting up the meatloaf. That's why I really got to go. All right. So, fam, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to just leave the stream up. We'll exit out, but the graphic will be up. And then, if any news breaks, we will update that. And then, of course, Coach Saban at 4 p.m. We will bring that right here to Bama Football on YouTube. 98,000 strong right here in Bama Football on YouTube, coming to you from beautiful Santa Fe, New Mexico, all the way up top to Virginia, to Buffalo, to Huntsville, Alabama. This is Bama Football on YouTube. Talk to you guys.
Roll Tide.
See ya.
Also, it takes a village, right? None of this is possible without
What's
the
up,
village.
everybody?
The
We
village
just jumped
here,
in
and
live.
carrying the day
Hopefully, y'all
school,
can hear
and a
me.
lot of people
Everybody in
say,
the
what
chat,
makes
be
carrying the
sure
day
to
school so
hit
special?
the thumbs up.
January is our community. I mean, it's all hands on deck. There's so many
Can you
people
hear me?
that I would personally like to thank. I'm going to allow the kids to have their time to speak, but from my
Can
college
you hear me good?
counseling department,
Yeah, I can hear you.
department in the county, I feel like I have one of the most dedicated coaching staffs in the county, and I feel like I have the most, one of the most coaching staff that are just look beyond the sport of football, but pour into these young men 24/7. So, can my coaching staff please hear me up? Without those players, none of this is possible. And also, Coach Shea, special shout out to Coach Shea. I don't know how he continues to come back. Like I said, sometimes I put things on people at the last minute, but Coach Shea, he's always more than welcome to do it. He walks around.
All right, chat. So y'all gonna have to bear with it for a minute. It's not us skipping.
For not just these students that are up here,
Might be some technical issues on the young man's end, on the young players' end.
Yeah, that so yeah, so we were trying to get the live look from the Instagram video, like we've been doing all day. Some of these players, their Instagrams when they do it, have them up. They like, I think he's in Carrollton. It's a pretty country area out there, so I'm pretty sure he having connectivity issues. You see, his numbers are steadily growing. Though people want to see where this young man is going to sign. So yeah, definitely want to see. It will be a good flip for us, honestly, in my opinion, to get him, snatch him away from Texas and Texas A&M, who are two of the teams that's in the SEC. He was a highly touted recruit. Looks like the live just ended. His service is horrible right now. So I'm gonna continue to follow it on my phone. But let's talk about him, man. Let's talk about this guy Solomon Hill. I'm gonna pull up a graphic here, and just I mean Solomon Williams. I keep saying Hill, but tell me what you know about him, Coach Sean, as far as what you've seen from him.
I watched a couple of films on him. He's an edge from what the few films that I did see. The young man's an edge. He had good size on him. I mean, the kid was fast, had some bend. I seen from his junior year where it seemed like he was a little stiff, getting around the edges. Didn't really use his hands a lot, sort of athleticism. But then I seen some senior tape. I suppose it said senior tape. It said SEN period. So I'm thinking that means his senior tape. Young man seemed like he had watched about 4 games. Seemed like he had some bend to him. Seemed like he started to use his hands very well. Definitely could use some coaching as far as you know how kids like to use just their athletic ability, no technique. When he get to playing Division I ball, he'll definitely have to develop more than one move. But definitely an awesome athlete that you would love to have. You can never have too many pass rushers at any position, whether it's inside, outside, wherever. You can never have too many pass rushers. So I would love to get the young man. And when you look at some of the schools that's recruiting him, that tells you all you want to know about his talent.
Right. I'm gonna be right there with you with that comparison, man, and how he's just ready to just be taught. I think if he could buy into a process like that, the development that's been proven ahead of him um at at Alabama with what Freddie Roach has been able to do. We've actually been able to see Freddie Roach's ability to develop talent this year because now the defensive play calling fits to what type of recruits we're bringing in. You're not seeing edge rushers being thrown into major coverage situations. Very rarely have we seen that. And when we've seen it, we've seen how, those times we just don't recruit for big guys on the edge to cover downfield. We don't recruit for them to just gap contain without pressing the pocket. And you see in this recruiting class, it looks like we're getting guys with a lot of size, getting the guys with a lot of fire and just these motors, man. Tai Hayes kept alluding to it earlier. You're getting a lot of guys, especially on the defensive side, with just a motor on film. When you turn the film on, the first thing you see with them is effort, a motor. And he's another one of those guys, and very intense, very passionate on the field, has a little swagger about himself. Can't wait to see what he gets to, like you said, gets in and they start working on their technique. But I'm still trying to follow the live update. So yeah, man, that's where I feel on him. I see Kyle in the background. You coming in, bro?
I seen where the young man, if you look at him, the kid looks like an old school middle linebacker. He's about 6'2", 6'3", 250, right? Good size for an outside, good size for an inside. But what did strike me and what caught my attention, kid had 32 tackles for loss in 10 games. So to have TFLs behind the line of scrimmage, that's always a good thing. That tells you that the kid is getting on the other side of the line of scrimmage and he's not being blocked. So definitely a talented kid and gonna make somebody very, very happy.
Right. And I think right now, a lot of the sites have him trending towards A&M.
Yep.
But apparently, and it's been happening all day. You know how this recruiting goes, these signing days. Guys will literally be on their phone talking to coaches up until, they say, hey, we gotta, your time is up. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm excited to see where he goes. I really want to wish his feed wasn't acting up because I really want to get there and get the live reaction. This boy, I know we talking about Solomon Williams, but yeah, I seen Uno Thompson's commit video. His documentary that's coming out. I really hope this kid goes off and does good things, even though he's at Auburn. I want him to have a solid career, man. His agenda for why he's going the way he's going, none of us will be able to understand it unless you've lived and lived in those similar shoes, those similar environments. Like, you got to do what's best. And sometimes school is not, I didn't like sitting in the classroom. So if I could have had a full ride somewhere and that I go through and get a basic degree or do enough to keep me on that field, I would have did the same thing too. If I had the opportunity, because that's what God gave. That's the gift that God has given me. He didn't put me on here to create no cure for coronavirus and none of that. Maybe I'm just put here to be an athlete, be a football player, and this great state, this great country, America, provides opportunities for me to make money off of doing that. So why not invest all of my decisions and everything that I'm doing and what I believe I can do to help my family get to another place, a better place? Why not use every asset? We do it as men, and as fathers, we use our skills and our daily, natural gifts and talents to go to work and do what we do, on an everyday basis. These kids have an opportunity to do it in something that's, to us, may seem leisure, but this is life-changing for a lot of these kids.
Yeah, of course. I feel like these kids, it's a lot of kids out there that come from homes that are, I'll just say, humble beginnings, right? And when you see kids, man, that come into these situations and get a full ride and are motivated to help their family, that's why I tell any fan out there, earlier a young man committed to Auburn, be careful dissing these kids, right? Because a lot of these kids don't come from backgrounds that you may come from, right? So everybody's what's important may be a little different. I can speak to that personally. My family, my mother's side of the family from right here, my father's side of the family from Chicago. When they divorced, I was kind of bouncing around, didn't really know what I wanted, getting in trouble, doing stupid stuff when I was young up there until I came down, played ball, and really buckled down and got serious. I was fortunate enough to be able to have a scholarship and have my education paid for. So I understand, man. And so do Coach Smook, so do Coach Jay. These kids are young. We forget sometimes that these are 17, and in Ryan Williams' case, 16. Kid just now start driving, right? These kids are young, 17-year-old kids. Think back to when you were 17. if you had the world through at your feet like that. I mean, I made bad decisions without all the NIL money. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
I made bad decisions without that. So to see these kids with NIL money and have opportunities, you got to keep that into perspective.
Right, man. I don't think people really want to give these kids credit for what they've done just this far. This is only this is just the beginning for a lot of them, but a lot of them been working just to get to this point, and NIL secures a lot of that invested time. And I made a post about this on Twitter probably 2 weeks ago, no, last week, about the percentages when it comes to the amount of players before 21 when they made it official for NIL, or 2020
I think it was 20 right after, yeah,
right after COVID.
2019, 20-ish when
Yeah.
right after COVID. Yeah.
So you got to think, man. Think about how many college players came through Alabama. Not just college football, but Alabama, that
Yeah.
didn't go to the league. But when they was at Alabama, you just knew they was going to make it in the league. You just knew it. If they went to the draft, they would make it to the league, and some just didn't transfer. Imagine if they had that 1.3 mil to fall back on that they was able to accrue, throughout their college career, or something, something legit that they could fall back
Yeah.
on and not have to worry about NCAA going and penalizing the school or the state. That's what these kids are privy to now. Now they have an opportunity post college football. If they don't go NFL or play in a pro league that pays the high end dollars to 6-figure salaries, they have something to fall back on and possibly start open a training facility, invest into post education for what they do as far as athletes, get into some physical training programs and get certified. Like, all these things are being shown to them because it's stuff that's being done to them every day. And like me, I didn't know that I wanted to coach. I knew I wanted to coach at the age of 19.
Yeah.
As a college athlete, I knew I wanted to coach because of what was being given to me. And I played at a D3 program, man. I wasn't even on the Alabama level. So just seeing college football on that level, I could just imagine if I was getting, $800 a week back then, you know what I'm saying?
Man, brother, listen, I don't think, matter of fact, I know, because I had to teach this class right here at JC, right here in Madison, Alabama. I had to educate myself and teach this class to parents of incoming kids that were going from freshmen to 10th graders to varsity, the few that didn't hop straight to varsity after their freshman games were over. So I know for a common fact that I'll say 50% of fans, I won't say no more than 50, don't understand everything that college football entails, right? You see your games on Saturdays, you think the practice is what it is. Shout out to my boy Marvin Constant, who made a real good post a while back saying, I don't think people understand the price that some of these kids have to pay for your enjoyment on Saturdays. And if you want to be technical and specific, there's a lot of business that goes on behind the scenes in college football. And if you ever wonder why these kids, see, in 2023, this thing we call social media, it provides a lot of information, man, as we all know, right? When I was in school, people would use our faces on things, on car dealerships, on restaurants. We didn't have no clue that you use my face. That's really against the law everywhere else in the country. You won't use Kim Kardashian's face on nothing. You know why? Because she'll sue you and you get paid. So they always use the scholarship as the poster for where you're getting your education paid for. And we thought, okay, cool. We had no clue that these things that they were using our faces and our names and our images were completely outside of the scholarship that you signed for. When you sign that scholarship, people in the chat, you signed to play college football at a university, right? In return, you keep your grades up. If you're good enough, you won't get attrition, right? We renew your scholarship year to year. You get to play football. It does not say, I'm gonna use Coach Smook, that, okay, Sean, we get to put your face on Coach Smook's yard service because he went to Alabama. Coach Smook made $130,000 last semester off of my face because everybody thought I promoted him, right? The kid gets none of that, right? And that's illegal, guys. Everywhere else in the country, if you use anybody else's name, image, or likeness, you have to pay them. This has been going on in college football for years. We got a $4.99 super chat from Lila Gray Allen. Sean Smook, first off, God bless you all. and your families, and Merry Christmas. I watch y'all every time y'all do a show. Keep up the great work. Lila, God bless you as well, baby. We appreciate you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. That's from all of us. Kyle, Coach Jay, Ty, Coach Smook, all of us. We thank you, all of you, for tapping in with us, man. You guys make this show what it is, right?
Facts.
Real quick to wrap up on my part, college football is big business, guys, in 2023. Big business. It's not just guy comes to college, guy play football, guy graduate or go pro. Nah, it's guy does all these things outside of football. And I want to give Milo's T a big shout out because they was ahead of the game.
Yeah.
That said, look, Bo Nix, look, whoever at Bama, we're not gonna pick a side. We're gonna put you on the face of our T's and we're gonna split 20% of the profits. Yep. Sign the contract, you get the money, we get your face. Period. They was ahead of the game. What you think, Coach Mook?
I'm right there with you, man. And like that's what the argument has always been. My favorite movie to allude to when it talks about NIL and things of that nature, Blue Chip, man. Even though it's basketball,
yeah.
Blue Chip, man.
That's
based on a true story. And just imagine, just think how back to like when Johnny Manziel was at A&M. How many games you think because somebody put, $50K in his back pocket, the night before a big game? How many games you think he went out there and was like, man, I gotta make these folks money. They paying me to do this, like for real. And you go out there and it gives you an incentive, but at the same time, when you are being taught, when you're surrounded like with a staff or a family support system or somebody like that that's saying, hey, do what's best for you, where you're going to be most comfortable because we counting on you, or do what's best for you because not only are you counting on you, if this is your shot, it got to be all in, you know what I'm saying, or nothing. And that's by getting in the right positions. And that's what these kids doing, man. A lot of
the whole fact.
It's not just motion media driven and then like that. Some of this stuff is business. As much as I have a friend now, and it's a wide receiver. Y'all been seeing me post about him lately on Twitter. He's going to be in the 25 class. I believe, honestly, even if Ryan Williams was still in that class with him, he will still be in that top 5 talk as far as wide receivers. And just speaking with his family and people close to him and talking to him, it's like lifetime Alabama fan. But once you out there on their recruiting trail and you're talking to coaches and they're saying the right stuff, because literally you don't want to just be a fan and go somewhere where you've been a fan of. You want to go somewhere as a competitor. You want to go somewhere and play. As much as this kid loves Alabama, I would expect him to make the best decision to where it fits him schematically. And the type of receivers that we have coming in, if he comes in and competes with this group of receivers, man, we got a great one. But if he chooses to go somewhere where he doesn't have to too much, so quote unquote, compete, I can definitely understand it. And then to NIL is involved now. Told my sons a long time ago, we roll tide, but if it come around to recruiting and y'all some top end recruits, we taking all them visits.
Yep.
I know Saban might not be the coach, 2020. I think my boy 2031 or something like that. He might not be around in 2031, but if he is, man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna be there for it all. We're not going to, because it's like the Army. When I was in the Army, they would tell you don't mess up, because if you mess up on the federal side, you mess up on the civilian side.
Yeah.
That's how it used to be for college football. If you signed with Alabama and it didn't work out for you, you might as well chalk it up, because if you decide to transfer, you got to sit out for a year. And then when you come back, you got to remember they still recruiting while you still sitting out for a year. They're not going to wait, because you might not even come back. You might not be able to pan out for them. So they have to continue to recruit. Do what's best for you.
We got any updates on Solomon?
I'm watching his live now, man.
They still talking?
His live keeps getting
freezing.
Yeah, freezing. They in the chat, light my boy up, man. Leave that man alone, man. He about to be making 3 times as much as half y'all in this chat.
Yeah, it's different in college football, guys. It's big business. It's TV. I mean, if you want to know to the full extent of what me and Coach is saying, is to all of us that's over 35, you know what I mean, or right at 35 or up, think about it, guys. Right this time next year, USC will be playing Penn State in a conference game, right? Think about it. Stanford in Palo Alto, California. I think Stanford's in Palo Alto. Somebody's in Palo Alto. Cal's in Berkeley. So Stanford will be playing a conference game against Wake freaking Forest, right? So if that don't tell you college football is changing, right? What is? I mean, football runs the world because the basketball team didn't have no say in this because football wanted to leave. Guess what? Everything changed.
Everybody got to go. Yep.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing is, and his live is still choppy, but what I'm hearing is, there's a Alabama hat under the table with Solomon right now. They say it's not a whatever the item is not burnt orange or that maroon, A&M maroon. Somebody just said it's an Alabama hat under the table. So I don't know, man. It would be a great pickup, man. It's recruiting day, especially now, man. It's a hype around it, but this is only for the next year because these kids can very well sign. We seen it this year. These kids can sign with whoever today, and next year, a week before today's, a week before early signing day, they can enter the transfer portal and be at the school that wanted them for real. We're seeing it happen now with LT Overton. He spent 2 years. Overton's coming in as a sophomore or junior.
Should be a junior, right?
Yeah. So
because
yeah.
Or was it a sophomore? Was he a freshman last year? No, he didn't come in with Justice Haynes in them. He came in with what's the other top guy, the defense, Nolan. He came in with Nolan in them, didn't he?
Yeah. So he got another year. He got 2 years. Yeah. He got 2 years of eligibility. Yeah. So he had to come in a 21 or 20 class.
Because I think he reclassified to come in with those guys.
Yeah, came in early. Yep. So I mean, and we were on him early, before he committed to A&M. So he was part of that Jimbo Fisher, that bought recruiting class. Yeah, that the one that Coach Saban says Jimbo bought his guys.
All facts.
And it's showing up now. And Coach Saban warned us of this, y'all. So I'm just.
He did.
Let's go.
Shout out to KT Lloyd. Stanford is also a top educational school in the country and top 10. True, KT, but I was strictly speaking on the regional aspects of going from California to Clemson is a normal game. Usually you see that maybe the first game of the season or a neutral site thing. Your average game now is going to be USC versus Ohio State, Oregon versus Maryland. Like, the landscape of college football is completely changed forever. These kids are going to be traveling 1,300 miles to play a college football game.
And you can't, and like to your point, man, you can't say that this isn't a money-driven industry.
Exactly.
Sports industry. But yeah, so we're gonna try to get the updated graphic of our signed players in here. Coach Sean, talk about some I know we talked about all the other positions. If we could come in late and get a guy that's out here, not today, but later in the recruiting trail before the final signing day in February, who's a guy that could possibly just surprise not just college football or Alabama football fans, but who's a guy that could just surprise everybody, just in general?
You mean from high school or transfer portal?
From high school, transfer portal, or anything. Who's a guy that you think could come in and just shift the whole? And we probably talked about him already, in my opinion. But in your eyes, who would be a guy if he shows?
You know what? My guy that I was going to say was the young receiver from Texas A&M. You know what I mean? It's going to be a lot of guys in the running for that young man. Evan Stewart. It'll be a lot of people because Nolan's committed now. Didn't he go to Ole Miss? Yep. Nolan. So most of those high quality Texas A&M recruits that left I think most of those guys have signed somewhere. Even the young kid from Georgia that played very well against us, Dumas. I think he's going to Kentucky. So for me, it was Evan Stewart. That kid is a kid that could really put a program over the top. That kid could take an average quarterback and make him look really, really good, right? But I got some inside information. I won't repeat it because I don't know if it's true yet. But I got some inside information from one of my partners down there that you know how people talk down there. It might be some conflict with his family.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing. I didn't even realize the young man, even dating back to what he said about Coach Saban, I didn't even realize that his brother Maurice played DB at Alabama. I
Yeah.
didn't realize then transferred to Georgia. I didn't realize I totally didn't know that was his brother, right?
Yep.
So I'm hearing there's some grumblings about how he was treated and things of that nature. I don't know if it's true yet, so I don't want to give complete details and stuff like that. But I would love to have the young man. You add him to our receiver core. I think that's the recruit that would really help Alabama. I wouldn't mind having another defensive lineman, right? At first level or second tier defensive lineman for depth. You can't go wrong with defensive linemen. I don't care how many you have. You know, you can never have too many, right? If they'll all stay. But Evan Stewart is really the only one I can really say by name that I know of that's still out there that could really, really, really help us.
Right. I'm trying to pull the graphic up right now so we can share the updated. It's not allowing me to do it. This is why I need both screens up. Let me
At
try
Joe
something.
Will. Is it Joe Willie? I don't know Joe Willie the details, but I'm not sure Ryan can sign right now. Something about credits. You know, the school, you know, he's
Yeah, he has
shifting.
to actually graduate first.
Right,
Like
gotta
he
right.
didn't have those extra those, I think it was like 4 credit hours. So he'll probably be taking one class or two, something crazy for his
Yeah.
last semester of high school. But a kid like Ryan Williams, you don't have to have him early enrollee and all this. This kid has been an Alabama camp kid since 8th grade. He's
Yeah.
been at Alabama camps every year since his 8th grade year. Last kid you saw able to come in and make immediate impact like that's been on Alabama's radar that early is literally on campus at Alabama right now, Jaheim Otis. A lot of
Yeah.
people forgot we was on Jaheim Otis his 8th grade year heavy. We was on Jaheim Otis heavy his 8th grade year. So and he camped at Alabama every off season. He was an Alabama kid from day one. Nothing ever changed, and he stuck with it. Same thing happened with Ryan Williams. You know, he's more of a outgoing kid, very, very bright personality. So I expect him to entertain everybody else, but not entertain them, but enjoy the experience. But
Enjoy the
yeah,
experience, right? He's a
you
young
should.
kid, man. Shout out to my boy Tim Irvin, Auburn grad, who said, "Now Yellowwood is trying to make it hard for us." That company is they stand behind Auburn with both feet, both arms, and both toes, if you feel me. So they're making they trying to not leave no stone unturned. Please believe it.
Yeah, man.
But I think that kid is solid to Alabama. He's down there in a Bama sweatshirt, letting everybody know I'm here, but don't get it twisted. I know where I'm at. So I think he'll be with Alabama. I think he's smart enough to understand. Yes, Auburn has some great talent coming in there, but you got to have a trigger man to go with it, and we have a couple trigger men on our roster.
And that's the thing. I love the fact that Auburn fans are getting excited about getting these guys, but my thing is you guys still have no one to throw it to. Uno, I forget the other kid's name. They got 2 5-star receivers.
Cam Coleman.
Cam Coleman.
Mhm.
I thought Cam was gonna end up at Bama too, but when I seen
Yeah,
it was over with. But nephew Rod, him and Isaiah coming to Bama out of Central. That's big. I remember them kids, man. Not Fago. Fago I think Fago moved there probably like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. He was kind of like a late guy winning. Phoenix City, Russell County, Columbus, Georgia.
Yeah.
If you're from the area, when you're born there, you get well known in the area because the football from little league all the way up through high school is just a closely knit community down there. Everybody's going to play against everybody. Sometimes you live in Phoenix City, you'll move across the water to Columbus because your parents work over there, but you a Phoenix City boy, so you know you end up playing middle school pee wee ball over in Columbus, or sometimes you play in Phoenix City one year and go to Columbus next year. The coaches now is everybody that played when I was playing. So now it's a lot of intermingling of families going across the water. So a kid like Rod and Isaiah to sign with Bama today, that just give me more pride in the hometown, man. Phoenix City been on the map trip historically for Alabama. You go back to the twins out of Phoenix City, Earl Alexander. You know, that's when I came back in the area. I mean, Justin Ross was supposed to be an Alabama guy, but you know, he went he went to Clemson, and I think he regret that too.
Look, I even say this, man, and you know, the truth is in the details, man. I'll keep it real, right? I'm a Bama fan, but I'll tell the truth about it. Hugh Freeze is going to be a problem. I'm telling you,
bro. This man, I don't know what he does, but
he
gets it.
He gonna be a problem, man. The dude can coach for one, and the sad part, he knows what hurts Alabama. He knows how to coach against us, right? Him and Gus are like bosom buddies, and the guy can recruit. He recruits the state. You know, Auburn has always recruited the state very well, and that part of Georgia. So that guy's gonna be a problem for us, right? It's not gonna be the same old Brian Harsin Auburn. Please believe that. Like, get ready for a battle, right? That guy, he's gonna be a problem.
Any update from Solomon Williams? I see his the reason Williams is signing is he still has we said that. Solomon Williams, we trying to see if there's any updates coming through. I can't pull the graphics, like I said. I don't know.
I don't see anything on him, but
I'm gonna check Twitter real quick. It shouldn't be too far away. It shouldn't be too far away with his announcement would be a special Texas A&M. Man, people posting this late stuff. Man, hey, but while we sitting here looking for Solomon Williams' final announcement, I think another crazy thing was the KJ Bolden flip to UGA, man. Not crazy, but I think it was crazy good for Kirby and what they have leaving, what they have going in the transfer portal, especially coming out at secondary. You got AJ Harris, who's another Bama guy, should have been at Bama. AJ Harris, he come from Phoenix City. He played at Glenwood, then he transferred to Central, I believe, his last year. But at Glenwood, he wasn't playing the competition. That was proving that he was a top DB, but he went to Central and produced the same type of. We just saw Central go and win a state championship against 7A.
7A should have been Central Phoenix City.
Yeah, Central Phoenix City. It wasn't Thompson this year.
No, it wasn't Thompson. Man,
I forget, but
I did too. I did too.
I was watching it live, and that's when Rodarius and Isaiah, Cam Coleman, all them come from the same team, bro. All them boys on the same squad. Cam Coleman, Rodarius Morgan, Isaiah Fager. They got another linebacker, 4-star linebacker. I think he signed with I want to say Missouri or Kentucky. He went somewhere else. But they got athletes over there Central. And you know,
Coach, I believe it was Thompson. 21-19, Thompson Warriors.
I don't know, man. I think
because it says they play Auburn in the first round, MGMHS in the second round, and then Thompson 21-19 Thursday on December 7th.
Yeah, sure was.
Because I was at the same time I went to the 5. I didn't see the 7A. It might have been Thompson. Thompson, Phoenix City.
Yep.
Yeah, it was Thompson.
Yep.
Okay. And remember, guys in the chat, when you see Alabama at 1, Georgia at 2, or Georgia at 1, Alabama 2, the difference in the number 1 and number 2 class, it might be a player, 2 players. Like it's not a significant difference. We took less kids this year, right? Me personally, I could care less about the rankings. I want to know the ranking,
the average rating.
Per kid, talent. You know, like how can I explain it, Coach Mook? What is your rating per kid, talent wise, right? Meaning we'll get 25 kids, you get 28. You'll be higher because you got more 4 or 5 stars. But the average per talent per kid, we always number 1. So that's all I really care about. That
And Ty and Kyle were breaking it down earlier. Because On Three gives a good Alabama football. On Three gives the perfect like layout of how these players are being rated. When it talks about their rankings and all that. So let me see. What's his name? Solomon Williams. I'm gonna just
Yeah.
pull this guy up for example, and hopefully the graphic shows up right. And this will help us. This will kind of help y'all see who we're talking about, who we're waiting on his announcement to become official. Let me know how that looks.
Yeah, look good.
All right. Try to zoom in a little bit. So you got Solomon Williams. Let me pull this out just a sec. Boom. Should look better now. But you got this guy Solomon Williams. You're sitting here. You look at his overall his industry ranking, which is basically their evaluation. You got a 4-star ranked with a 91.6 grade. 24 has them. 247 Sports has them at a 92. And when this was established early On 3 and 247 Sports, they have a lot of the same recruiting guys that go out and do all these ratings and evaluate these guys week in and week out. They have regional guys that make it to all of these kids high school games from like these high end recruits. They see a lot of these kids live game action from their junior year to that to they sign. And to have those high rankings, that would be a big get for Alabama. Another edge, another size ready guy. You look at his physique, 6'2", 255. He might come down and slim down a little bit. Maybe just bulk up muscle wise, but a solid 250 running a 4.5, 4.53. That's you can't beat that, man. And like you said, that change and how he's able to keep that leverage and that bend in his hips to bend
Yeah.
those edges when he's rushing now. I think it's gonna be good, man. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be good.
I think so as well. Shout out to Agent 47. Georgia still got the highest average. Thank you, Coach. We appreciate you back, Agent 47. And yes, they're number one at the moment. But if we ended number 2, I'll take it. I saw our class. I'm totally satisfied with what we have.
Let me check it out real quick, and I'm looking it up right now as we speak. Let's go 24. So yeah, they have the highest average right now, and I'm pretty sure KJ Bolden and Flippin really set
facts.
this up for them to kind of seal their class as the number 1 class. And we were talking about this earlier. I believe if Edric Houston had signed with us, we would be in this position. It will be similar because of his overall ratings and everything. So the numbers are playing out. But like you said, Sean, you got 28 recruits to 25.
Right.
We're not pressing for anybody else. Anything else that comes in, I believe, is kind of icing on the cake. You kind of you live with this class now. You live with this class that we have up now. And you just kind of ride it because it's a solid class, man.
It is. It is.
Let's
If you
run it
look at
down the
what
list.
Buck said, if that's true, 92.20 to 91.98. I mean, with less recruits, I'll take it every day of the week. I'll take it.
With less, you're able to see more. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? And Alabama's not a team that needed to fill a lot of spots because there's still so much unproven talent on the roster.
Right.
But when you talk about just continue to make those chances, slimming those chances down of having to rely on just one guy being the next guy up, that's when you're able. That's when you see dynasties develop, like such as what Nick Saban has been able to do. And this is just being updated as the minute because we didn't have Kevin Riley on this list earlier when I came in 247. Man, this class look good, man.
And Coach Mook can tell you guys, the more scholarships you have to give out, like say we had 29 or 20, the more scholarships you have mean the more holes you have to fill. The less
Yeah.
scholarships you have mean the less how can I say it? The less scholarships you have mean the more players you have already on scholarship. So that's how it
And
works.
y'all also got to think Evan Stewart and LT coming over. They're not graduate transfers, so we still have to maintain scholarship space for those two guys.
Yep.
So right now with some of these recruits, they might be getting that call that all right, yeah, the offer's off the table. You know, we're not looking. It gets to that point. I don't think we're shaken by Ryan Williams having to wait till February. I think he's dialed in. Let me pull this list back up. I know they're not knocking on the door. Hold on.
Bama flashlight. I cannot still find anything on Solomon. I don't know. I don't know if the young me either. I don't know if the young man's committed yet. Bama flashlight.
Right. And I'm checking all my social medias. That's why you see the stuttering in my speech or whatever. I'm trying to make sure we're not missing it. Because we actually got Coach Saban. Some of you all may see it live in a few minutes. Coach Saban be doing an interview soon, and I'm not trying to be live while that live is up either.
Yeah.
Oh, he just went live again, Perry. All right, let me check one more time. Yep, he's live again. What hat he got on? Oh, that's the coach. All right, so we got Solomon Williams up now, y'all. Right now, Solomon Williams making his decision with. All right, y'all. He's standing up. I don't know if y'all can hear it. Agent 47, Ryan Williams not being able to sign today has nothing to do with NIL or anything. Ryan Williams, Auburn's not going to get Ryan Williams. That kid is literally, there's a plan here for Ryan Williams. I promise you. And with Julian saying that kid already committed, that was really the ticket to securing Ryan Williams. Rico Scott, Amari Jefferson almost caused Uno Thompson to flip back. But I think Auburn's going to go in the quarter and get another quarterback.
Yeah.
It's going to be opportunities.
I think Robbie left.
Oh, yeah. Robbie gone.
Yeah.
They did him so dirty. Ain't no way you have that type of performance from the kid in front of him. I forget his name, Mr. Irrelevant, but you had that type of performance from him, and you had better performance from Robbie. Where'd he go? He went to A&M, y'all.
Yep, I figured that.
Yep. So Solomon Williams to A&M. Jordan Seaton? No way.
Nah,
they capping.
Yeah, look at the name Buffalo, but nah, they capping.
Yeah, they capping. They trolling.
Shout out to Jordan Seaton. We good over here though. We real good.
We for real in that department.
Yeah, we good. You might need him a little more than we do, buddy. Shout out to him though. Great kid.
Yeah. They saying
KT Lloyd, don't say that. Oh my goodness. Please don't put that in the air. Man, that better not be true. No, sir.
What is that? Cameron Ward.
Man, Cam Ward is a monster. We don't want him at Auburn. No, sir.
That would be Nick Marshall on steroids, though.
Yes.
With an arm. That's what we don't want. And y'all see what Nick Marshall did to us with his inconsistent arm, and he was basically under Hugh Freestyle offense.
Yep. Man, bro.
We don't, not saying we don't want, but you know what? Kevin Steele is still here at Alabama. You get what I'm saying? and this was his first year back. He eased into it and still was able to get the type of performance and production we needed. I'm curious to see, like you said, this secondary over the next 3 years is going to be something to play with. If we could keep out of the 9 guys that's there, 11, I think is on 12 is on roster as far as scholarship players. Out of those 12, realistically, every year you're probably going to see 8 or 9 in a rotation. And I'm talking about all the DBs, corners, safeties put together. You're probably going to see 8 or 9 deep as far as rotation, barring any injuries or anything catastrophic. But you got some dudes in Bakwe, like we was talking about earlier. Grimsley, Jameer Grimsley, Jaleel Hurley still sitting on the bench. Des Rick still sitting on the bench. Antonio Kite still sitting on the bench. Earl Little still sitting on the bench. Tony Mitchell still sitting on the bench. You got Caleb Downs coming back. You got Trey Amos coming back next year, but he's going to be going after a year. Arnold's going to be going after a year. So you got all this talent coming in. It's about to get Xavier Brown is here.
Yes, sir.
Peyton Woodward. Like, oh my God, man.
Shout out to Buffalo Boulder City. Hey man, I don't have nothing against Colorado, bro. I'm not one of those people that hate on y'all. I understand through the teachings of our man Kyle that it's very hard to win in Colorado. We get it. Kyle kind of schooled us on the finer arts of what's going on in Colorado and why that football program has always sort of been up and down. So I shout out to y'all, man. Dion is putting the spotlight on y'all. Y'all had the highest per seat average for football tickets and price during the regular season. Y'all's on college game. I can't hate on y'all, man. Y'all doing y'all thing. Shout out to y'all, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't got no disrespect to y'all, but this is Bama though.
That prime effect is something serious. Even when Saban showed up in T-Town, it wasn't that type of buzz and type of change in a matter of a season. Saban still had to work through that 07 season. And then 08 came, that's when it was like boom. Then 09, it was like boom, boom, boom. And then that's all she wrote. After 09, really 2010, when we missed the opportunity to go back to back in 10. Was it 10? Yeah. We missed the opportunity to go back to back. I think after that is when it was like boom, Saban really did something here at Bama. So but yeah, man, we got the new Solomon Williams to A&M. Nothing else to say. Congrats to the young man.
Congrats to him.
We were standing by to see if he flipped the Bama, if he was to flip the Bama, but it's starting to pan out now. The writing is starting to be on the wall when it comes to a lot of these players, and the positions. Kids, y'all see the edges we was able to get today. Edge rusher, and I want to say Jeremiah Beeman going to be an edge guy. Mbomwe, can't say his name right yet. I don't know where he's gonna fit at. I don't, because he gives me that true end feel. But at the same time, I don't know what they want to do with his build, man, his physique, because he can be a big edge, a strict pass rusher. Same, we got Overton, experienced edge. I mean, we got dudes, man, that's coming off the edge. Jay Sean Ross confirmed.
That secondary is gonna be nasty, man. Nasty, bro.
Sean, it's the wealth, the amount of riches that's privy to this Alabama coaching staff. I see these players sticking around longer than our coaching staff because of the type of talent that they're gonna be able to just have at their hands, and to just get the moment Holman Wiggins could take Ryan Williams and sharpen him up on whatever. It's hard to look at Ryan Williams' tape and say he need to fix this. But if Holman Wiggins could find a way to sharpen him up to where he's unstoppable on Devontae Smith's junior year level, or senior year level as a sophomore, man, because that's who Williams remind me of. Devontae Smith, undersized, smaller than most, but finds a way to just be a playmaker every time he touches the field. Every time.
If you look at Devontae his freshman year, Devontae had a very hard time getting off press coverage, right? Devontae may have been 165 his freshman season. He was very little. I saw that boy in person. He was very, and I mean stress, very slim, right? And he wasn't very much bigger his junior year, but at the same time, he did have some more muscle mass on him.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually taught him how to get off pressure. Devontae was always a great receiver, always catch a BB in the dark, right? But he really learned how to get off press coverage, like consistently. You know, he learned coverages and how to manipulate defensive backs. They always said Jerry Jeudy was the route runner. Devontae was the best hands, and Jalen Waddle was the Swiss Army knife, could do practically everything. And Henry was the speed.
The sprinter.
Yeah.
I don't think people realize how fast Henry Ruggs was, man.
Man, that
I
boy
got
ran a
to see him.
4.2 at the combine. That boy
Yeah.
fast, man.
But
Broke
I
the 6'8",
remember
100-meter dash record.
still got it.
Yeah,
Still got it.
cat.
I remember watching him because my ex-wife went to Lee,
Yeah.
Robert E. Lee.
Montgomery.
But their family, his family went to church at the Baptist church down off of Day Street. I can't remember the name of it to save my life right now, but Roman Harper's family go to that church. But I remember hooping and Ruggs and his brother, and what's the other kid? Ended up going to Ole Miss from he went to not Ole Miss, he went to Carver Montgomery, came out that same year with Ruggs. I mean not Ruggs, but with Ruggs. I can't remember the kid's name, but all of them highly touted. They were 10th graders at the time. We hooping at the gym. And Ruggs used to get up and down the court so fast with a basketball, man. And would take off on you 2 steps inside the 3-point line, 1 step, and just take off on you. And I mean, and I didn't play against him. I wasn't getting out there because at this time, you know, I ain't in basketball shape. I'm just there with my little cousin. He down there. But yeah.
Bro, I'll tell you the best too.
So fast, bro.
If you from that area, let me see, I think Kelly was from Mobile. He went to LaFleur. No, he went to Viger. Listen, I was a 9th grader at this time. 8th or 9th grade. Yeah, I think I was a 9th grader. These boys was freshmen. I might have been the 8th grade. I can't remember, 8th or 9th grade. Sherman Williams, but Kevin Lee was older. Kevin Lee was back in the day. Them dudes was much older than me, but this dude named Kevin Lee, he played at Bama. He was a receiver back in the David Palmer, Kevin Lee, Chris Anderson, Jay Barker days. Man, listen. They call him K. Lee, Antonio Langham days. Man, this dude ran for the longest, he had the 100-meter dash record in the state. It was like a 10:37. This cat was I'm telling y'all, man, ask George Teague about Kevin Lee. If any of y'all go to George Teague's platform, make sure you ask him about K. Lee. I thought Sherman was fast because, Sherman was fast, Chris Anderson, all them boys was fast. Kevin Lee was another gear, man. I ain't never seen nothing like it. That boy Kevin Lee. Please, if y'all see George Teague, ask him about Kevin Lee. That boy, that was different than anything I've ever seen, man. It was unreal.
I want to look at Auburn's commits just to be curious, bro. Before we get up out of here, because I like what they did, man. Recruiting wise, they quietly had a solid recruiting class last year, and then to see what they're able to do this year, man. Cam Coleman, like I said, Phoenix City. I remember playing against him. I could show y'all a clip of me and Cam going against each other in indoor flag football. He played in the indoor flag football league with me as a sophomore when he was a sophomore 2 years ago. Now it's still back home in Phoenix City, and him and they got another kid that signed somewhere else last year. He was a top Mello. I forget his last name. I forget Melo's last name. Came from Central Phoenix City. Another wide receiver. They was playing for one of their coaches was had a team in the league, and Cam has been that dude since 10th grade, and I think he been probably about 6'1", 6'2" since he was 9th, 10th grade. Because when I was guarding him, me and him almost looking eye to eye at that point. I had maybe half an inch over him. So, but Perry Thompson right there with him, another freakish athlete, 2 big body receivers, 6'3", 180 in Cam, 6'3", 200 in Perry. Both of them can go up and get it. Both of them are leapers. Both of them can Cam being more of a speed guy than Perry. Perry not that fast, but he reminds me so much of Julio, man. I'm surprised he didn't come to Bama. That was being from Foley. having the comparisons, similar builds, similar skill sets, probably a little bit better of a route runner than Julio was. Game speed, not fast like Julio was, but he's a dog. DeMarcus Riddick, he signed with them. That was another one. I wish Alabama could have flipped him. I mean, Auburn looking pretty decent, bro.
Yeah.
Caleb Harris, a 3-star. He's a safety I got to see play in the state championship game against Central Phoenix City. He's going to be a good add for them in their secondary. And
shout out Joe Willie and D Finn. True facts on K Lee. Yeah, man. Auburn, dude is doing it. He doing his business. He's definitely got his hands in recruiting much more than Brian Harsin ever did. Right.
And they doing something because a lot of wide receivers, they got this kid Robert Lewis from Georgia State. I don't know if y'all watched the Georgia State and what game was that this year? But this kid can fly too. This Robert Lewis kid. So I'm curious to see what they do at the quarterback position. I honestly believe they're working something in the transfer portal with all these quarterbacks coming in. I don't think they put too much investment into this Walker White kid as far as being the day one starter, the guy that they're signing in this class. But I think they're working something in the portal, man. And I would like you said, Cam Ward to Auburn with some of this talent that they got, and Hugh Freeze is not scared to put young guys out there. If anybody gonna let somebody play football, it's Hugh Freeze, Lane Kiffin. They let you on the offense side. They let you come out there and play.
Shout out to Buck. Hey, Buck, if we being honest, if that counts for anything, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right.
They went and got two of the top 3 receivers. I mean, top 5. They got 2 of the top 5 receivers in the state. They went and got them. They got a 4-star top 10 edge rusher. Coming out of Jamarcus Riddick. I think he's going to play outside linebacker for him. I don't know. I might be wrong with Riddick. I think he might end up being inside. I think they're gonna get him up to about 225, 230.
Yeah, he got the speed to play inside.
Yeah, I might be wrong about that one, but you see a lot of his highlights. He's killing it off the edge.
I tell you this: when Auburn was good and they were dangerous, is when they used to beat us in state. Right? We would have the best national recruits, but they would get most of the in-state guys. And Auburn was good, man. They was good.
Think about it. You got guys from right out of their wheelhouse in Tuskegee. You got Joseph Phillips right there in BTW. Yep. BTW play some ghetto football, but they be having some athletes. I think BTW isn't like a what they call it, a cesspool or whatever. Not cesspool, but it isn't a high breeding grounds for recruits because of the environment there. And that program traditionally just hasn't had the resources to get the exposure. Yeah, BTW, man, I remember we played them at Rush County, man, and we beat them 24-23. My freshman year, we had to wear our helmets up out of that stadium, bro. Because it was like walking down into like a like the Gladiator Stadium.
Yeah,
that's what it felt like walking down. Field was raggedy, playing on. But them boys, they had one boy named Scoop. That boy he could really scoop and go on you.
One of the toughest high school recruits I played against in my entire life that was absolutely awesome. When he was at Etowah, Connell Williams was another level of game, bro. That dude was probably the best high school running back I ever seen in person in my life. That cat, man, he wasn't very big, but he was a long strider. And that cat, man, he was different. And when I was in 9th grade, Sherman Williams, that Blount County team from my 9th grade year, them dudes was older, but they had Damian Craig at quarterback, Sherman at tailback, Patrick Evans at receiver. He went to Florida State. 2 or 3 offensive linemen that played at Auburn. Man, them dudes they was just different down South Alabama. I was like, good Lord, these dudes look like grown men. We couldn't even have hair on our face. These dudes had beards. I was like, what in the world? So I get it. I do get it.
Let me tell you, man, it's gonna be something to see when we have to see those guys. And So, because a lot of people, they'll be like, so much for that recruiting class next year, because Auburn's still going to struggle. I believe they won't have the type of year. But these dudes, this class, if they could keep these class together, don't let NIL, don't let no catastrophic, traditional Auburn dumpster fire off-season stuff happen after another unsuccessful year. I believe this group right here will be the team. If we go down to when we go down to Auburn in 2 years, this will be the team that probably come in with that winning type record, and it'll be a big matchup. Iron Bowl will be a big matchup to determine who's going to represent number 1 or number 2 for the SEC championship game. Because it's no more divisions. There's no more divisions after the divisions are gone now. So it's going to be good to see this, man. It's going to be good to see this. But
Hacker Music, 100% facts. I faced that cat in the playoffs. The very 100% facts. Hacker Music. But yeah, man.
But yeah, y'all, I'm getting up out of here. Coach Sean, I think Kyle's going to keep the graphic up here. We're going to keep the live up. We basically doing he said he's going to keep the graphic up here. I'm stepping away, man. So far, so good today. Recruiting the signing period is still not over. Early signing day is still not over. It has slowed down a lot. It's getting later in the evening. Most people have their stuff in before like 7 p.m. Eastern. So, Coach Saban interview, is it coming up soon, Kyle? Yeah, so it'll all be coming up soon. We'll keep the stream going. Appreciate everybody for pulling up, Coach Sean. Anything before I get up out of here?
Yeah, let me say real quick to Joe Willie. Hey, Joe Willie, I remember that, man. I was very, very young at that time, going to high school, but I remember that dude. He was number 45. I remember he went to Auburn. That's back when they had Fred Beasley, Leo Montgomery, and that's back when them dudes was just different, man. They was different type of athletes back then, man. We went down. They used to have state back then at Selma. It wasn't at Alabama and Auburn. It was in Selma, Alabama. And I'll never forget, man. I used to see all them dudes. I was a 9th grader at that time when we talking about those guys, Fred Urban, all them boys in South Alabama. I remember us being from North Alabama. We used to laugh at the South Alabama guys because they was all skinny and little, and they used to be ashy. Their knees was ashy. We thought, man, these dudes ain't got no lotion. What's wrong with these dudes? And they would tie their shirts up, Joe Willie. You know how you tie your shirt up in a knot at the back? Right, that meant something else in North Alabama. We got down South Alabama. Like, man, these dudes must be sorry, bro. When I tell you that 4x1 first, that opening round 4x1, man, they smoked us like a cigarette, bro. I was like, them dudes was just different.
Them South Alabama boys, a lot of
man,
swag come from them North Florida, from the
them
Florida
dudes
boys,
was
man.
different, bro. I was like, bro, and look, Joe Willie, all the North Alabama teams was losing. It wasn't just everybody from up here was getting smoked like a cigarette. Everybody. We was like, boy, these dudes is different, cat. So yeah, I agree, Joe Willie. 100% facts.
Let's go. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna head up out of here. I'm gonna go handle a few things. Like I said, the graphic's gonna stay up. Roll Tide to everybody in the chat. Like I said, the numbers went back up. We came back in, it was at 300 something. Now it's back up to 425. Be sticking around for all the content of today's events to be continuing to be streamed on this channel. I'm not sure about the coach's show tonight. We might not need to do one after the big day that we had today. So just be on the lookout. If you got your notifications on, that's a good thing about having notifications on, because you won't miss any content that's being brought to the channel. Definitely go follow both on Twitter. You can follow me at Coach Smoot and my brother.
Yeah, I'm at JMHO. That stands for Just My Humble Opinion. JMHO Sports Talk on Twitter.
And y'all know Jance is at at Jance716 on Twitter. Also, Ty and Kyle, they aren't as active, but they do have their Twitters up. You get at Kyle at Bama YouTube. At Bama YouTube, you'll see his name pop up, Mr. Kyle Henderson with the blue check mark. Can't tag him in pictures because he big time. You know what I'm saying? But and then my boy Tai Hayes, Around the Table Sports ATS. You type in ATS _, you'll see him pop up. Tai Hayes, check him out, man. The squad is here. Dream team is what Kyle said earlier. We building something big here. Y'all continue to support. We appreciate y'all, and I'm gonna be out, man. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Yo, what's up, fam? You guys still sticking around? I appreciate you guys still being here. My goodness. What a day it's been for the Alabama Crimson Tide as they put together a fantastic class. I'm going to actually cut live. You guys are going to see it here first. My recap of this signing class. You guys will probably see this uploaded later tonight. I'm going to try to get it knocked out in one take. Let's see if I can do it. So wish me luck. But here we go. I see you guys inside the comment box. Appreciate you guys. All right. Long day. A lot of guys signed. All right. Here we go. 3, 2. Let's check the audio. All right. Hey, what's going on, everyone? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. What a day as Alabama puts together a fantastic class of 2024. I'm going to give you my observations on this class. I really like what Nick Saban put together. There was a bit of some surprises today, a couple guys that Alabama would like to have to the class. But I think when you look to the flips that Alabama did get, it puts together a really good class of 2024. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here again. And let's kind of zoom in at the class of 2024 and kind of go from the 5 stars. And then I'll talk about some miscellaneous notes and some guys that we are still anticipating to sign going forward. Okay, so up top to the left of your screen, you got Julian Sain. And coming into this class is a 5-star quarterback. Just heard Coach Saban highlight how impressive he is as a player. And then the one thing that Coach Saban really likes is the consistency factor. And when you look to Julian Sain and what he's been able to do at the high school level, he's been one of the top performers at the high school level since he's been leading the helm at the quarterback position. And I think the same goes for Julian Sain and Ryan Williams. I mean, Ryan Williams was just named the Max Preps MVP. And I'm sure one of the biggest questions out there is, when is Ryan Williams going to sign? I got that all day during our almost 9-hour stream. And Ryan Williams will sign on February 9th, 2024. I think that's his birthday. And that's when he's officially going to sign. And right now, he's a solid commit with Alabama. He said that several times. Clearly, there's going to be continuing smoke with, is Auburn going to be in play here? And I think watching Perry Thompson today have both of the hats with Alabama and Auburn, you know, this is an in-state rivalry, and it's not over until it's over. But Ryan Williams has said many times that he is a solid commitment to the Alabama Crimson Tide. I can't even imagine Julian Sain just down the road. Think about saying playing with Ryan Williams. Love that combination, or as it would be going forward. So you have Jalen Mbakwe, who is an early enrollee as well, and I think he's going to fit the loss of Kool-Aid. I don't think right away. I mean, it's hard to say because a lot of these guys can come in and step up as a true freshman at that corner position, but I think you clearly needed to fulfill that spot in the secondary. One particular prospect that Coach Saban was asked about plenty during his press conference was Dre Kirkpatrick Jr. And Coach Saban said that that's the first legacy that he's had here at the University of Alabama. Now, of course, he said that's not the first legacy that he's had when coaching, because he did coach Mark Ingram's dad way back in the day. But in terms of being at Alabama, think about that. You want to feel old. Dre Kirkpatrick Jr. Is here. And while he is a 3-star, I mean, this kid is playing at a very high level. He just had 2 interceptions in the Mississippi-Alabama All-Star game. And Coach Saban said that Jay Kirkpatrick and Jay Kirkpatrick Jr., different players. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see how he kind of evolves into that safety position. I know he's a hard hitter for sure. And coming off that 2 interception performance, that was certainly impressive. I think Alabama, one thing that they really did well is I think they got some quality tight ends in. And you're like, tight ends? Yeah, I like the tight ends that they got in. Caleb Odom is a guy who I think can replace Amari Niblack down the stretch, a guy that can stretch the field. He's going to create mismatch. Is in the red zone. I think he's a complete player. Really like the playmaking ability of him. And then Jay Lindsey. Had a chance to watch Jay Lindsey's film. And I think he's another guy that's going to replace Robbie Oots. And I'm cutting this live, and Jimmy Baker's jumping on, and he's like, man, that's a lot of stars. Hell yeah, that's a lot of stars in this class for sure. Talking about the tight ends, I really like these guys. Now, one of the biggest things was, could Alabama land Edric Houston? And he was committed to Ohio State. And there were some major guys who follow recruiting and break news. I think it was even a Steve Whitfung. I mean, these guys don't miss. And they said that they had forecasted Houston to flip to Alabama. There was certainly talk there. And then in the final minutes, I'm not sure what happened, but Houston, who is a very talented defensive lineman, ends up sticking with Ohio State to help bolster their class. And that was a big get for the Buckeyes. And you never want to say, oh, that guy wouldn't have been a great addition. Yeah, he would, 100%. Watch that guy's film out of Buford. I mean, the guy out of Buford in Georgia. I mean, complete baller, 100%. So the defensive lineman that Alabama does have coming in, you have Stephen Bua, who came in, and you have a couple other guys. You have Jeremiah Beeman. Man, watch Beeman's film. You'll be really impressed. If you're worried about losing Houston, check out Beeman's film. You'll be really impressed. And then you have Fega, who's also in that class. And then you also have a couple other guys that have been added to the mix. I think Jashawn Ross, who's an edge rusher. And then another addition in that transfer portal was LT Overton. And I thought that was a really critical pickup for Alabama a day before signing day, right? So you hit on those defensive, line or edge rusher needs, and you miss out on Houston, but, that's how it goes. And Coach Saban was clearly, what he said just at his press conference is this class is not complete. And he said they're going to have some guys come in January, not as many as the past, but I think there's certainly going to be some guys who are still in the mix to join this class of 2024. Coach Saban said Avery Hampton, who was a flip. Now, Alabama did have two flips today, Avery Hampton being one of them, and then you have Kevin Riley. So let's start with Hampton. Coach Saban was asked about Hampton in his press conference and said, he's a dog. He's got that dog mentality, and he's all over the field. And Coach Saban likes those type of players. So him coming in as an athlete, could he potentially be a guy? I always look at recruiting as, who are these guys going to replace when they exit out? Could Hampton be a guy that replaces Malachi Moore, another very versatile player that can play all over the defense? Makes sense to me. Alabama was in play for, there was a lot of people talking about maybe Jaden Baugh and Kevin Riley ending up at Alabama as a running back, right? For the running back position. Well, Alabama's able to flip Kevin Riley from Miami to Alabama. Big pickup in state and really right in your backyard, Tuscaloosa County High School. Go back and watch Kevin Riley's highlight tapes. Absolutely a playmaker. I look at him as a really balanced running back, and I saw him catch the football really well out of the backfield as well. Let's talk about the wide receivers that Alabama added. You have yet to have Ryan Williams sign. I talked about that at the beginning of this particular video, but you did have a couple guys sign today. And you have Amari Jefferson, who signed, and then you have Rico Scott. So the thing about Amari Jefferson, and when I looked at who could he replace going forward, is, to me, Kendrick Law. I mean, this is a guy who's already 205 pounds or something like that, and he has a really good speed. I think like down in the rankings, he's a little bit further than people would like him to be. I'm not really worried about that because I've seen his tape, and the dude can absolutely fly. You're talking about a 4'4" guy at 205 pounds. I really like him coming in. And then you have Rico Scott as well. Let me ask you guys this. You guys have watched Rico Scott's film. Who do you think he is comparable to in that wide receiver window? Alabama on the offensive line. I don't really know who else they could add to that offensive line. I honestly feel that Alabama is going to take a transfer tackle. I just, I think looking at the roster, and I know you have a lot of guys coming back, you just have to take a tackle. I think that's going to be one of their transfer portal targets, is going to be a tackle. So you look at the offensive linemen that Alabama were able to bring in. You have Casey Poe coming in. You have Will Sanders. You have Joseph Ionita. And, the class overall, I think, filled their needs for the most part, but I think Coach Saban would like to still take a player from the offensive line and kind of bolster that unit. And that's why I think they're going to take an offensive tackle out of the transfer portal. Let me know if you agree with that inside the comment box. Appreciate you, Davis, inside the comment box of the super chat. I really appreciate you. I'm kind of glancing over this as well to kind of see what else stood out to me in terms of looking at this particular class. Because I think when you look to the class, you have a lot of needs that were fulfilled. But as Coach Saban said, it's not a completed class. So you kind of go forward with that. And overall, I mean, Coach Saban put together another fantastic class. He was even asked about what makes him an elite recruiter. He's like, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking, man, the proof. The first round draft picks, the fact that he's 6-1 in semifinals, the fact that he's still going for another national title. I mean, there's so many reasons. Why not Alabama? I think that the cherry on top would be Evan Stewart. He's in the transfer portal. Haven't figured out where he's going to go just yet. Can you imagine if he comes to this class now? Does Alabama need him? Yeah, I would absolutely say so. But is it a make or break? Not necessarily. I think an offensive tackle is kind of a make or break in terms of getting somebody from the transfer portal. But of course, who wouldn't love to see Evan Stewart lined up with Alabama Crimson Tide? Want to hear from you inside the comment box about this class of 2024. As you can see, ton of stars all the way across the board. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this graphic up if you're watching this live, and just let it run for a little bit of time, because there's a lot of people that might have missed this class. And if there's a couple other notes, I'll jump on. But you're watching a live cut. I'm actually going to trim this video and then upload it as my signing day recap, which will probably air later tonight. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting the channel. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Thanks for supporting the coaches and Tai Hayes. All those guys do such a really great job. From beautiful Santa Fe, New Mexico, during this holiday special on National Signing Day, Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys.